Good morning and welcome along to Brands Hatch on 750 Motor Club and Alpha Live for the second day of this 750 Motor Club race weekend, and qualifying has just come to a conclusion ahead of 11 races on the Indy circuit over the course of the rest of the morning and the afternoon. So we are looking forward to, in a few moments' time, the opening race for the Disklok F1000 Championship coming on in a few moments' time. So this morning's racing, the Disklok F1000 Championship, the Corniche 5 Club MX5 Cup, the Freaky Park Specials Championship and the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And yesterday all of these cars had a qualifying session and one race, and they were highly entertaining, Ian Soman.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. We had a great day yesterday, didn't we? Excellent races during the course of the day for a range of categories, some of which we don't get to see today, which included the Radicals and the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, but some of those we do. And for me, the most exciting race of yesterday was the Classic Stock Hatch Championship, where the leader for 99.99% of the race, James Hazelhurst, didn't get the win because Jake Wood stole past him on the run out of Clark Curve up to the finish line to win by just a few thousandths of a second in the end. And that was his first win, and it was watched on by his father Jason, who was only a few seconds or a few tenths of a second behind him in third position. We then had a very exciting MX5 race. We'll tell you more about that later on, because the result that we saw on the road was not necessarily the result that was published, because there were a few disqualifications and exclusions, but that was certainly dramatic. And we will go through and tell you about those MX5 in a little while. But we've got the cars in the assembly. You can see ready to the first race of the day, which is the F1000 Championship, single-seater championship. They also provided an entertaining race yesterday.
That's right, and they have a reversal grid to come up in this opening race. So the quickest drivers started at the back, but it was the reigning champion Matt Higginson who took the victory in yesterday's race.
So we're waiting for the to head out onto the grid for this first race of the morning, the Disklok F1000 Championship. Beautiful day here at Brands Hatch, and I think the weather set fair for the rest of the day. With 11 races that we have during the course of the day, 4 of which are coming up before the break: the Disklok F1000 Championship, the Corniche 5 Club MX5 Cup, and the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship, the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the last of the races before the lunch break. After the lunch we'll have the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship, first of their 2 races this weekend, and also the race parts of 750 Formula Series. Fitting to have that here on the centenary season of Brands Hatch. And then we have the Disklok F1000 and 5 Club MX5 Cup having their third and final races of the weekend, the 90-minute race for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy, and the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship and the historic 750 Formula once again. Now you'll be able to see more information on all of this on the digital race programme. That's on the 750mc.co.uk. You'll be able to access live timing at tel-time.com. We've got coming out onto the grid now for the first race of the day, which is the Disklok F1000 Championship. This race has a partly grid from the race yesterday, so that means on pole position we have the number 91 car of Wayne, and yesterday's race, Matthew Hitton starts 9th, and then at the back of the grid behind him there's 4 people that did manage to finish the race yesterday. Counting how many cars we have on the grid, 6, 8, 10, 12, missing I think Simon Pratt at the back of the grid, so it looks like we're not going to get him, unfortunately, for this Disklok F1000 championship race, which he won over 15-minute race distance. Yesterday, as I say, it was Matt Higginson that took the victory by just 0.4 seconds from Tom Westworth, who was just now his first win. Higginson, the champion from last his defence, the way he would very much like to. The cars getting off on their green flag lap. James Clennett took 3rd and Samuel in the end of distant 4th, but Jason and Anthony Gordon had a good battle over 5th. So let's have a look at the way the grid is going to line up for this 15-minute race as the cars go round on their rolling green flag lap. Pole position by dint of finishing 9th in yesterday's race is the number 91 car of Wayne Pearson. Beside him, although it's a staggered grid, the 98 of Daniel Hunter. Row 2 is 23 Ian Abel and 20 Anthony Gordon, 3, 55 Jake Simpson and 19 Sam Satchwell. Then we come on to the podium finishers from today's races, or yesterday's race I should say, because on the inside of row 4 we have the number 42 car of James Clennett, behind him number 3 Tom Westworth. Matt Higginson, number 1, is on the inside of row 5, and next him is 44 Bert Chapman, who was off on the very last lap of the race yesterday, when I think he was heading about 5th position. Row 6 is going to be 24 Eric Cowell and 29 David Chapman, number 11 Simon Pratt from the back of the grid. So we will be having a short intermission before it gets underway.
Number 20, which is Anthony Gordon. So the cars are returning to the grid ahead of this 15-minute race. We did 20 laps yesterday in the opening round of the Disklok F1000 Championship, and should do pretty similar today, I suspect. Very good weather conditions, just like we had yesterday. And the cars there, 12 cars in the end. I think we're missing Simon Pratt after problems yesterday. Green flag at the back. The 5 second forward has been showing. Red light is up next. And then 15 minutes of
So we're coming towards the end of this Disklok F1000 race. Upon 1 or 2 technical issues. Oh, there's been a towards the back of the grid. Involved Matt Higginson, Daniel Hunter, who has corners his car, and there's a bit further up the road. Have a right, and the race being stopped. Higginson there, you can see, yeah, this car. This is what happen when you have with the
around Clearways Corner towards Clark Curve. There's damage to the front and to the back of Danny Hunter's car. I can see the rear right corner on Hunter's car being ripped off. And I'll just see the damage on the other two. That's not going in this race. Or Ian Abel, the front left damage on Higginson, which then goes to the rear right damage really on Danny Hunter's car, doesn't it? So some of the drivers were a little bit concerned, I think, about how frantic the reverse grid might be this morning, and unfortunately it has been, despite that very strong start indeed from James Clonell, who was into second place from 7th on the grid by the time they arrived at Paddock. He quickly got past Danny Hunter and was pulling away before that incident that occurred behind him. So the remaining 9 cars that we have now have made their way line astern before the grid. We saw this yesterday. The car drivers have been informed not to return to their grid positions, even if you get an early red flag like this, and they will stop further down the circuit while the marshals await instructions. I think that instruction will be that we'll go back to the original grid with those cars. So, just a bit of confirmation of what happened during the course of that incident. It sounds like the Wayne Pearce, Danny Hunter spun by himself at Clearways Corner. Matt Higginson had nowhere to go. There was contact, and then Ian Abel, similar situation really, and made further contact with the 2 cars in front of him. So that has eliminated those 3 cars. So the teams will be working hard to see if those cars are fixable for the 3rd race of the weekend, which comes up this afternoon. And the 3rd race is race 17 on our programme, which comes up at 20 to 3 this afternoon. So it's 3 hours, isn't there, between now and then. So it really depends how much damage it is cosmetic or there's more work to do. So the recovery operation continues up there at Clearways Corner. A big thank you to all the marshals who have given up their weekend to help the 750 Motor Club this weekend at Brands Hatch on what is a very busy weekend of British motorsport. And the marshals are working hard with the rescue crews and recovery crews up there at Clearways to move those 3 Jedis. We've got 2 flatbeds up there, so it might take a little bit of time, I think, before the race will be resumed. And when it will do so, we'll have those 9 cars on the grid. And we'll be back with you in a few moments' time with some more news about the restart time. So we're still under these red flag conditions here at Brands Hatch for this F1000 Championship race, the 2nd round of the season. Lots of events coming up here at Brands Hatch over the course of the 2026 season, the centenary year here at Brands Hatch. You might see new branding around the venue to celebrate 100 years of the circuit. The centenary of power. Bit of news that we were able to give you at the moment about the restart for this race. It'll be over 10 minutes, but that don't think it'll be quite yet. So a 10-minute restart to come for F1000. But yeah, here at Brands Hatch, our next event is in a couple of weeks' time, the 2nd and 3rd of May. The GT World Challenge Europe Fanatec-backed championship comes to Brands Hatch for its annual meeting on the Grand Prix circuit with the GT 3 stars of the continent, including the multiple MotoGP champion Valentino Rossi will be back here at Brands Hatch for the 2026 season. 2 free practice sessions and qualifying comes up on Saturday the 2nd of May with 2 60-minute races for the championship on Sunday the 3rd of May. A huge grid, over 30. The GT World Challenge powered by AWS. Support races come from the Miata Trophy, from Legends, from Disklok F1000, from Radicals, and the 750 Motorsport Championship, which will be in action on the Sunday, the 3rd of May. Races. It's a busy month, May, here at Brands Hatch, because the following weekend, the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship will be in action on Saturday, the 9th of May. News for 2026, the race to pole, the qualifying race that will set the grid for Sunday's first of 3 races. Over the course of the weekend, and the regular support package will be in action over the 9th and 10th of May for the Quick Fit British Touring Car Championship. Also in May, we have Brand Britannia on the bank holiday Monday, the 25th of May, and the Masters Historic Festival over the 30th and 31st of May, where Formula 1 cars will be back out on the Grand Prix circuit, racing with sports cars, saloon cars, as well as more single-seater action too. Historic racing continues as well in June, where the London Historic Trophy by Motor Racing Legends will have a 3-day event. 1 day, I think, on the Indy circuit, 2 days on the Grand Prix circuit. I think predominantly sports cars in action. I think there's going to be Group C demonstrations as well, part of that weekend. So 2 prime historic events with international drivers and teams and cars taking part here on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit in 2026. And you can check out brandshatch.co.uk for not just those events, but all future events over the course of the very busy centenary year.
The Driver Media Program, powered by Blind Screen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blind Screen-backed Driver Media Program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blind Screen Driver Media Program.
shortly, I suspect. So they have this one green flag lap plus 10 minutes of racing, so a shortened race. So that'll be even more frenetic potentially than earlier on. But now we have, of course, one less fast driver coming through the field after Matt Kinston retired. Round two, the Disklok F1000. And then we'll go back to Randy Gordon on row two. And Anthony Gordon for Costa Racing. And we'll start there on row below. Scottish Motorsport Championship, and he is out there in the Oxford Racing owned and prepared Jedi. So he goes to row three alongside Sam Sackwell, the driver in his 30s from Southampton. He's been racing the championship in 2022 in this Suzuki. Racing the F1000 Championship for the last few seasons and was very rapid yesterday. But today, Nick John to take his first victory. What about those who retired yesterday? Well, Chapman will start 10th. The man from Surrey, who documented all his racing on Chapman's Corner. He's been, on YouTube that is, he's been a podium finisher in the F1000 Championship. And he starts just ahead of Eric Cowell. David Shepherd will complete the field of 9 that remain for round 2 of the Disklok F1000 Championship, which sees the red light come on now, and 10 minutes ready to play. time. He's there in second place. 55, Jake Simpson. 5th was number 44, Bert Chapman. 6th is number 24, Eric Cowell. 7th was number 91, Wayne Pearson. And 8th, will probably not be classified after a long pit stop, with number 29, which was David Shepherd.
Okay, well, we've come to the end of that Disklok F1000 Championship race, and apologies that we've had some technical issues, as you will have gathered, which, fingers crossed, have now been resolved. The race won dramatically by Tom Westworth there, by 0.254 seconds from James Clennell in 2nd position. Sam Satchell was 3rd, Jake Simpson 4th, Bert Chapman 5th, Eric Cowell completing the top 6 at the end of that race. That was the second part of the race, though. We had a red flag, which was a result of 3 cars tangling through clearways, a spin for Daniel Hunter. Initially, Matthew Higginson, yesterday's race winner and the reigning champion, he was caught up in all of that as well, unfortunately, and we also lost Ian Abel as well. So 3 cars out of the 12 that were due to start that race were involved in that incident on the opening lap of the race, which resulted in the red flag, and then a great fight between Tom Westworth and James Clennell in the pit lane. In a few moments' time, hopefully we'll be able to head down to the winner's circle, and I think we're ready to go down now to Yusuf Bin Sahel. He's in the pit lane, ready to speak to our top 3.
What an incredible race we've just had in the F1000 Championship. A drama all the way through and a last lap battle for the win as well. Let's have a chat then with our race winner, Tom Westworth. Tom, I'm going to let you do the explaining for this one.
I don't even know how to explain that one. It was up and down. I had a half decent start, got into 2nd, then I was stuck behind James for a little bit. Finally got ahead with about 4 laps to go, and then got stuck behind a back marker. And then James overtook me again. And then the last lap ball came out, and I was like, it's now or never. So I just went round the outside into Paddock. He held it up the inside, and then I tried to go round the outside into Druids, and he was still there. And then coming down into Greymill, I just managed to pip ahead of him, and then that was it. Then we come across the line, and that was it, finished.
Not a bad way to win your maiden race, is it?
No, not at all. I mean, I would have liked it to be a little bit easier, but I mean, a win's a win, isn't it?
Well, a hard-fought race win, and more of the same for race 3?
Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Thank you very much, and let's have a chat then to James Clennell, who was just pipped on that last lap. James, you got a smile on your face at least.
That was a good race. When you were the first start, I had a really good first start, so it was a shame to see the accident. I hope everyone's fine. But then having to do it again, I didn't get away quite as well in the second time, but managed to get into the lead. And I thought, okay, well, if I could just keep everything calm and look after the car. But the tyres started to overheat halfway through the race, and Tom, he's super quick, and he caught me up. He got me going into clearways, and then I think I got back by him, or nearly back by him. It was a close race though, and he thoroughly deserves the win. I think we got caught up with someone he was lapping, which meant I could get back into the lead at the end of on the last lap or something. But yeah, he managed to get me back, so it's a bit of a shame.
Looking at kind of the bigger picture in terms of the championship, it's looking very close pace-wise up at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's good to see it close. Matt's always going to be strong. Tom's really reaching his potential now. He's been quick all the time, but he's cooked it all up in qualifying and the races. So yeah, it's going to be that first 5 or 6 cars is going to be very close this year, and it should be exciting for the season.
Well, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck for race number 3.
That's great, thank you.
And with that, we are going to hand back over to the commentary box.
On the third race, 3 and 128.
Thank you very much, Yusuf, where you can see the cars forming upon the grid for the second race of the day. It's the MFT Corniche MX5 Cup by 5 Club Racing. Yesterday's race was won on the road by Ben Smiles, but he unfortunately was excluded from his first race win. His car was found to be quite considerably underweight, and so in the end, with 2 other of the top 4 drivers disqualified, it was Michael Pearce that got the verdict yesterday. Ian Tomlinson was classified 2nd, and Jack Lawrence was classified 3rd. There's quite a lot of quick drivers at the back of the grid that will line up as follows. Pole position has gone the way of number 70 then. That was Michael Pearce, based on the results of yesterday's race. Besides him on the front is number 9 Ian Tomlinson. The second row of the grid is number 97 Jack Lawrence and 105 Roger Chesno. Third row is number 3, that is Jordan Head. Besides him is the number 128 car of Samuel Gormer. On row 4 of the grid it's 29 Mary Barnard and 4 Simon Walker-Cancel. Row 5 is 98 Martin Vernon and 72 Matthew Short. On the 6th row of the grid, Sam Moody in 96 and Amy Worthington in 65. The 7th row, 19 Andrew Beale and 848, that's Matthew Crozier. The next row, that's row 8, 90 and 113, Andrew Robinson and James McCann. The 9th row, 222 and 191, Jack Little and Andrew Barrett. Row 10, 50 and 87, Nick Rice and James Ralph. The 11th row, 75 and 288, Jeremy Fletcher and Stacey Crozier in 288. The 12th row, treble 6, Nigel Holland and treble 5, Matthew Highcock. He was disputing the lead of the race with Jake Pace yesterday when they both fell over a back marker. So it's 28 Jake Pace and 42 that back marker, Harry Husseini on the 13th row of the grid. Row 14 is 43 Bradley Gaunt and 13 Scott Leach. Row 15, 60 Trevor Jenkins and 46 yesterday's race winner on the road Ben Smiles. Matthew Hallam, who was also up on the podium yesterday, 44 and 88 Del Pacer on the 16th row. And on the back row of the grid, number 22 Adrian Johnson and the man that's won multiple MX5 championships, number 71, and that is Ben Short. So we've got about 6 drivers who are really quick going from the back of this 5 club grid ahead of this 15-minute race. It promises to be quite something. Ben didn't race yesterday, he was only a reserve, but the 592 car of Aidan Wardley has withdrawn. The race gets underway now then, and it's a good start from the outside of the front row by Ian Tomlinson. Also getting away very well from the second row of the grid is the number 105 car of Roger Cars going off a 10-second delay at the back of the grid, but it's the red car of Ian Tomlinson that leads the race at the moment as they head out of Paddock Hill Bend up towards Druids for the first time. Fantastic shot this as the cars pan past us. I think you can see Samuel Gormer's car in the middle of the shot there. Cars turning their way out of the hairpin down towards Graham Hill Bend. It's still Tomlinson that leads then. Chesno is in second place, and it looks like the car in third place, is that the number 3 car possibly of Jordan Head? We'll pick that up in a moment. The cars sweeping through Surtees towards McLaren for the first time. This huge grid of more than 30 cars, one of, if not the biggest grid of the weekend. It is the number 3 car here, is Jordan Head in third place. Michael Pearce, the man who's on pole position and credited with the win yesterday, he's in fourth position then as they turn their way now out of Clark Curve and onto the Brabham Straight. Complete lap number 1 then. Ian Tomlinson in the lead of the race is getting away a little bit here now. He's got a lead of half a second over Chesno in second. Head is third, Pearce is fourth, Jack Lawrence fifth, and Sam Gormer completing the top 6. Simon Walker-Hansel is 7th, Matthew Short is 8th, Mary Barnard is 9th, and it's Martin Vernon rounding out the top 10. But Chesno has eaten into, I think, the advantage here, and also a change for third place there, but you've got the number 70 car, Michael Pearce in the green machine. Winner getting ahead of Jordan Head there at Druids. Down through Graham Hill Bend they go, and another change a bit further back. Who was that getting ahead of the car of Jordan Head? We'll pick that up in a moment. Who that was? Was that Jack Lawrence? I think it may well have been in the number 97 car. Yes, it was, the white car with the red rear quarter. So working lap 2 of the race, the cars heading out of Clearways through Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight once again. It's Tomlinson, who's been a stalwart of MX5 racing for many, many years. Chesno in second, but he's got Pearce right in his slipstream. He goes to the left-hand side, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, but he couldn't make that work. Looked like Chesno carried a bit more speed into Paddock than did the race leader Ian Tomlinson. I think that was Jack Lawrence just in the background of shot there. We saw dropping his wheels into the gravel trap at the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend. He's in 5th position. Leaders nose to tail now as they head down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend once again. A gap now opening up from Michael Pearce, number 70 in third position, to number 97 Jack Lawrence in fourth. Jordan Head is buzzing around behind him though, trying to get back into position, and it's Lawrence here with a huge queue of cars behind him. I've got a feeling that he had a similar situation yesterday, albeit a little bit further back down the order. What of quick drivers from the back? Matt Highcock has got through to 10th. Ben Short, number 71, has got through to 13th position, all within the space of only 2 laps. So we'll try and pick up on those cars as they come up the order. Just passing my commentary box now, I can see Ben Short in the number 71 car. He's about to attack his dad for position, and that will be for the final place inside the top 10 by the looks of it. Leaders up to Druids once again, Tomlinson, Chesno and Pearce. Bit of a lock up there from Lawrence in the number 97. Jordan Head with Simon Walker-Hansel, who's got experience in all kinds of racing. He's there in 6th position, had some issues in testing on Friday and could only manage to finish 8th in the adjusted results yesterday after various dramas that he had. Here's Ben Short though, that's the number 71 car, and he now is on the move. Also you can see there number 28, Jake Pace, so he's the other driver that's come through very well. He's actually just behind Matt Highcock, so we've got the top 3, or certainly 3 of the fastest drivers, about 8th, 9th and 10th now. Over the line they go. That's to complete lap number 4. Tomlinson leading by 0.6 of a second. The first 3 together. It's about 2.5 seconds back to Jack Lawrence in 3rd spot. But in that pack, behind Jack Lawrence, you have Jake Pace, who's 8th. You have Ben Short, who's 9th. But ahead of both of those is Matthew Highcock in the Treble 5 car. There he is. He was ended up in the gravel trap yesterday, doing battle with the number 28 car yesterday. And Jake Pace right with him as they head out of Druids and down towards Graham Hill Bend. Onto the Cooper Straight and along towards Surtees they go. Don't write any of Highcock or Pace or Short out of a potential victory here. They've got though a bit of a gap to make up to get on terms with the leading group. Highcock there is going to lose a position, is he? Because Ben Short, who's right at the very back of the grid, looked like he was trying to make a move there on the inside at Clark Curve. He's got Jake Pace absolutely alongside him as well. We're watching the top 3, but the real action is a little bit further back in the next group. Ian Tomlinson still holding off Roger Chesno by about 0.4 of a second, but they're in the background shot. That's where the action is. And you can see there, you've got at the front of the group Jack Lawrence, then just behind him is the number 3 car of Jordan Head. He's got Highcock up the inside of him this time, the treble 5, and he's going for P5 as well. So we're still looking at the race leaders, but further back is where we really want to be looking, because that's where the battle is, with Highcock coming through. He's got to 5th place now. Ben Short, I think, has got up to 6th position as well. Jordan Head has lost out to him as well, and also Jake Pace has got through. So you've got Highcock, Short and Pace now up to 5th, 6th and 7th respectively. They've just got Jack Lawrence to try and get past, and they're doing that now because Highcock cleared him at Clearways, and there was a mistake from Head. He got his wheel in the gravel trap there at Clearways, and that's cost him a little bit of time. So the 3 leaders head into the Paddock Hill Bend once again, but we've got Highcock up to 4th position now, Short 5th and Pace 6th. So Lawrence has lost all 3 of those places. Up towards the Druids hairpin they go. There are the 3 leaders. But as I say, it's the battle behind that is the one that is the most thrilling at the moment, with Jack Lawrence having ceded position going into Paddock Hill Bend to Ben Short and Jake Pace, as well as Matt Highcock, which they had done by the time they got to the finish line. Here we are, Highcock now making his escape. 71 is Ben Short, 28 is Jake Pace, who was successful in a different MX5 championship during the course of last season. And now it's number 97, Jack Lawrence, who's down to 7th position. There's Ben Short, multiple champion in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. He's had lots of experience, but there's yellow flags because there is a car in the gap, as you can see there on the exit of Clearways. The 5-second track limit penalty, I can tell you, by the way, for Jack Lawrence. I can't tell you which car that is in the gravel trap just at the moment, though, but of course there was yellow flags there, and until they pass the green flag, there's no overtaking, of course, and I think that green flag, oh, now we've got the safety car, so there's going to be no overtaking. So, coming up to the halfway point of this race, we have got one car into the gravel trap, still waiting to get notified of the number of that car. Maybe if I get my binoculars out and look out of the commentary box window, I'll be able to tell you who that is. And it's just side on from where I am, so it's quite difficult to read the number, but I think it could well be the number 99 car, which is Martin Vernon. Yes, I think that's probably the car that's gone off, and 99 Martin Vernon then off into the gravel trap at Clark Curve, an unusual place to go. I imagine he might have been assisted into that moment. He's getting out of the car, and Marshall's assisting him in doing so. But we do have this interruption, and it's going to be a question of how long this interruption is going to be, because it's just under 7 minutes of the race left to go. The order is that Ian Tomlinson, number 9, is still leading. 105, Roger Chesno is second. Matthew Highcock from way back on the grid. He was on row 12 of the grid. He's up to third, the 120 Coupe champion from last year. Been a front runner in 116s for a couple of seasons before that. He's in third place. Michael Pearce is fourth, and Ben Short fifth, and Jake Pace sixth. So Highcock made it into the podium positions just before the safety car came out, I think. And Harry Husseini in the number 42 Barnard Racing blue Mazda MX-5 is in the middle of the pack as well. So this is the second race of the weekend for the MFT Corniche MX-5 Cup by 5 Club Racing, enlivened by quick guys having to come through from the back of the grid after dramas yesterday. I've not seen where Ben Smiles has got to in all of this, who was the winner on the road yesterday. He's made it as far as 17th, but he's found it hard to get through the traffic than others have. Matt Harlem, who was also put to the back of the grid, he's made it to 11th position in the number 44 car as things stand. There's nominally 5.5 minutes to go, but the MX-5 is still stuck in the gravel trap. There is a pickup on the way to the scene to see if it can pull the car out. It's just going to be a question of whether we do have to maybe at most 1 or 2 more racing laps before the end of the 15 minutes that we have allowed for this race. Fastest lap of the race so far, that's gone to Matthew Highcock on his drive through the field, 58.56, which is 0.004 faster than the fastest lap of the race yesterday, which was set by Jake Pace, who was battling with for the lead yesterday. So Highcock has really charged here. He's got his dander up after the incident yesterday, which I think he actually got a couple of points on his licence for. I didn't see the incident. It did already by the time that it caught my eye, but I know there was some onlookers that thought that the back marker that they're trying to pass, they were trying to pass it for the third time, was perhaps a little slow. But ultimately it's still the leader's responsibility to deal with lap traffic safely, of course, isn't it? So 4 minutes or so of the race left to go. The pickup truck is on the scene. They are trying to hook it up to the MX-5, which I believe is Martin Vernon. I'm just going to try and get confirmation of that on my race log. Yes, it was. It was contact that put him there as well, I can see on the information. So as far as I know, in this race so far, we've got one driver with a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's Jack Lawrence. And of course, if the race finishes behind the safety car, then that could provide a few positions that he loses, because obviously the cars are concertinaed up. For example, if it was applied at the moment, he would drop from 7th down to 12th position, because the cars are pretty roughly a second apart or so underneath the safety car. So Martin Vernon's car, it's been hooked up now to the pickup truck, but we'll need to get that on the move fairly soon, I think, if we're going to get any more racing here, because there's now only 3.25 minutes left to go. Yeah, an unusual place for the car to go off, because don't often see the cars in that gravel trap, but it was assisted there by the sounds of it. 3 races this weekend for the 5 Club MX-5 Cup. This is the second of them. All of their events are a triple header format, and so they go from here to Pembrey, then Snetterton, it's Cadwell Park in July, Silverstone International in August. September is they go to Croft, and the season concludes at Castle Combe on the 3rd of October. I'm just having a look beneath our commentary box here to see if we are possibly going to get an early checkered flag, because I'm not sure there's going to be time for any more racing laps, unfortunately, in this MFT Corniche MX-5 Cup by 5 Club race. The checkered flag is being waved, I think, so it is going to be an early checkered flag, I'm afraid, for the MFT Corniche MX-5 Cup by 5 Club, with the officials just deeming it impossible to get recovered in time. So it's Ian Tomlinson that wins the race of the season in the MX-5 Cup from 105. Roger Chestnut in second place. There just wasn't time before the safety car for Matt Highcock to improve on the 3rd place he'd climbed to. So treble 5 Matt Highcock from 24th on the grid, I think it was, to 3rd place, and then Michael Pearce in 4th. Let's have a look at those results then. Confirmation then Ian Tomlinson the winner from Chesno, Highcock and Pearce. Ben Short, he started from the back of the grid to 5th. So did Jake Pace, up to 6th place at number 28. Simon Wall-Cancel was 7th. Samuel Gorman was 8th ahead of Jordan Head, who was in the podium playing positions in the early stages. Matt Hallam, another driver to come through the field, up into the top 10 ahead of Matthew Short, Jack Lawrence, Mary Bard and Matthew Crozier. Let's have a look a little bit further down the order if we can. 15th, I can tell you, was Bradley Gaunt. Scott Leach, who ended up in the gravel trap at Paddock yesterday, he was 16th. Ben Smile 17th. The winner on the road yesterday, he'll be smarting from that exclusion thing for being underweight. Adrian Worthington was 18th, Dale Pace 19th, Adrian Johnson rounded out the top 20 of a field of more than 30 cars that we had for the MFT Corniche 5 Club MX5 Cup. The car is now out of the gravel trap, so that is good news, and it means that we're not going to have too much of a delay before we move on to the next race, which is going to be for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Cars heading into pit lane now, so very shortly I think we'll be able to hear from Yusuf in the pit lane. In fact, I think we can go down to him right now.
Well, we knew that our MX5 race would be exciting and entertaining, and we got all of that with a little bit of drama as well. Unfortunately, we did finish behind the safety car, but still a lot of battles out on circuit, and it does mean that race 3 should be very exciting as well. We'll just wait for some of our drivers to jump out. Now, our first driver out is Matthew Highcock, so we'll go to him, have a chat with our driver in 3rd place. Matthew, that was a fun race.
It was hectic, wasn't it? Yeah. Start was very chaotic. It was just picking my way through cars, but it's a good result after yesterday. You know, car was in bits until midnight last night, so yeah, pleased.
Well, a lot of work on the car, a lot of work out on circuit. Race 3, can we get that win?
Depends. I mean, Ben's very quick. I saw him coming. Jake's very quick as well. So in clean air, I'm not sure who'll take it. But yeah, it should be a good race.
And just a final question as well, because you've swapped series coming into this year. You were in the BMWs before, if I remember correctly. Yeah. What's it like being in the Mazda now?
It's quite similar, to be honest. It's quite a similar car, you know, similar power, handling characteristics. It's yeah, there's not really much to say. I like the car. I like the way it, you know, the balance of the car and stuff. Obviously, the tyres are a bit less grippy than the NS2Rs, but other than that, yeah, it's the same.
Well, fantastic job on 3rd, and we'll see you in the next race.
Yeah, cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, let's move on and have a chat. Ian, race winner. Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Not sure I really earned it like I should have done, but yeah, we'll take it.
Well, you've got to be in the right place at the right time, and you converted. You did what you had to do.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. No, we'll take it. But yeah, just hoping Martin's all right. I seen it was him in the barrier. He's my boss and my mate, so yeah, hopefully he's all right. But I can see him walking around anyway, so jobs are good in it.
What's the plan for race 3?
I'm probably going to get eaten up, I would imagine, in race 3. But I've had 2 podiums and a win, so I'll just take it as it comes. Go as quick as I can and we'll see what happens.
How wide do you reckon you can make this MX-5?
Pretty wide, yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Ian, and best of luck for race 3.
Great, thanks very much. Cheers.
Right, we'll the things that we hear off the microphone, hopefully none of that went through on camera. Roger. Oh, where is Roger? Oh, there he is. There's too many drivers with race suits around and I don't recognise anyone. Roger, good job on 2nd.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it was good fun. Shame it was caught short. I was just thinking that there might be some good opportunities having a race at the end, because we wanted to have, we knew there's some real fast guys coming through, and that, you know, we had to produce a nice gap, but I thought there was enough laps left for us to start having a real race, and then obviously it's done and dusted. So no, it's good, we'll take it, but yeah, it's not one that will go down in history, I don't think. I'm sure it was great to watch these guys coming through though.
Well, I don't really know. I've been stood over here so I can see anything, but you mentioned that kind of tactical aspect of not really fighting with each other too much, and then you built a gap and you were just about ready to go racing.
Yeah, we knew obviously that what was the front runners before were going to come through the grid fast. We've seen them before, such a small circuit, and you don't fight when you don't have to fight. You're going for the best result you can do. There's no point in us holding ourselves up a second a lap fighting, and then they just come through us. So no, it was well played, I think, by us in terms of holding everybody out, and you just trying to fight at the end, but no chance.
Well, Roger, thank you very much. Congrats on second and best of luck for race 3.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we are going to head back over to the commentary box for our next race of the day, which is the Freaky Part Sports Specials, although we might have a little break due to cars still being recovered out on circuit.
People starts third, 57, an airline pilot from Wellingborough.
Yes, the recovery of Martin Vernon's car from the MX5 race is still underway, but we've got the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship cars ready and waiting in the assembly area to try and get out on track just as soon as possible for their second race of the weekend, their final race of the weekend in their case. They had a yesterday. It was actually quite tight between Anton Landon, who took the win, and Marcus Crook, who took second place. There was about 3 seconds between them going into the final lap, but by the end it was down to 3/10 because Anton was very gentlemanly, trying to let a back mark have another lap. But as it turns out, they didn't really want another lap. So Anton Landon almost managed to throw away victory there, and similarly Paul Hawker, who was the back marker in question, actually who won his class, Class D, he almost threw away the Class D victory because Trevor Harbour got up very close behind him. But yes, yesterday's race was won by Anton Landon from Marcus Crook in second place and Gerard O'Donoghue in third position. Those three winning their respective classes. Sports Specials Championship races across 4 classes now. A, B and D are based on power to weight ratio. So Class A is front or mid and rear engined cars with the power to weight ratio between 330 and 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B is for cars front engined, 270 to 280 brake horsepower, and it's front engine cars in Class D as well, 220 to 230 brake horsepower, which includes some of the Caterhams. Class C is solely for the MEV Exocet, including the brand new RXR as well that have been new to the championship this season, and it was Stuart Much that was in first of those, but he was beaten by the full car of Gerard O'Donoghue, who's a slightly older car, a bit quicker in a straight line at this point anyway. There you can see on screen now the car of Martin Vernon being recovered to the, I think it's going to go, is it going to turn into the pit lane exit? Yeah, it's going to do a U-turn and head into the paddock that way. So that's getting it off the circuit, and that means that we'll have the sports specials released out onto the circuit very soon indeed. These cars don't have a green flag lap, so it's straight into racing for them, and there's the whistle, which means that I think we're going to have the cars released out onto the track very shortly. The marshal there signalling to Anton Landon and the rest of them to head out onto the circuit. The Sports Specials has been running with the 750 Motor Club in its current form for over a decade, but as kit cars since the 1980s, and it's allows for quite a wide range of machinery, an ever-expanding range of machinery, providing it fits into those power-to-weight bands that we were describing, or is indeed one of the MEVs. As the cars head to the track, let's have a look at how the grid lines up. It's based on the second fastest times from qualifying yesterday. So pole position, that has gone the way of number 64, Anton Landon, who won several races during the course of last season. Beside him is number 24, Marcus Crook. So Class A and Class B cars on the front row of the grid. Row 2, you've got 69 Gerard O'Donoghue. Beside him is number 7, Stuart Much. So you've got 2 MEVs on the second row of the grid. The third row, you've got Stuart Thompson, who's been a double champion in sports specials in the past, in number 30, and Paul Hawke in 89. The fourth row is 10 Nigel Brown and 46 Warren Vesey. Row 5 of the grid, 18 Colin Benham and 31 Sam Penton. Sixth row will be Sylvia Much in number 79 and Trevor Harbour number 70. Steve Quemby in 91 and Nigel Liddell in 199 on the inside of the 7th row. Paul Barker in 21 and Derek Hambley in 41 on the 8th row, Lloyd Mitchell 45 and Chris Burrows in 44. On the 9th row of the grid, row 10 is going to be Lewis Stockwell in 40, Andrew Hayward in 27, but no, he's not there, and he wasn't yesterday, and neither is number 65 Martin Hayward. So I think we're going to have not 21 but 19 cars on the grid. I don't see any gaps there, but we should be in for a very exciting 15-minute race. Although the cars are in different classes around here at Brands Hatch, there's not a lot to choose between them. So 15-minute race we have for the Freaky Part Sport Specials Championship. Shortly going to get the cars out onto the racetrack because the red light's shortly to go on, I think. They go on now, and the race gets underway now. Not a brilliant start from Anton Landon, but he's going to lead into the first corner. I thought from initially Marcus Crook in the blue car, the number 24 Fisher Fury, was going to make a better start and get the jump off the line that he didn't. Amongst the Mevs is that Stuart Much, I think, that has made the best of the starts, and Gerard O'Donoghue might have lost a few places there. He has gone well back into about 7th or 8th position, I think, as they headed into Druids for the first time. But it's Anton Landon in the Sienna that leads the way. He won several races during the course of last season, 4 wins that he had last year. He was the Class A champion, but not in the top 3 overall. Neil Turner, last year's champion, was from Class B. He's not racing really so far this season. Coming up to the end of the first lap then, and look at this, Anton Landon in the Sienna from the Fisher Fury of Marcus Crook. Not a lot to choose between them as they go over the line. They are about 1.6 seconds clear of Stuart Much in 3rd position. Warren Vesey has just lost 4th position, I can see there, on the way into Paddock Hill Bend, because in the background of the shot you'll see the white and orange car of Stuart Thompson. The MK Indy has gone past the Tiger at Paddock Hill Bend. Vesey will try and come back to him. Trevor Harbour, number 70, is next up, and he's got the lead of Class D at the moment from Paul Hawker, who was yesterday's winner. But it's Anton Landon that leads the way then. But this track last year was Andy Hiley that took the 2 wins, but he's not competing this weekend. Landon was 2nd on both occasions at that event. A win yesterday, can he make it the double here today? Still Stuart Much there in 3rd. Trevor Harbour, you can see in 6th place in the white cape, right up with the Tiger of Warren Vesey as well. End of lap 2, Anton Landon on the races of 53.598. They were down into the low 50s. Oh, that's an off for Derek Hambley. Derek Hambley is off into the gravel trap at Clareway. He has gone head on into the barrier, so I think his car is going to be stuck there, I'm afraid. That's a great shame for the local man from 7th, mechanical engineer. He's okay though, getting his gloves off in the number 41 mid-base TM Coupe with a Ford Duratec engine. So yellow flags covering that part of the circuit, and indeed the safety car now being called into action as well, which I'm not too surprised about. So hopefully we're able to have the Hambley car recovered fairly quickly. So we're coming up towards the end of lap 3 of the race, and it was the lead being held by number 64 Anton Landon, from number 24 Marcus Crook in 2nd position, Stuart Much in 3rd place, number 7. 4th was number 30 Stuart Thompson. Warren Vesey, number 46, was 5th, and Trevor Harbour, number 70, was in 6th position. There you can see the marshal just having a word with Derek Hambley on the inset of the shot there, and he will hopefully be winched out of the gravel shortly. The pickup truck will be on scene shortly, I think, to try and pull that car out of the gravel trap. But it's Landon that's leading the race at this stage in the number 64 car. The driver from Nantwich up in Cheshire. He's an automation and digitalisation manager by occupation. He's married with 2 grown-up children. He started racing in around about 2002 and has just done kit cars and sport specials over the years. The car that he's racing in was built by himself. It's fabricated by RJR Fabrications, Rob Johnson's company. He was a long-time racer in sports specials as well. Does all the preparation on the car. It's a Sienna Mark II, originally built in 2014. It's got a 2-litre Ford Duratec engine, and he is certainly been very successful in this car in recent seasons. Next car on track at the moment is the number 24 car of Marcus Crook, who is from Lowestoft, the owner of RB and RE Motors Limited, supported by his wife Lisa and 3 kids. Only started racing 2 years ago in sports specials, second in class and third overall in last year's championship. And the car that he races, it's a Fisher Fury. It's a very venerable car. It's 32 years old it is now, but it's got a more modern engine in it, a Focus ST 170 engine in it. Ex-Warren Vesey car. He's owned it for 2.5 years now, and he prepares it himself at the garage business that he owns. And he's looking at possibly considering moving up to Class A in the Sports Specials Championship in future, depending on how this season goes. So he's there in second place. Stuart Murch in third place, going well in the new MK Indy. Sorry, not MK Indy, MEV Exeter, I beg your pardon. He's the proprietor of MEV and also Freaking Parts as well, the championship. His wife Sylvia also races, where she's a 10th in the running order at the moment, but they both put a lot into the championship in their business. And next up then is Stuart Thompson. He's in car number 30, 2-time champion in 2024 and 2022, driving that MK Indy that has been raced by a couple of different drivers over the years, but he's had some good success, very consistent results. Stuart brings about. You can usually rely on him to often in sports specials. That's what really matters. Taking being necessarily the fastest driver to pick.
Let's see if anyone can beat those times today. There's a car, 2 cars, C leaders. Trevor Harbour and
Starters, then you can all of the points. 15 points for the win normally, but if it's less than 8 start. The truck is going to so a stoppage because
race this afternoon usually do at a 1:45, which is just over an hour away. Reminder here at Brands Hatch that the paddock is fully open, so you're more than welcome to head around the paddock, both on the outer paddock and the inner paddock by the pit garages, for those who would like to have a closer look at the cars, meet some of the drivers. If you're looking to get involved in racing as well, meet some of the 750 Motor Club personnel who will be more than happy to speak to you about how to get involved with the various championships. 750 Motor Club France, this is the third weekend in succession. The 750 Motor Club has been running race meetings with its 20 plus championships. And the series, aiming for everyone's single season, sports cars, sprint cars, and historics, as well as endurance racing. So the field is totally lined up, line of stern, and it will be a safety car restart. So we'll see that it's confirmed, but it will make sense to have that back on the as well with the order that they need to be. So they could well be a safety car restart in the order we are once the track is in a position where that is possible. So, well, the power is going to go around town over the course of the day, the etiquette and Hamilton's restaurants will be open, so food and drink. You're more than welcome to make a motorsport, the high quality dining options here at Motorsport Vision Venue. Reminder that international racing comes to Brandon in 2 weeks' time with the GT World Challenge for GT3 cars, factory drivers in several different brands, and high-octane day for 2 weeks' time here at Brandon on the Broadway circuit for the GT World Challenge event. This annual meeting on the Broadway circuit that Brandon's had. So the recovery has been completed at the clear corner. That car being towed back into the pit lane to Indy on the drivers are being advised the safety car restart, along with the different advisors to drivers on how that will work. There is a big screen as well, the big start country that tells the drivers what comes next, or this which will be obviously just one lap behind the safety car, and then racing will get underway for a yet to be defined distance. It will be Anton Land on Sienna that will control the pace on that restart for the 19 cars that remain. So the marshals on the grid, getting a few questions I think from one or the two drivers, which I think looks like it's coming towards an end, so they're just waiting I think for race control to decide of the distance. We know there was 8 minutes on the clock when the red flags were flown. The start line marshal is holding the safety car board in anticipation for this restart. The 750 Motor Club safety car is in position at the head of the queue. And the race will resume over 8 minutes, so it's just like we paused the race under the safety car when the red flags came out, and then the race will resume in a moment's time with that amount of time on the clock, I think, because that 8 minutes has disappeared from the screen again, so we'll just get confirmation about that in a moment. Track appears clear around the circuit, particularly up there at the clearways where the incident happened. So the screens have reset to 5 laps where we were. On that race suspension, in the order that we gave it to you earlier: 64 Anton Land on lead, 24 Marcus Crook second, 7 Stuart Much in third, 4th number 30 Stuart Thompson, 5th 46 Warren Vesey, 6th number 70 Trevor Harbour, 7th number 10 Nigel Brown, 8th 69 Jared O'Donoghue, 9th 89 Paul Walker, and 10th 79 Sylvia Much. Right, 8 minutes is back on the clock. This should be the completion of lap 6 once the cars pull away from this suspension. And that happens, I thought now. There was a thumbs up and a very slight movement from the safety car, and that happens this time, doesn't it? Yes, the safety car pulls away, as do the racing cars. Hopefully they will fire back up into the line on stopping yet. It has not yet started to move away. So, lap has been completed in about 8 minutes. Over that remaining time. That is what they are aiming for here. Should, in theory, be closed up, but they can't restart. When the race was paused earlier,
Quite how long, I'm not quite sure, because it's not showing on the screen. We're back under green flag racing. 7 minutes, or 7 laps have been completed. This is back underway. Not So the checker flag has come out at the end of the Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship, and it was then a win for Anton Landen. Second win of the weekend for him. Pulled out a lead of about 2 seconds in the end over Marcus Cook, with Stuart Thompson in third position. We'll give you a look at the results of that Freaky Part Sports Specials Championship race, and once again apologies for some technical issues that we're experiencing with the stream this morning. This afternoon, as it now is. We'll continue to work on those, but let's have a look at the results now. 64 Anton Landen it was that took the win at the end of 15 laps, the Sino Mark II. Second was number 24 Marcus Cook, ahead of Stuart Thompson third, Stuart Much fourth, Jared O'Donoghue fifth, Nigel Brown 6th, Warren Vesey 7th. Class winner in Class D was Trevor Harbour, he was 8th. Paul Locker 9th, and Sylvia Much rounded out the top 10. We'll hear hopefully from our class winners as we head down to Yusuf bin Sahel in pit lane.
We're back in the pit lane with our top 3, or I shouldn't say top 3, I should say our class winners of the Freaky Parts Sports Specials race. Let's have a chat then with our Class A and overall winner, Anton Landon, who has perfectly timed taking off his helmet. How are you doing, Anton?
All right, good, thank you. A bit more comfortable this time from yesterday, so yeah.
It looked like maybe the hardest part was getting out of the car at the end.
Yeah, it's a big lump to get out of the car, you know, so there you go.
How's the heat out there? Because it's really hot as well, and you look like you're sweating a little bit.
It's warmer, but we had the break in the middle doing a few laps behind the safety car, so you didn't have to work so hard. So, and then they said it was 8 minutes. I don't know if it actually lasted another 8 minutes. It felt shorter, but there you go. But it was good. I saw Marcus behind me. I got a good start in the first time, and then the second start, I think I got the jump on him behind the safety car. Saw him coming and managed to pull a little gap. Then we got traffic and he got stuck again. So there you go.
Well, fantastic stuff with the win. And, well, we'll see you next time out, which I think, where's your next event?
Silverstone. So that's the beginning of May, mid-May, something like that. So that'll be good on the GP circuit with the Sports 1000s as well. So that'll be great.
Perfect. Right, I think we are running out of time, so I'm just going to get a very quick word from Marcus. I've only got about 10 seconds with you, Marcus.
Okay, yeah, excellent race. Well done, Anton, for winning. Can I just say congratulations to my daughter Kaylee, who gave birth to a little baby boy yesterday.
That was an excellent 10 seconds. And back over to the commentary box.
Engine problems, so we have 2 empty spaces, but we have 14 cars. Don't let the no numbers.
Thank you very much, Yusuf, down there in pit lane. We've got the cars on the grid for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And we had a fantastic race for these cars yesterday. Should have another good one today as well. And the grid for this was set by the second fastest times in qualifying yesterday. Pole position then, it's the James Hazelhurst car in number 1. He's got number 41 Jason Wood next to him. Number 10 Jake Wood is on the inside of the second row, but no Titch Calsell. He sadly had a roll in the race yesterday at Paddock Hill Bend, so he was not able to start today. 72 Lee Scott and 53 Harry Palmer making his debut this weekend on the third row, and that's Matthew Stubbington and Darren Bassingthwaite on row 4. Then Jamie Upchurch, Ted Cooper, Martin Kayser, Derek Rosier, Ewan Lynch, Thomas Lins, Alan Tuley, and at the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty it's Andy Philpott. So very shortly we will get underway for a 15-minute race for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. The lights have gone on and they have gone out now, and the race is underway. I'm afraid my stream is frozen, so I will commentate out of the window for the moment. It is James Hazelhurst that is leading the way then. It looks like it's Jason Wood in the Nova in second position. The cars climb up towards Druids for the first time. It looks like it's Lee Scott there in third place in the Fiesta as they arrive up at Druids once again. I'm afraid we're having problems with the stream again, so hopefully you can hear me, but down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend go the leaders. It's Hazelhurst leading. It's Jason Wood in second. Lee Scott in the Fiesta XR2i is in third place. It's Matthew Stubbington fourth, and it's Jake Wood who was the winner yesterday dramatically as they came across the line. He got the better of James Hazelhurst to win his maiden race yesterday. He's in fifth place at the moment, so with race to go up towards the end of the first lap then, it is the lead for James Hazelhurst. Second is Jason Wood. In third place is Lee Scott. Fourth is Matthew Stubbington, and fifth is Jake Wood. Down through Paddock Hill Bend they go for the second time in this race, and it's Hazelhurst pulling out a bit of a gap over the next two, but Lee Scott is going to the outside line trying to find a way past the red Nova of Jason Wood up at the top of the hill at Druids. It's now Jake Wood ahead of Matthew Stubbington as well, so a change for fourth there. Jake Wood in the grey Nova has got ahead of the grey and orange 205 of Matthew Stubbington, and buying into that as well now is Harry Palmer, number 53, 65. The number of years his grandfather Bob Simpson raced in 750 Formula is the cousin of Jake Doherty, who's taken over the car that Bob used to race in 750 Formula, and he's having his very first race weekend at the age of just 16, and he's had a great weekend so far. had a 7th place result yesterday, bringing in the top 6 here. Up to the line they come to complete the next lap. It's Hazelhurst leading, it's Jason Wood in second, but it's Harry Palmer that's trying to make a move now, just behind this leading group, trying to go around the outside of Matthew Stubbington for 5th position, which he's not able to make work, but he's giving it a really good go. He's having another go now on the run up the hill towards the right-hander at Druids. He's on the outside line though, so I don't think he's going to be able to get past Stubbington there. But really close between them, and very, very close for 2nd position as well, because Lee Scott in the white Fiesta getting close to the back of the red Nova of Jason Wood as they headed down through towards the left of the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. I did have a bit of a stream on my screen, but it's a little bit intermittent at my end, so apologies. I'm commentating on what's going on out of the window, so it's quite fortunate that we can have a good view of the circuit from this Brands Hatch commentary box, because what I see on my screen is a little bit intermittent. So up and over the line they come to complete lap number 3. It's the number 1 car in the lead of the race, which is James Hazelhurst, but I think this time Jason Wood is a bit closer to him. Yes, he took a few hundredths of a second out of his lead on that lap. So it's Hazelhurst leading, it's Jason Wood secondly, Scott is 3rd. Oh, and a challenge for 5th here. It's Harry Palmer up the inside of Matthew Stubbington, and he's gone up into 5th place there. A massive manoeuvre that by Harry Palmer to get 5th place away from the very much more experienced Matthew Stubbington. He's won races in the past, and now can Harry Palmer chase after the lead quartet, including yesterday's race winner Jake Wood, who's at the back of that group. There you can just see in shot now, Harry Palmer's got ahead of Stubbington. Just behind them you've got Darren Bastingthwaite and Ted Cooper, who was the runner-up in the championship last year as well. So leaders now through Clearways. And what are we on? We're on lap 4 of this 15-minute race, and it is up and over the line they come once again. Hazelhurst leading, but Jason Wood is looking like he might make a move into Paddock Hill Bend. He's right in the toe, goes to the left-hand side of the circuit. Danger there is that he leaves the door open for Lee Scott, but Lee Scott didn't walk through it, so Lee Scott still in 3rd position and Jake Wood in 4th. The gap between 4th and 5th is about 1.7 seconds back to Harry Palmer, and now it's Lee Scott trying to go around the outside of the 2nd place car of Jason Wood. That might give him the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. They drop down towards the left-hander, and can Lee Scott go through? Yes, he can. Lee Scott in the white Fiesta goes through into 2nd position. It's Jason Wood in 3rd, and in 4th place now it's the car of Jake Wood. So the it's practically a forest in 3rd position now. They are chasing after Lee Scott, and the race leader James Hazelhurst. Scott, the man from Essex, has more speed through Clearways. He gets a bit of an overlap on James Hazelhurst, but he's on the outside line, and he's took him back in behind to use the toe along the Brabham Straight. It's a 16-wheeled classic stock hatch into Paddock Hill Bend. They all stay in the same order somehow through that part of the circuit. Meanwhile, Harry Palmer in 5th position is getting away from Matt Stubbington as well. My stream was completely frozen, by the way, here in the commentary box, so I'm going to keep talking what's going on out of the window. And Lee Scott's got the overlap on James Hazelhurst now. Is he going to do what he did to Jason Wood on the previous lap? No, he can't quite make that work this time. So it's Jason Wood in 3rd place, but we've got the challenge on for the lead. Lee Scott going up the inside of James Hazelhurst, and still not able to go through. So we've got 4 cars for the lead as they make their way through Clearways and towards Clark Curve once again. Lee Scott again gets an overlap on James Hazelhurst, again on the outside line through Clark Curve. They're coming up to the line. This is to complete lap number 6 of the race now. There's still sort of 9 minutes of the race to go. They're absolutely alongside as they head through over the line that time. Into Paddock Hill Bend is Hazelhurst, who didn't win at all during the course of last season when he won the championship. Is he going to be able to hold on from Lee Scott here? He's certainly got his work cut out. Jason Wood and indeed Jake Wood showing good speed up to Druids as well. Almost, I think, Jason Wood getting into the back of Lee Scott's Fiesta there as they turned their way through Druids. Out of Druids they go, down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend they go, still somehow in the same order. But I think Harry Palmer in 5th position is getting closer now. Yes, he did a 59.6, his personal best lap on the previous lap, and that was about 1.1 seconds faster than the cars ahead of him. So he's bringing the gap down to 1.5 seconds. Can Harry Palmer, before the end of this race, making it 5-car battle for the lead on his maiden race weekend? 7 laps about to be completed, and it is Hazelhurst the leader. It is Scott in second place. It's Jason Wood in third. Jake Wood, his son, in fourth. That time through, Palmer did not. Well, he got another 0.2 closer actually. The gap down to 1.3 seconds between fourth and fifth. Top 4 turning their way around Druids, and this time it's Jake Wood on the outside of his father. It's not going to work. That's going to tuck back in behind him as they drop back down the hill. Turn their way through Graham Hill Bend. A good exit from Graham Hill Bend by Lee Scott. He's going to try and get alongside James Hazelhurst, who's going to be on the outside line for Surtees, but that might give him the inside line for McLaren. But no, again, he can't capitalise on that. He has to look back in behind him. But look at them now. Harry Palmer, who has a bit of a lock-up there through Clearways, is virtually with them now. So we are going to get that 5-car battle for the lead in this Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship. It's side by side for the lead of the race once again, though. Lee Scott's got a bonnet length ahead now of James Hazelhurst as they head into Paddock Hill Bend. It's Hazelhurst who's got the car turned in first, though. Lee Scott still there in second position. Scott on the outside line for the right-hander at Druids. Can he go all the way around the outside? Jake Wood was meanwhile trying to go up the inside of his father Jason for third position. It's side by side for the lead. It's side by side for third place as well as they drop down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend, and it's Lee Scott that's got the lead, so he's got through, but Jake Wood hasn't on his father Jason. So it's Lee Scott now leading, number 72 from number 1 James Hazelhurst in second. Jason Wood is third, Jake Wood is fourth, and in fifth place it's Harry Palmer. We've still got 6 minutes of this race to go. Round the Clark curve they go then. Matt Stubbington not too far away from the lead quintet either now. So it's Scott up and over the line to complete lap number 9 of the race. A bit breathless this one. Best lap of the race so far has gone to Jason Wood on a 59.614 by the way, but he's not yet been able to make a challenge for the lead. Hazelhurst is not given up on getting the lead back away from Lee Scott, of course. Jake Wood again to the outside of his father Jason, and this time has got a little bit further than he did on the previous time, and I think he might do it this time because he's going to be on the inside line as they head down to Graham Hill Bend, and he's gone through. So Jake Wood now ahead of his dad up into third, and you've got Nova's third, fourth and fifth place now right together. So you've got Fiesta, Peugeot, then 3 Vauxhall Novas right together in the order. Jake Wood, Jason Wood and the rookie Harry Palmer. He has that customary little lock-up as they go into Clearways, but can he challenge for a podium position here on his first weekend in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship at the age of just 16? Over the line they come. Jake Wood getting alongside James Hazelhurst here, and his father Jason trying to split them, I think, and go between the two of them as they go into Paddock Hill Bend. Jake Wood getting a wheels upon the curb there through Paddock Hill Bend, and he's got second, has he, from Hazelhurst. His dad Jason might go past both of them here. He's on the inside, and Jason Wood has gone second. He's gone past Jake, and he's gone past James Hazelhurst, and the man who was leading the race, James Hazelhurst, is now back down to fourth position. Harry Palmer right alongside Hazelhurst as well briefly there. This is a crazy race, this, in the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Hatch Championship, even better than the race that we had yesterday. So through the right hander they go at Clearways towards Clark Curve. This to complete lap number 11. 4 minutes of the race left to go, so probably going to be 4 more laps at the end of this one. It's going to be, I think it's going to be 4, looking at the way the time is falling. Lee Scott now has a big lead all of a sudden. It comes across the timing line with a lead of 1.1 seconds over Jason Wood. So as he checked out here, is the battle really now for the minor podium positions. It's the Woods, Jason and Jake, second and third. Can Hazelhurst in the Peugeot buy back into this, or is Harry Palmer possibly going to upset the apple cart? He locks up going into the hairpin at Druids that time, but is unable to make it through. Matt Stubbington, who's in sixth, is not very far behind. By the way, it's Darren Battingthwaite 7th, Ted Cooper 8th, Derek Rosier 9th, and Ewan Lintz completing the top 10. But understandably, we've been focusing here really on the leading contenders in this race. Lee Scott, who was, as I say, 1.1 seconds in the lead at the end of the previous lap. I think it's probably a similar margin now, and things have just become becalmed in the last few moments. Over the line they come to complete lap number 12 then. And it is Scott who still leads, but Jason Wood has just done the best lap of the race there with 59.159. He's got the gap down to less than 1 second again, so it's not necessarily all over yet. Jason Wood might have one bite of the cherry. Of course, the race result yesterday was only determined when the cars came over the line at the very end of the race, with Jake Wood getting the better of James Hazelhurst on the drag out of Clark Curve and along the Brabham Straight. Are we going to see a similar situation here in the final Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch race of the weekend? A problem for James Hazelhurst there, who's slowed right down. He's got a problem with his car, and that promotes Harry Palmer on his first race weekend up into 4th position, and Matthew Stubbington 5th and Darren Bassingthwaite 6th. But James Hazelhurst has got a big problem with his Peugeot 205. He's going to struggle even to get to the pit lane at the rate he's going. Possibly might be more well advised to head into the back entrance to the pits, but he's keeping out of everyone's way there as the slower cars go past him. 2 laps to go now in this race, and it's Lee Scott that is leading by 1.1 seconds again, so the lead has gone back out once more. So it's Lee Scott that is leading, Jason Wood 2nd, Jake Wood 3rd, and Harry Palmer with 2 laps to go. Can he get into a podium position? That remains to be seen, but it's Nova's 2nd, 3rd and 4th now after the demise of James Hazelhurst in his Peugeot, which I think has probably now made it back to the pit lane. Yes, he has. And so he's retired from the race. The only retirement so far, Alan Dooley is the last car still circulating in 13th position. So Lee Scott turning his way through Clark Curve for the penultimate time, I reckon, because by the time they get to the timing line, we'll have less than a minute to go, and therefore we will be on to the final lap of the race. So Lee Scott over the line, gets the last lap board, 53 seconds of the race to go, but it's another fastest lap of the race for Jason Wood, 58.921 now for him, which is faster than the time his son Jake set in yesterday's race. So he's brought the gap back down to just under 3/4 of a second. Is he going to be able to do anything about Lee Scott on the final lap? Lee Scott, very experienced. He's won lots of championships in this car, both in Classic Stock Catch Class B, and Road Saloons. Lots and lots of experience, Lee Scott, so he knows how to drive that Fiesta very wide and to keep cars at bay behind him. I think he's probably going to be safe here because he's still got a decent advantage as they head into Surtees for the final time. They turn their way through Clearway, through McLaren and Clearways towards Clark Curve, and up to the line they will come, and it's going to be a victory for the number 72 car, Lee Scott, winning round 2 of the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship. 2nd, Jason Wood. 3rd to our winner yesterday, Jake Wood. Great result for Harry Palmer, 7th and a 4th from his first weekend in Classic Stock Catch. A great return. Stubbington 5th, Darren Bassingthwaite 6th, 7th and 8th overlapping as they come to the line as well. It's just going to be the 73 car, which is Ewan Lenz ahead of Ted Cooper, so that changes right at the line. So Ted Cooper relegated to 8th, Derek Rose, I should say, in 9th place. Andy Philpotts, who started at the back of the grid with a 10-second penalty, did get a top 10 finish as reward for his efforts as well, with Thomas Lintz, Jason Upchurch, who got a penalty for track limits infringements, I think, and Alan Dooley, the final finishers at the end of that Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch Championship race. So, great result there for Lee Scott. Two extremes really in terms of the race winners this weekend. Jake Wood, an experienced driver, and Jason Wood and Lee Scott, I should say, many times a race winner, including around here at Brands Hatch. So Jason Wood taking 2nd place in that race behind Lee Scott, Jake Wood 3rd, 4th place to Harry Palmer, he'll be very pleased with that, 5th to Matt Stubbington, 6th to Darren Bassingthwaite, 7th to Ewan Lintz, 8th to Ted Cooper, 9th to Derek Rosier, and rounding out the top 10, number 13, Andy Philpotts. I can see that cars are heading into pit lane, and very shortly they'll be in the hands of Yusuf Bin Sahel to hear from the top 3. Then we'll be going to our lunch break, and we'll be back racing again at around about 1:45, and hopefully we'll have sorted out some of our technical issues by then, but we'll go down to Yusuf. So yes, Yusuf is done that, and we can hear from him now.
Well, the classic stock hatch has given us some fantastic racing. In fact, the win was so good by Lee Scott, who is over there, that he forgot to come in to the first, second, third spots in Parc Ferme. So we'll hopefully catch a chat with Lee in a moment once he gets himself out of his car. Let's go and have a chat with our third place driver, Jake Wood, who has come off the back yesterday from a really good race win. I don't know which race you might have enjoyed more, Jake.
Oh, I don't know. I had to work hard for that podium, but yeah, Jesus, pushed the limits there. But yeah, good result that.
The commentary team said that you might have to do some apologising to Mum.
Yeah, she might have had a heart attack after that one. I thought I was going to put it in my dad's store, but luckily not. But yeah, it was good. Very, very good battle. He got me on the inside. I tried to defend him, but too old for me.
Thankfully, nothing too serious for family drama, but 2 podiums this weekend, going on to Silverstone in a few weeks' time. What do you reckon you can do there?
Oh, I don't know. I was not expecting this weekend, and yeah, I'm over the moon with that. Like, Silverstone is a long way away with 35 kilos of ballast now, so yeah, we'll see what we can do.
Well, good luck for Silverstone, and congrats again on the podium.
Cheers, thank you, mate.
Right, we'll have a chat with second place driver Jason Wood. You showed him how it's done, didn't you?
I tried my best, yeah. Just tried to keep my son behind me was the most important thing in this race, yeah. Just gets more kudos points around the dinner table, that's all.
Well, was there ever a thought in the back of your head, please, for the love of God, don't crash into me?
Yeah, he has respect, I think, and I have respect for him, so we knew that wasn't going to happen, to be fair. So we'd rather not win the race or come in the top on the podium, but bring the cars home and we both smile at the end of the day then. Yeah, so good.
A lot to smile about as well, I think, and towards the end it looked like you kind of stopped having your dogfight and tried to start hunting down Lee.
I did. I mean, it was I don't know how far he was up the road, maybe a couple of attempts or whatever, but trying to get that back at Brands Hatch, and Lee's such a good driver, and he carries so much more speed through the most important corner of Paddock Hill. Favours the brave in his car, and he's both, I guess.
Well, the cars for both of you look to be in a pretty good place. Silverstone coming up in a bit. Does it normally fare quite well at Silverstone?
My first ever win was at Silverstone, yeah, and the best ever race I had with Ted Cooper was last year. I finished second, but it was milliseconds across the line, but what a fantastic race, the best race I've ever had.
So expecting a clean sweep then, right?
I can't expect anything in racing. I try my best, that's all I'll do.
Absolutely. Congrats again on second, and we'll see you at Silverstone.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Now, Lee has been a bit of a wily old fox in this race because you broke clear of everyone.
Yeah, got lucky, right?
No, I think that was skill.
Yeah, I'll let you say that. Yeah, cool. Yeah, but these guys are pretty talented, you know.
And, absolutely.
And youth counts for a lot as well, you know.
Is it what, a few tenths per year?
I don't know. I've not measured it.
No, okay.
But you get slower.
I'll take your word for it on that one. How was the race though? Because it looked like you were having an amazing battle out on track.
It was brilliant. The guys were really difficult to get past. There was they didn't make it easy for me. I had to use every trick I had in the book. Eventually made it, so thrilled with that. Yeah.
Now he said he's like the best driver ever at Silverstone.
That's his opinion.
Well, good luck for Silverstone. Is it a track that you're particularly good at?
I don't think it necessarily favours Fiesta because it's quite a fast track. I think Fiesta prefers the twistier stuff, but we'll give it a go.
Well, congrats again on the win and best of luck for Silverstone.
Thank you very much.
So that is our top 3 for the Vulcan Racing Classic Stock Catch. Now we're going to segue absolutely seamlessly into our paddock show, you could call it, our pit lane walk. And in the pit lane we've got a lot of BMWs because they will have their 90-minute endurance race coming up. So we'll pretty much go into quite a lot of these pit lanes, or pit boxes I should say, have a chat with some of our drivers. A few of them are potentially on lunch breaks. Now we've got the 234 that is going through a little something. Let's see if we can have a little chat. We won't try to go too far in because then sometimes the camera doesn't quite connect. Hello, what are you doing to the car?
Just getting it prepped.
What goes into prepping one of these?
So obviously to get it prepped, got to do tyre pressures, checking the suspension, spanner check all the way around, refueling, and then just make sure it's ready all the way around.
How much fuel does it go through in a race?
top of my head, depends how long we're racing, so it changes.
Well, we've got a 90-minute race coming up.
So probably at 46, 48 litres, similar to that.
That's almost as economical as my car, to be fair. That gets through fuel very, very quickly. Oh, there you are. Let's see if we, you know what? Let's invite ourselves into this conversation. Oh, he's running away from me. Oh well. We'll go over to this side. There's oh no, it's me on the TV screen. Hello.
Hi.
What's your name?
Jay.
Are you racing?
I'm not racing, I'm a mechanic.
Oh, you're a mechanic. Who are you mechanicking for?
40-40.
All of the cars in 40-40?
Yes.
Do you have a preference of drivers?
I do. Paul Offord.
Paul Offord. How's Paul doing? How's qualifying for Paul?
Didn't go too badly. Not quite what he wanted, but he's about half a second off. But he's going to hopefully make it back in the race.
Have you got any little mechanicking tricks to make him go faster?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh, you're racing soon?
I want to race next year, hopefully.
What will you be racing in?
In the series, 116 trophy.
So are you going to be spannering and racing at the same time?
Hopefully.
That sounds like a recipe for disaster.
No, because then you get to know the car better.
Very smart, very wise future driver. We'll keep our eyes out for you. What's your name again?
Jay.
Jay for 2027. You've got a racing suit on, so I'm going to make a crazy assumption that you're a racing driver.
I could be, yes. Yeah.
You could be?
I am, yes.
Okay. What's your name?
My name's Albert Henriksen Bell.
Albert Henriksen Bell. I remember seeing that name on the timing sheets. You were doing quite well in qualifying, weren't you?
I did, yes. I think I qualified. Yeah, I did qualify third place. I think it was about half a tenth off pole, so I'm pleased with that. First outing this weekend in the car. Well, first time in a car racing this weekend, so very, very pleased, yeah.
Well, if it's your first outing, you're going to be gaining time as this weekend goes on, right?
I should clarify, it's not my first time in the car, but it's my first race weekend. Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I mean, still, first race weekend is very different to testing and all of that, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yes, for certain. I mean, it's such a big change in mindset as to how you're approaching it. Testing, you can go into it a bit more open-minded, like, okay, try this. You've got a bit more time. Today, going into qualifying, it was just find a gap, see what I can do, make it work.
And in terms of, finding the setup, are you happy with where the car is, or are you making little last-second changes?
So there were some changes. So we had some struggles in qualifying yesterday for the sprints, just with setup, struggling a bit with turn in, but we sorted that out just before the race. And yeah, very, very pleased with the car and where it's at now. I think it must be okay to be this high up in qualifying. Yeah.
Well, you sound pleased with the car. The car's probably quite pleased with you as well. Good luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
We'll definitely keep an eye out for Albert in the race. And we're going to head on over to a couple more garages. By a lot more garages. We have got quite a long lunch break that we can make use of. You look very cool in that vest.
You caught me well off guard here on my lunch break.
Yeah, food in mouth. What are you eating?
Chicken.
Just chicken, raw chicken?
Chicken, pure chicken. Breadcrumb though, 10 out of 10.
Fantastic. Are you racing?
I'm not. I'm running these two with MJ Tech.
Very shiny.
Well, you've got to keep them clean. Makes them nice and slick in the stream. So no, it's good.
How slick have they been in qualifying?
Boys did really well. So we got 5th and 6th, I believe, for the trophy race. And then yesterday they did really well as well. Will finished 2nd in the second race and 3rd in the first race. So good pace, and it's going to be an interesting season to go forward from here.
That's very professional. Do you race at all?
I don't. I might get out at some point next year. It'll be interesting to see. These keep trying to get me out on circuit. But no, you caught me really off guard as I've never been in front of the camera before, so...
It looks like they're taking the mick out of you. Do you want to grab one of them and bring them over here?
Oh yeah, Will! Scott, come here!
Fantastic, thank you.
I'll let them talk them through the car for you.
Okay.
Got me storing here, mate.
Now, I heard that apparently he set up the car and maintained the car so well, and he's absolutely devastated that you didn't pole it.
Well,
he didn't say that.
I was going to say, a bit unfair to the guys who did prepare the car, but, well, we didn't pole it, but, I mean, the car, it's done on a car weight limit, and I think me and Will are about 95 kilograms, so some of the others are probably 50, so take it all into consideration. I think we'd be on pole.
So are you, 40 kilos over some of the other drivers?
I think, yeah, because it's done on the car weight for this, whereas yesterday it's done on driver and car. To be fair, my car is very light, but then as soon as I get in it, I'm probably 95 with kit. So if you're if you're 60 kilograms, he got a 30 kilogram advantage on me straight away. That's just the nature of the championship. But yeah, I have just had a massive lunch as well, so I've not made it any better. But
is this that famous chicken that I'm hearing about?
What chicken?
I don't know. Your mechanic said that he was having chicken.
Oh no, I had beef. So
right.
I don't know about the
So is this high quality beef for the drivers and then chicken for the mechanic?
Yeah. Me and Will just get treated like princes, and everyone else just gets just the bottom of the barrel stuff around here.
Is this true, Will?
Yeah, pretty sure. Yeah, every race.
So I'd say that weight, it's a handicap, makes you faster. So when the slimming does occur, you'll just be destroying everyone the second a lap.
That is it. That is the plan. So for this race, we just want to get handicap ourselves, and maybe later on down the year, once we've done some, a summer cut, we'll be right up there. But for now, we're just happy to stick around 6th or 7th. Ooh.
Oh, right. You know what? I was going to talk to Will after that. That is absolutely atrocious. I hope they do well, but honestly, after that comment, that was ridiculous. This garage is very empty. Clearly, some of the BMW teams have heard that I'm wandering around and have literally vacated it as if it's the start of a zombie apocalypse. Although, if there was a zombie apocalypse, I think I'd rather be in the race car. At least that way, I could, things would end having a lot of fun. And I could take down some zombies with me as well. Anyway, let's ignore zombies. Let's come into here. Do we have any racing drivers? Oh, are you the racing driver, sir?
Racing driver, yes.
What's your name, racing driver?
Luke Fox.
Luke, I recognise that name. You did very well last year.
Yeah, we did.
How's this year going?
We started yesterday, 2nd and 3rd. So, yeah, not too bad.
And qualifying for today?
Sharing a car with Connor at 10th.
10th. So, what's the change from 2nd and 3rd to 10th?
Different car. First time driven this car.
Oh, is it? It's a brand new car?
No, it's Connor's car, so I'm sharing Connor's car, but I've never driven Connor's car, so you have to drive it slower when it's not your car, because you worry about bending someone else's car. Connor will tell you. Yeah, speak to Connor.
Okay. Is that Connor behind you? Okay. Let's have a chat with Connor. Have a little jog around. Fueling up the car?
Yeah, fueling the car. How's it going?
Yeah, not too bad. So is it true then Luke's just trying not to break your car?
Yeah, basically, yeah. He's just taking it a bit easy. He doesn't want to damage it, but it's fine. He can go all out. It's absolutely fine.
Right, so Luke's got no excuses now?
No excuses whatsoever.
Do you know your stuff? No. He said he doesn't know his stuff. That's a bit worrying. How much fuel's going into the car?
We normally put like a full tank in, because we do 90 minutes, don't we? So, yeah, quite a bit.
Fair enough. Yeah, I heard from someone else it's about 45 litres apparently.
Yeah,
but
about that, yeah. Roughly speaking, yeah.
Any special grade fuel?
No, just normal pump fuel. Yeah.
Is it 95 octane or 99?
It's 99, I think.
The best that can come out, yeah, Tesco. Other brands are available as well. Well, best of luck, and we'll catch you in the race.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much.
Right, we'll make our way down the grid and on to some more. I think we've still got a bit more time, don't we, for this lunch break interviews. Right, we've got so this car is getting tracked. That's what those fancy strings are, to make sure all of the camber, the toe, and all of that is right. Let's have a chat with our mechanic. How's the tracking looking?
Bit wonky, if I'm honest.
Oh, who bent it?
No comment.
Okay, not you then.
Might have used a bit too much curb, possibly. Put it that way.
Understandable. I'm guessing you're the driver of the car?
I'm afraid so, yeah.
What's your name, sorry?
Pete Brand. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How did qualifying go, apart from, bending the car?
Not as well as I hoped, if I'm honest. I qualified 19th for the trophy race. Normally try and get top 10 is my aim, so I've got some work to do this afternoon, but yeah, looking forward to it.
I'd just say you're trying to make it more exciting for yourself.
Definitely making it hard for myself, yeah.
Well, Pete, good luck straightening all of that out. What's off? Is it just the toe, camber, everything?
Toe, yes. Way too much toe, so that explains the handling, which is nice because now I know what it is. I can sort it out and stick it on P1.
Toe out or toe in at the moment?
A lot more toe out than I should have, yes.
You'll have great turning then.
Not on the straight, that's when you don't want it.
Absolutely. Well, I'll leave you to it, and best of luck for the race. Now, that was Pete Brand. Oh, we've got another driver. Driver or mechanic?
Driver.
Driver, what's your name?
Giles Carter.
Giles, was it?
Yeah.
How did qualifying go?
About where I need it to be, 28th. So I have a bit more ground to find in the race. I think I know where I need to do it. So,
Well, where do you need to do it?
2 particular corners.
Oh, okay. Is it a secret?
No, Druids and what's on the top?
Clearways?
Clearways, yeah. Clearways, yeah. So,
well, best of luck finding that time in there. Is the car all set, ready to go?
Yeah, good, yeah. Full of fuel and everything, yeah. So, yeah, all good. All good, yeah.
Well, best of luck, Giles.
All right, thank you very much.
We'll continue making our way down. We've got some. Oh, let's have a chat. Are you just here spectating?
Yes, we are, yeah.
What's your name?
Nick.
Did you think that you'd be on a live stream today?
No, I did not.
Any particular reason you're at Brands Hatch?
Having a look at the classic stock hatch, because we're thinking of competing ourselves, so having a look and seeing what's going on, really. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Did you enjoy the classic race then earlier on?
Yeah, nice close race. So yeah, good.
Any particular car you're thinking of getting?
Probably a Peugeot 205. I think that's what we're sort of looking at. So yeah.
Yeah, good choice. Peugeots tend to do quite well. Well, then hopefully we'll be seeing you next year in a few years.
Yeah, possibly. Well, it'd be my brother competing and me running the car for him. So yeah, hopefully sometime later this year. Yeah.
Sorry, what's your name?
Ross.
Ross, nice to meet you. So 2027, Ross going to be in the car?
Potentially, yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think 205 is definitely looking the most likely. Maybe a 106 if we find the right one, but it looks like a really good series, so definitely it's something I want to get into.
Well, perfect, and we've got you some interview experience as well for next year, and hopefully, yeah, we'll see you on some podiums next year at some point. No worries at all. So we might have some new drivers then for the classic stock hatch. We've got a mechanic underneath the car, and we've got two racing drivers. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at Tom's accident damage from qualifying.
Oh no, Tom, what did you do?
Got into the side of someone, which is probably quite obvious. No, we're just seeing what we need to do before the race.
What does need to be done then, do you reckon?
Bit of gaffer tape, I think. The trouble is, there's not much we can do at this point. We haven't got anything spares with us, so just patch it back up and not do it again.
Nothing a bit of duct tape and spit grease doesn't fix, right?
If you've got some, let's do it.
So, aside from crashing the car, well, it's not really a crash. Aside from damaging the car slightly in qualifying, how did quality go?
It wasn't too bad. It's just so busy out there. There's 35, 40 cars here, so that's a car every second and a half or so. So the closing speeds, you're always catching cars. So trying to find a decent lap was hard enough. And obviously with two drivers in our car, obviously we split the time. So we're sort of a bit of an uphill battle against the single driver cars, but we're starting, I think, 15th, 16th. So we've got a few to get back through, but make the race a bit more interesting.
Absolutely. We'll keep an eye out for your car, and hopefully nothing falls off it.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
So, Anthony Seddon is a driver I would like to have a chat with. If I'm not mistaken, Anthony qualified second. Hello, is Anthony around?
Anthony is me.
Oh, Anthony's you. Hello, Anthony.
Hi, how are you? Do you want to speak to George as well? Here, George is number 2. Come on.
He's running away.
We'll have a double interview, hey?
How's it going?
Great. I couldn't be happier than being at the front with Anthony, so it's going to be a good battle.
Okay, so where did you qualify again? Because it was on the front row.
2.
Who's starting the race? Oh, you're both in.
Different cars.
Oh, okay.
2-man is George.
Yeah.
And we're in car number 5 on pole.
Okay, so what's the plan then? Starting on the front row together. Obviously, don't hit each other.
Well, I shall try not to do that again. I shall try very hard not to do that.
To get round the first 2 or 3 laps just unscathed, build up a bit of a gap, and then just get into a slow and steady rhythm, and then keep it consistent and navigate through the traffic unscathed. Should we say?
Wave at each other.
Will there be a lot of waving or certain gestures coming out?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, don't need to worry about that.
Are there any drivers behind you that you're particularly worried about?
No.
Loving the confidence.
Ready to go.
Right, well, best of luck. The car's all prepped, ready to go? Nearly. Oh, what's left?
Just checking things.
Just checking?
Yeah, just checking that no broken drive shafts again like yesterday.
Oh, how did that happen?
He's mechanically unsympathetic, and he drives it. He's too aggressive.
I mean, that works for the sprints, but for this, maybe not as much.
Maybe a different car though. It's 120. So
you need to be a bit more sympathetic, don't you?
No curbs at Graham Hill Bend.
Never touch them.
Well, chaps, best of luck for your race, and don't hit each other. We've got our full front row for the trophy race later on today. Right, we've got over to garage number 19. There's a helmet on top of the car, but no drivers in sight. We can have a look. It's all very nice and clean, isn't it? My car definitely isn't this clean. So spick and span, ready to go racing. Hopefully, maybe some fuel needs to go in. That's more of our MJ Tech drivers. Let's have a little wander in, shall we? Let's just hear what's happening. We do have a racing driver. Hello. What? Oh, someone's got a tail as well. How's the racing going? How's qualifying going?
Yeah, all right, I think. Yeah.
Just all right?
Yeah, just all right. Got a few laps in. Yeah, car felt all right. Yeah. I think we're 16th, but
about half mid-pack.
Yeah, mid-pack.
That's where all the fun is, right?
Exactly.
What's the plan for the race?
Don't know. He's going to start. James is going to start.
Hello, James.
Hi. Yeah, I'm starting, so I've got the Carnage start. I mean, last time we did this, well, Callum started the past few, so I think it's my turn. Hopefully stay out of trouble.
Does he normally crash at the start?
No, he's super clean. My worry is that if I go out and put a wheel loose, then break something, then he's not going to be able to take over. But that's on to me.
Are you a big fan of Brands Hatch?
Yeah. I like Brands Hatch. Yeah, tends to go well around here.
Okay. Sorry, what was that?
TCR lap record, was it last time?
Lap record? What, here?
No, not in this, in a TCR car, yeah.
Oh, okay. Bit of a kind of power downgrade.
Yeah, just a little bit.
So what do you normally race then in TCR?
Hyundai Elantra TCR car.
Oh, very fancy. So what are you doing here then? Is this just to get a bit more practice in, bit more racecraft practice?
It's just a bit of fun with James. It's a Sunday fun day. James asked me to come down and have a good race with him, so yeah, I thought why not.
I own the team, and then we've come here, go and have some fun, let Rare down away from the pressures of TCR, and hopefully Callum can teach me a thing or two.
Has he taught you anything yet?
A lot, actually, yeah.
Okay. Could you explain to our viewers, some words of wisdom that you've learnt?
Well, trade secrets, that is, isn't it?
That is trade secrets, to be fair. I fully appreciate that. Anyway, best of luck, chaps, and we'll see you out on track in a couple of hours, I think. So, almost tripped over tyres there. So I think they said they were starting in 16th. Completely forgot their names because I've got about the memory of a goldfish. We've got more cars being filled up. Let's have a little wander in. That fuel looks lovely.
Yeah, it is.
Tesco's finest.
Why is everyone getting fuel from Tesco's? Is something better about Tesco's fuel?
It works really well.
Ah, fair enough. Are there of you the driver for the car?
Drivers are all sunning themselves outside.
Sunning themselves? It's too hot. They should need some shade, I think.
No, they're from Guernsey, so they love a bit of sun.
Understandable. And they love an island circuit, but we're not at Alton Park this weekend. How have they done, do you think?
It's good that it's their first races this weekend, so it's just good to keep it clean, I guess.
Right, I'm going to interrupt their sunlight, and hopefully I'm still seen by the camera. One driver's already run away. Hello.
Hi, are you alright?
I'm alright, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
You look like you're enjoying the sun.
I am, catching as much of the sun as I can.
Do you enjoy being in the car, baking away?
Yeah, to be fair, the practice wasn't too bad, but I'm sure it's going to heat up in the race.
Yeah, 90 minutes in that is a little bit sweaty.
Yeah, it's going to be sweaty, but my dad's going to go house with me or a quarter, so we'll see how we get on.
Now, I hear it's your first race weekend in these?
Yep, first race and first time here on the track.
Did you get much testing done prior to this?
Zero, other than driving 4 laps on our rods test here, that's it.
Well, you've been straight into the deep end then?
Oh yeah, we dove straight into the deep end.
How have you found your kind of introduction to motor racing?
I mean, we're both enjoying it now. I mean, we haven't had any problems yet, so we'll see how it is at the end of the day.
Perfect. Sorry, what was your name?
Dexter the Sauvage.
Dexter. Well, we'll keep an eye out for you in the race, and best of luck.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thank you.
Right. So, I think we are gradually making our way to the end of pit lane. Lots of lucky drivers that get to chat to us now. I think we are coming to the end of this, so we'll have a chat with one more driver, I think, and then throw back to the comms box or presumably to a break. Now we've got an Audi. This isn't a BMW. This is something a little bit different. Let's have a walk in and have a chat. You look like you're ready to go racing.
Well, not entirely.
Oh.
Well, I'm going to run round with a flag because my car's not ready.
Oh, is it not?
It's sitting. That's the car there. It's not quite ready.
What's wrong with it?
Well, it's got a water leak. They're just trying to fix it. So we might not make it. I'm just being ready, so I'm ready. But yes, so I might have to just run around with a flag if my car's not ready. So.
How was Saturday's racing?
I wasn't here.
Oh, well, you're not. You just come for the Sunday.
I came for the Sunday. Yeah. 2 rounds of hot hatch.
Ah, fair enough. Are you going to be in the whole season then?
I can't answer that yet. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Oh, very, very discreet. What's your name, sorry?
It's David Sheed.
David. Well, hopefully we'll see you out on track, David, and see you in the rest of the championship.
So. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And with that, we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back shortly with more stock hatch action.
116 trophy. So the grid for the PBS Brake Hot Hatch Championship lines up like this on the front row.
We've got another 7 races to come up for you during the course of this afternoon. We're going to start in just a moment with the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. The cars have already arrived on the grid for this one, the first of 2 races for these cars this afternoon, and they are going to have 2 15-minute races. And it was an interesting qualifying session this morning because the 2 Barker brothers have managed to qualify both of their Honda Civic Type Rs on the front row of the grids, and it's Honda's actually filling the first 4 places on the grid in this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race. Cars are heading off on their green flag lap now to head out into the race, and there's just one green flag lap before we get the race underway. We'll have a look at the grid for this one then. Pole position went the way, as I say, of the number 154 car of Lewis Barker, and besides him his brother Ryan Barker in car number 7. Both of them in the 2-litre engined cars. Second row of the grid, that's the 291, Zach Bernal, and 14, Trevor Gregory. Row 3, 5, Joshua Hilton, and 22, Tate Taverner, although I think there was a car missing there somewhere in the first 3 rows of the grid. The 4th row is going to be 77, Luke Emmons, and number 1, Gordon McMillan, the reigning champion, who's switched his BMW Compact up from Class B to Class A for this season. David Sheed in the Audi TT that belongs to Shay Kavanagh. He's the only entrant in the new T2 class this weekend, and alongside him is the number 78 car, which is Matt Warren. Row 6 of the grid, you've got 26, Lee Rickard, and the 197 Clio of Craig Turner. Row 7 of the grid, on the inside there we've got number 87, Stuart Place, having his first time out in Hot Hatch, another compact, and 300, Josh Bavin, who had some issues in qualifying this morning, had to make a pit stop, but he's out there, I can see. The 8th row of the grid, number 75 on the inside is Reeve Robertson in the Ford Fiesta, and the first of the Class C cars, number 3, William Hornsey. Row 9 of the grids is 48, which is the car of Oliver Coles. Besides him is 55, David Measday. On the 10th row is the number 92 car of Mel Higgins, and 301 Gareth Wiltshire. John Davis in the 66 Clio, and 129 Michael McKeon on the 11th row of the grid, and 28 Lee Warren, who we didn't see out in qualifying this morning, but hopefully will be out there on the back of the grid in the race in the number 28 car. That's the Ford Sport car with a 2.4 litre engine in for the driver from Birmingham. I think he's probably into the race having qualified by experience. So this is the opening round of the 2026 season for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. It's going to be a 12-round season for these cars, and the classes are split officially 3 ways. 3 classes can dispute the championship. Class A for cars up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B for cars up to 175 brake horsepower per tonne, and Class C up to 145 for front wheel drive and 140 for rear wheel drive cars. Class T2, a new addition, can't go for the overall championship. That is for forced induction cars of up to 2 litres. So cars back onto the grid then ahead of this first 15-minute race of the season for the Hot Hatches, and that gap was on row 3 of the grid, so we're missing the 22 car of Tate Taverner, I'm afraid. So he's not going to be there to take the start. So almost ready for the off then. The green flag is waved at the back of the grid, and shortly we'll be underway as the red lights go on, the revs rise, the lights go out, away we go. Then it's a good start from Lewis Barker in pole position. His brother Ryan not so well away, so it's Trevor Gregory from the second row of the grid that's up into P2, but a brilliant start there made by the compact of Gordon McMillan. The rear wheel drive getting off the line very effectively. Oh, and Trevor Gregory's now off onto the infield, and has he made contact with the barriers there? I'm afraid that he might have done. We couldn't see it there from our static camera, but it is still the 154 car in the lead of the race. That's Lewis Barker, but Gordon McMillan, he started on row 4 of the grid. The 291 car has come to a stop there. In fact, it was Zach Bernal, wasn't it, that's had an off, and he's getting going again. But we have the yellow flags out and the safety cars being called, because we do have cars that I think possibly are still stationary on the circuit. But yes, very quickly the safety car being called there. Zach Bernal has got going again, and he will catch up with the back of the safety car queue. So we'll see exactly who it is that's involved when they come round at the completion of lap 1 of the race and they go over the timing line. So Lewis Barker it is that leads, number 154. Gordon McMillan is second, up from row 4 of the grid on his debut in Class A in the BMW Compact that is made more powerful for this season. Ryan Barker, number 7, is third. Joshua Hilton, number 5, is fourth. Trevor Gregory is there in fifth, number 14. So it wasn't Trevor Gregory, it was Zach Bernal. My apologies to Trevor Gregory fans that had gone off in the back of shot there at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend. Trevor is there in fifth. Luke Emmons is sixth. So Josh Hilton leading Class B in his compact. He was successful in Class C, winning the championship 2 years ago and runner-up last season with several wins, but he's moved up to Class B for this season. He's leading Luke Emmons, who's in 6th place. David Sheed, the T2 car, is in 7th place. Joshua Bavin is up to 8th, Matt Warren 9th, and Lee Rickard rounding out the top 10. Class C is being led by William Hornsey, number 3. That's the Peugeot 106 Rally. And Tate Taverner, who wasn't there on the grid, did start the race, I think, from the pit lane. And he came across the line 22nd at the end of the opening lap. I think the only reason for that safety car was because Zach Bernal spun into the barriers. He did continue, so I think the car is probably out of the way. And I think we are going back green flag racing again. Yes, we are. So we move on to the third lap of this PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race then. And it's Barker, Lewis Barker that is, leading the way. Gordon McMillan second. Now he stole a march at the beginning of this race, but is he going to have this pace all the way through the distance as well? We'll find out. So it's Barker leading, McMillan second, Ryan Barker third, Joshua Hilton in 4th spot as they make their way through. Quite a gap back actually to Trevor Gregory, who's up into 5th position now because he's got ahead of Joshua Hilton. But Gordon McMillan now under threat from Ryan Barker here. Barker up the inside of Gordon McMillan as they headed through Clearways and Clark Curve. Quite a wide line being taken by Gordon McMillan, who was the champion last year in the compact. That I think he was racing the Compact Cup a decade or so ago. So over the line to complete another lap then. Barker, Lewis, that is, Ryan's brother, leading by just under 2 seconds from Gordon McMillan in second, and then Barker in 3rd spot. Ryan Barker in 3rd spot, and quite a gap back to Trevor Gregory, who's in 4th position, having now got his way ahead of Joshua Hilton, who continues in the Class B lead and is about 3.2 seconds clear of the next car within that class, which is Luke Emmons. But here's the battle for 2nd place then. Gordon McMillan in the red BMW, Ryan Barker, number 7, in the black and green Honda Civic Type R, the 40-year-old from Sheffield, the owner of Europa Crash Centre, is really piling the pressure on Gordon McMillan here. In only his 2nd season of racing though, Ryan Barker bought this car not that long ago, I think at the end of 2024. So they're heading off up towards Druids again for the 5th time now. And all the time Lewis Barker is extending his advantage. It's 3.7 seconds now as we work our way around this 5th lap. McMillan in 2nd place still, and Ryan Barker in 3rd. I can tell you a bit further back, Matt Warren made up another place on the last lap. He's got his way up into 8th position in the number 78 car. That's the Honda Civic Type R. Quite a lot of Civics on this grid, I think numerically dominant, but do have various other shapes and sizes of cars. We've got Fiestas, BMWs, Renault Clios as well. Also we've got the BMW of Gordon McMillan here, which is under threat now for 2nd position because Ryan Barker is absolutely alongside. He's going to have the inside line for Paddock Hill Bend this time as they begin lap number 7, and Ryan Barker, after about 3 laps of trying, has finally gone through to take 2nd place away from Gordon McMillan. We thought this might be the case, that Gordon would start the race strongly, but Fade, rear-wheel drive, of course, that BMW. But in qualifying, he was only 8th fastest. He did a 54.9 compared to a 53.0 for the race leader. So if he was going to make up ground, it really did need to be at the start of the race. 9 minutes of the race still to go here in the opening round of the season for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. They're just getting past one of the back markers there. First of those cars, in fact it is the 301 car I think that they've just gone past. That's Gareth Wiltshire's 2.4 litre Class A Honda Civic Type R. There's a black and orange mechanical warning flag. That is for Zach Burnell, who of course has damage, having spun into the barriers on the opening lap of the race. So the officials have spotted maybe something dragging from his car and wanting him to call into the pits just to get that seen to. There's Joshua Hilton, and just behind him is Trevor Gregory. So Hilton's got himself back ahead of the Civic. So Trevor's back down to 5th position now, and he splits the two Class B leaders, albeit there's about 4 seconds between Hilton in the lead of Class B and Luke Evans second in Class B. That's the 66 Clio of John Davis. He was out in the Radical Club Challenge yesterday, swapping that for a Clio on this occasion. That's Ryan Barker and Gordon McMillan just putting a lap on him there. So he goes a lap down in the Clio, number 66, drive from Welling Garden City. So up the hill towards us comes David Measday. He's there in his number 55 Vauxhall Corsa. How's he faring? He is second in Class C, in 17th position overall as things stand. There's Joshua Hilton, still in 4th place, still got Trevor Gregory right behind him, so a nip and tuck battle between those two cars that are in different classes. There's the race leader, that's Lewis Barker, just getting past the Measday Corsa as they head through Surtees and McLaren on lap 8 of the race. Onto the Brabham Straight he will go once again. Look at the gap he's got now over Ryan Barker, his brother. Something like 6 seconds. I think the timing tower on your timing screen is not completely accurate at the moment, so I'm going off my TSL time screen, which is showing it's not a 0.4 second lead gap, it's actually a nearly 5 second lead gap between Lewis Barker number 154 and Ryan Barker number 7, and Gordon McMillan there in 3rd place in car number 1. That's better. The timing tower has been refreshed. There you can see Ryan Barker making his way through on the inside of David Measday as well. Blue flags waving to let the slower cars know that quicker drivers are coming through. Lewis Barker in that 154 car, driver from Dronfield up in Yorkshire. And there's another signal going out. It's a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, that, I think, and that is for car 87, which is Stuart Place, making his debut in the championship in the compact that he's built up. He's running in 11th place in Class B, but possibly just like jumping the start. Meanwhile, Ryan Barker now putting a lap on the number 48 Oliver Cole's Honda Civic Type R. I told you there's lots of Hondas in this race. There's our Class C lead. That's the blue Peugeot 106 Rally, just in the back of shot there. Well, that's William Hornsey. He's been racing with the 750 Motor Club for a very long time. He's 52 years of age, from Didcot. Started racing in 1996 and has raced hot hatch for the last 10 years. Yet to have a win, an overall or possibly a class win, so this could be a first for him. Keen to race abroad he is, apparently, in either Argentina or New Zealand. For the moment, he's sticking with Brands Hatch though. He's just been lapped by Ryan Barker's car, number 7. 6.4 seconds is now the gap between Lewis and Ryan Barker, with Gordon McMillan in number 1, still in 3rd position. There's Hornsey. How far is he leading Class C by? It's about 10 seconds he has in hand over David Measday in the Vauxhall Corsa. 4.5 minutes to go. There are the Barker brothers. It's not the two Ronnies, it's the two Barkers that we have at the front of the field today in the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Turning their way out of Clearways through Clark Curve onto the Brabham Straight. Probably about 5 more laps to go in this race. Best lap of the race has gone to Lewis Barker, a 53.676 for him. Lap record for hot hatches around here at the Brands Hatch Indy Circuit is a 53.44, so a couple of tenths outside that. There's a car off in the background there at the foot of Paddock Hill Bench, past the compression. It stopped on the grass, I can see, just very short distance away from the edge of the circuit, so I wonder if the officials might take a look at that and consider if we need an intervention of some description, trying to see who that is that has gone off. Not yet got an update on the car number, and from our fixed camera it's difficult to tell. We're going to try and zoom in on that, and is that the 3-1, is that 301 car of Gareth Wiltshire possibly? Got the novice cross on the back of it, but we've got an early checkered flag then because of that incident, so that is the win for Lewis Barker. Not sure whether he actually saw the checkered flag. It was a late decision, I think, to throw that checkered flag a little bit early. Of course, that car's now moving, the one that's brought about the early checkered flag, so it's Lewis Barker though that takes the win from Ryan Barker in second place. Gordon McMillan is third, Trevor Gregory is fourth, getting the better of Joshua Hilton then. And fifth place going to Hilton, sixth Luke Emmons. So a slightly early conclusion to that hot hatch race. It had about 3 minutes left to run, but already the majority of drivers have come through and taken the checkered flag. We'll give you a look at the results then. Confirmation of the win for Lewis Barker at the end of 12 laps of racing. He was 3.958 seconds clear of Ryan Barker. In third place was Gordon McMillan in his first time out in the BMW Compact. Great result for Trevor Gregory. He was fourth in the Honda Civic Type R. Joshua Hilton won Class B in his BMW Compact, first time out in that car in fifth place. Tate Taverner up to sixth place in the end on the last lap in car 22, having started from the pit lane. Luke Evans was seventh. Lee Rickard was eighth, those two second and third in Class B. Joshua Bavin ninth and Matt 1 rounding out the top 10. A bit further back you can see in 14th position there the number 3 car of William Hornsey. He was the first of the Class C cars home, and the second and third in that class you've got David Measday in number 55. He was in 16th position, and then Mel Higgins, number 92, in the Citroen Saxo. To see a lot of those cars out in this championship, taking 17th place and third in Class C. So those are the results of the first PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship race. There's going to be another one for them later on this afternoon at around about 20 past 5, or maybe a little bit later than that, because we actually started racing after the lunch break a little bit later than we thought. Right, we're going to head down in a moment to hear from Yusuf bin Sahel with successful drivers in Hot Hatch. Be with him in just a moment, and we can now go down to hear from Yusuf in the pit lane.
Well, thank you very much. We are in the pit lane and we've just had Joshua Hilton come in to the pit. So let's have a chat with our Class B winner. Josh, you've got 2 microphones to talk into, so you can pick your preference. How was the race?
Very good. It was some couple of laps towards the end. People were putting stuff down on the track, but take it as it goes.
How difficult was it to essentially navigate the circuit with fluid out on track and you don't know how much it's drying?
I mean, once you've done it once, you don't go there again. So, once you've learnt where it is, just stay away from it as best you can.
Well, congrats on the Class B victory, and will we be seeing you at Silverstone in a few weeks?
Definitely.
Okay, well, best of luck for that.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on to our Class C winner, which I believe is William Hornsey. William, how's the racing?
Very good, very good. This is my 10th season in Hot Hatch, and it's my first win. So I'm quite bit overwhelmed by it, to be honest with you.
Did you say it was your first win as well?
Yeah, first win. And the engine blew up two weeks ago, so I've got a new engine in it, everything. So, yeah, a bit silly, really, but it's absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe I actually finally won one. Amazing.
Well, it's absolutely fantastic to see that, you know, those fairy tale stories do happen, and you mentioned the engine going as well a few weeks ago. Is this the start of many more to come?
I hope so. I mean, I've been coming to 750 Merkel events for nearly 25 years. Never won anything before, but today, can't believe it. Absolutely, just best day. Can't believe it. Absolutely amazing.
Do you have a little space in the sitting room, in the living room, to put up the trophy?
I will do today. You ain't kidding. Pride place to move all the stuff off the mantelpiece and stick it right in the middle.
Fantastic stuff. Congrats against William, and we'll see you at Silverstone.
I hope so, yeah.
So absolutely fantastic to hear from William, his first ever race win in the Hot Hatch in 750 Motor Club. We'll have a chat then with Lewis Barker. Lewis, how was it out there?
All right, actually. I had a bit of a moment going down Graham Hill. Got a bit too wide, but yeah, no, I just controlled it from the beginning, just got a good launch. I saw Swan come with me, but I just literally head down next corner and just let them fight behind. I was just concentrating on every corner, hit my braking markers, and just hopefully drive, which I did do, drive off and get off. Obviously caught back markers up a bit, which were a little bit of not a nightmare, but obviously it slowed me down a bit. But obviously, yeah, just we were just one from start to beginning, really quite simple, really.
You looked really quick in qualifying, really quick in the race. More to come in Silverstone?
Yeah, there's always more to come. And today I'm always getting pushed. Obviously, Jake, my coach, is always pushing me, wanting me to be better and better and better. Ben, team around me, what I've got a great team, and everyone, like from my brother and everyone, we're all pushing and we want more, we want more. We're here to race and we're here to be the best we can be.
Well, you've done some excellent racing today, and hopefully we'll see you at Silverstone. I'm sure you won't be hoping it, but hopefully for us, we get to see a little bit more of a challenge and see you get your elbows out a bit.
Yeah, brilliant. That's what we come here for. We come to race, don't we? And that's what we want. Nothing better than door-to-door racing. Okay. All right.
Well, congrats again, and we'll see you at Silverstone.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Right, and with that, we're going to head back over to the commentary box because we've got our Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series coming up next.
Yes, just a bit of clearing up work to be done at the end of the Hot Hatch race, and then we'll see the first of two races today for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. Historic 750 Formula Series. Cars for this qualified this morning and have two races in the Brands Hatch Sunshine this afternoon. They don't have a green flag lap, these cars, because they run on treaded tyres and they go straight into the race. A good field assembled here, 23 cars I think we should have on the grid if they all make it. But we'll be able to give you the grid order in a few minutes. We don't have that quite to hand to put up on the screen for you. I can see it here on my laptop, but we can't bring that graphic to you just yet. We'll bring that to you very shortly indeed, though. Historic 750 Formula Series harks back to the early days of the 750 Motor Club, of course, that was launched in 1939 for the impecunious motoring enthusiast with impeccable timing just before the outbreak of World War II. So there was not a lot of motoring going on for the following 6 or 7 years because of that conflict. But after the war, the 750 Formula was created in 1949 and it's still running today. This category is for the cars that raced in the early years of historic 750 Formula and the Austin 7s as well, that inspired that and on which the early 750 Formula cars were based. They were Austin 7 specials. And the category also now allows a variety of other similar and appropriate machinery into it as well. Just hearing, thank you to Lyndon Thrust, and John Ingram is not going to be able to take part. He's got some gear selection issues in that he can't find any gears, unfortunately. So John Ingram is going to be a non-starter. Where was he supposed to start on the grid? Or did he even get out for qualify? I don't think he did. So that's a great shame for John Ingram, but he's not going to be out today. So yeah, 4 different classes. Class A is for non-supercharged Austin 7 cars. Class B is for those that are supercharged and for pre-1966 750 Formula cars. Class C is for pre-1974 750 Formula cars. And Class D caters for historic 500cc cars and pre-1974 cars under 1.5 litres, so cars that run, for example, the Ford 1172cc engine. Class C allows Reliant engines, the 750cc engine, the Coventry Climax 750cc engine as well. In a change for this season, the Coventry Climax engine are now all single carburetors. Twin carbs are no longer allowed, which they have been in the past. So a change of regulations for this season. There you can see the panoramic view of the assembly area, the cars lined up around its periphery, and when the circuit is clear, the whistle will blow and the cars will be released out onto the circuit for their race. But anticipation will be building all the time in the assembly area ahead of this 15-minute race. And yeah, a good split of cars from the different classes. We've only got one of the supercharged Austin 7s here today. That's Gareth Cordy's Austin 7, and he's having his first race, by the way, having previously raced in Mazda 7s and Caterham 7s outside the 750 Motor Club as well. So we'll see how Gareth Cordy fares. He's going to start, I can tell you, on the 9th row of the grid. Quite a few of the Austin 7s which are non-supercharged, and we have a good smattering of cars in Class C and D as well. I think we can now bring you the grid though for this Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race. Certainly it's a car that's been at the front quite a bit in recent seasons, the Village V2. Unfortunately that's the wrong grid, so I won't go through that one for you. It is the Village V2, I can tell you, of Sam Wright that's on pole position. That's the car that John Village himself has raced for several seasons until handing it over to Sam last year. John, who raced in the 750 Formula 5 decades ago and recreated his car, Village V2, and now Sam Wright has taken that over. He's going to be on pole position in the number 16 car. Besides him is going to be the number 80 car. That's going to be Joe Zosso. Here we go, that's the right one. Joe Zosso, who commutes from Switzerland. He's in the DNC Mark III MW. This is a left-hand drive car. The ex-Chris Jones. It's his first time in this car, so good performance from Joe in qualifying. Second row on the inside, you've got the number 31 car. That is Greg Catton in the Dyson Type 64, and 23, Trevor Slatter, who this weekend is in Lyndon Fuston's HCS Mark II rather than the Centaur with which we normally see him. Row 3 of the grid, that is 6, Richard Verheyden in the race kits Merlin, Miss Moneypenny as that car is known. He commutes over from France every weekend. And then it's 13, Ben Bolt in the Centaur Mark 16. On the 4th row of the grid, 42, is Tim Sage. He's driving the Malak U2 Mark IV, and next to him on the grid is going to be 65, Jörg Schneider, another driver that comes across from Switzerland, a 1,000-mile plus round trip. He's in the race kits Merlin. Then on, he's won race in the past, by the way. Row 5 of the grid, you've got the number 40 car. That's Mike Henney in the Jeffrey Mark 3B. And 47 is Ian Elliott, having his second ever race in the Jomo. Row 6 of the grid, we're going to have 55, Chris Martin in the Centaur Mark 12. And 25 is going to be Timothy Bradley in the Centaur Mark 16. Row 7, 69 is Hugo Pickup. He's in the Austin 7 Ulster, and 3, David Rose in the Lotus 11 is next to him. Then on the 8th of the grid, 22, Charlie Plain Jones in the Austin 7 Cowley Special, and besides him is Nick Hayward Cook in car 66, the Austin 7. Gareth Cordy, I mentioned, any supercharged Austin 7 next up on the inside of row 9, car 33, and besides him is number 30, which is Tim Mile in the Austin Pigsty Mark 13. Row 10 of the grid, 85 is John Moss in the Austin 7 Dog Bowl. We've got the Pigsty, we've got the Dog Bowl. Very high quality entry, as you can tell, in the Austin 7s, affectionate names for these cars. And 21, Ian Chappell next to him. Then on the 11th of the grid, 17 is Matt Tompkins in the Austin 7 Tompkins Special, a car that he's put his heart and soul into in recent seasons. And next to him is number 26, Phil Livingston in the ex-Clive Neal Austin 7. And Patrick Davis, number 10, is on the inside of row 12, the last of the drivers. Right, the cars are now heading out of the assembly area for whatever reason. There has been a little bit of a delay. There was some clearing up to do, certainly. I think we heard from some of the hot hatch drivers there was some fluid going down in that last race, so possibly a little bit of fluid needed to be dressed by the marshals before these cars could be allowed out onto track for their race. But they're forming up on the grid now, so you can see on pole position you've got the number 16 car of Sam Wright. Sam, who took 2 wins during the course of last season at Alton Park and here at Brands Hatch as well. And he's a younger driver looking to build his experience in this category of racing. He's got Joe Zosso, number 80, alongside him as well, and Joe in the DNC So we'll look to see how he fares first time out in that car. Then you've got the more sort of sports racer type all-enclosing bodywork on Greg Catton in the number 31 Dyson. That's on the inside of the second row of the grid. And besides him is Trevor Slatter in the car that Lyndon Thruston usually races. Last few rows of cars coming into position. Best of the Class A Austin 7s today was Hugo Pickup. He's in the Austin 7 Ulster Rep, and he was 13th fastest overall. Second in that class, Charlie Plain Jones, who was the leading Austin 7 exponent last season and often has been. He is 2 places behind Hugo on the grid. You get a good view of the cars on the front row. Sam Wright, number 16, Joe Zosso, number 80. Tim Mile can just see manoeuvring into position right at the back in the pigsty. And then the 1 minute board is shown. So almost ready to go racing. There'll be quite a quick, well, this will be quite a quick minute, because these cars don't like sitting around on the grid for too long. We'll get into the race straight away. 15 minutes around the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch circuit. The race gets underway, but not for all of them. Might have been a bit of creeping there, and I think some a bit slow away. But although he was slow away from the line, Joe Zosso has held on to second place and is now going after the race leader. He's now, are they getting a green flag lap? In fact, yes, they are getting a green flag. It's not the start of the race, but the time is counting down. Right, that is what confused me. They are, I can't see from the commentary position I am now in, they are getting a green flag lap. This is time is going to count towards the race distance, though, I think, looking at the TSL timer screen, just to make sure we don't fall too far behind. So these cars weren't scheduled to have a green flag lap. I think they would put this in because fluid was put down during that previous race for the hot hatches. So it just means that the drivers get the chance to see what the grip levels are like all the way around the lap. Once they come back from the green flag lap, then they will be into the race, however many minutes of it are left. So Sam Wright's leading them around, they're weaving around a little bit to try and get a little bit of heat into the cars. They don't normally have the chance to do this, of course, because they don't normally have a green flag lap. It's quite a spread though from the front to the back of the grid, although Sam Wright's leading it around rather slowly. He's going to have a little bit of waiting on the grid to do by the time he comes back round. It's just confirmation I can see on my screen now that yes, we did get this green flag lap due to the change in circuit conditions. So Sam Wright is on pole position. Joe Zosso next to him, then Greg Catton and Trevor Slatter in the number 23 car for the 73-year-old who's based in Boundary. Chapel, who describes his chief mechanic and carer, was job. And Trevor started racing in 1974 in 750 Formula. He's raced in historic 750 Formula, of course, the Bucket 6-hour relay as well. He did in Mazda MX-5s. He also raced against John Button, Jensen Button's father, in the early 1970s in autocross racing. So that's how far back Trevor Slatter goes, and his Centaur Mark 11 is still being rebuilt after a chassis up restoration, which is why he's out in Lyndon Thruston's Reliant engined car. So that's the car lining up on the second row of the grid. Richard Verheyden in the sort of pale blue car, Miss Moneypenny as it's described, the Race Kits Merlin, that's lining up on the inside of row 3. He's the 49-year-old who commutes from the Alsace region of France, just on the Swiss border there, and he works in the airline industry, and he's owned this car since last January. It was previously raced by Gordon Wilson and Ian Grant as well. Right, so we are now going to get the race underway. 5-second board is shown, and it'll be a short hold, I think. Watching for the lights, they go out now, and it's a good start from the car. The competition, Trevor Slatter's not running very well, I'm afraid, initially. Ben Bolt has storming out the lot. He's moved up into second position, but I think it is the car from pole position that leads the way, which is Sam Wright, number 16. So we started this race with about 12 minutes to go. There you can see the cement just at the bottom of Paddock Bend. That's where the fluid has had to be dressed. So everyone's just being mindful of that. There's Greg Catton in the Dyson. He's forging away through. He's got past Ben Bolt, so he's got up to second position. Looks like Tim Sage, number 42, is trying to follow through as well in the Mallet. He started 7th on the grid. Looks like he's up to about 4th position as they come past the back of the pit garages. There's Captain there who's got into the lead of the race. Towards the end of lap one, there's Charlie Plain Jones, you can see the 7th contender. It's Sam Wright leading as they come through to end the first lap by just under 1.2 seconds from Greg Patton in 2nd position. Tim Sage is 3rd, Ben Bolt 4th. Joe Zosso lost ground on the open lap, made the right slow start, he's 5th. Trevor Slattery, he made the worst start of anybody though, he's dropped in 7th place for Charlie Plain Jones has moved into the lead of Class A, and he's going ahead of Hugo Pickerflow, who's gone backwards 3 places off the grid. So it's Sam Wright that's still leading then. It's Greg Catton in 2nd place. He's got Tim Sage and the Mallet right behind him. Both of those cars in Class D. Sam Wright's Class C car with the engine in it, which is one of the popular engines that these cars have in the There's Joe's also going through. He was 5th at the end of lap 1 and trying to improve it, but of course he qualified much better than that. Challenge on for 2nd place here. That's Tim Sage going off to Greg Catton in the Dyson. They turn their way through Paddock Bend for the 3rd time in this race. On that lap, it's actually Joe Zosso who's done the best lap. The first flying at 2.436. So he is up to 4th place now. He's ahead of Ben Bolt, running side by side. 2nd place still as they come through due to Tim Sage. I think might be able to get this done. Can he down into Graham Hill Bend? No, we have to back out of that. And both of them a bit sideways as they go through Graham Hill Bend. And this is going to give a chance for Joe Zosso to ambush both of them. He's gone past Tim Sage now. So Joe Zosso, number 80, is up to 3rd position. Can he get past Greg Catton as well in the Dyson, number 34? Wait and see. They turn their way. Last time around, he's on a mission here. Back at him now is Tim Sage. I think Sage actually just ahead as they went over like this. He was by about 1/10 of a second, and he's not been able to hold on to that though. It is still the 80 car that is in 3rd, so it's now Sam Wright leading by 2.5 seconds in this race from Greg Catton 2nd and Joe Zosso up to 3rd, but down to 4th again because Tim Sage was up his inside into grid. You can see cars already getting into the traffic. The number 26 Phil Livingston at Austin 7 being lapped there. That's the X5 car filling his first ever race, so gaining experience all the time. This battle for 3rd rages on. Look at Joe Zosso once again trying to get past the number 42 car of Tim Sage. He's done it this time, so he goes through to 3rd place. Can he hang on to Tim Sage? In the DNC, this is Chris Jones's car that he's racing here this weekend. Up to the line they come. This is to complete lap number 4. 7.5 minutes of the race left to go. Richard Verheyden in 5th place now, did the best lap of 1:01.726, but again it's side by side between the Zosso in number 80 and the number 42 car of Tim Sage as they go through Paddock Bend to Druids once more. There's Sam Wright in the lead. Now his lead was 2.4 seconds, but it looks like that might have come down a little bit as he's had to work his way through the traffic. There's Richard Verheyden, number 6, the driver from the Alsace, just at the best lap of the race. So Verheyden now getting into Zosso here. So Zosso had been the one making the move, but now it's Richard Verheyden, his fellow Continental. And so we're watching Tim Sage and Greg Catton disputing third, and it's Catton that's going to lose out here. Sage is up the inside, runs wide on the exit of the corner though. Can Catton get a car slightly back up the inside as they go into Druids? Wide he can't, so Sage does go second. So Sam White leading by 2.5 now, 16 from Greg, Tim Sage in second, Greg Catton third, Joe Zosso and Richard Verheyden disputing fourth and fifth positions. We've lost, I'm afraid, Ian Chappell, number 21, to the pits in the newly built car, to the historic 750 Formula regulations with the Climax engine. By the looks of it. Lap, but here are the leaders up the line with 5.5 minutes to go. Sam White, the gap's come down again to 3/4 of a second. Tim Sage, of course, up second, Greg Catton third. Couldn't we have a grandstand finish here for the lead? And Joe Zosso's not far behind either. Northwich are in the top 5. Cover now only by 2.2 seconds. We go into the 5 minutes or so of the race. There's the 66 car, that's Nick Haywood to Cook. Austin 7, he's running third in Class A at the moment for the non-supercharged Austin 7s. It's still Charlie Plain Jones leading that class, but he's got Hugo Pickup right with him. We'll see if we can pick that up somewhere. That's the 69 car and the number 22 car together. We'll see if we can pick that up during the course of this race. The two of them are together now, but Sam White. And if anything, yeah, the gap has gone out again this time from first to second, so Sam White's had to hurry up. What was 3/4 seconds? Once the traffic has gone back out to 1.7 seconds, so extended by nearly a second that time. As you've got Sage, so that's Zosso and Catton out of shape there at the foot of Paddock. He'll bear in the mix of the traffic. He's going to lose a couple of places here. Joe Zosso's gone through, and so too as for Hayden. He's lost out more than anybody on that. He's got 3 places somehow and dropped back to 5th position. Slot stops up at the top of the hill. Pick up who that is in the moment, but look at this, fantastic action. And we've got the leaders in Class A here together as well. We've just got past Hugo Pickup and now they've gone past Charlie Plain Jones as well. So the 2 Class A leaders being lapped by this stick back as it goes in 30s on lap number 8 in the race. What a wonderful spectacle this historic 750 Formula Series. Especially for centenary season of Brands Hatch, century of power emblazoned all around the circle here, and fitting to have lots of historic content during the course of this season here. But now we get a red flag, I'm afraid. The race is being stopped. Now, there is that car, there's 2 cars you can see stopped on the exit of Druids, and I think with those situation of those cars, and only 3 minutes of the race to go, the officials have decided to throw a red flag. I think the 2 cars involved are cars 23, which would be Trevor Slatter, and also the number 30 Tim Mile car. I think those are the 2 cars that are involved, and the rescue vehicle and the medics are heading out onto the circuit. I think there was some contact between them, but we'll get the drivers checked out and make sure they are given the best care possible. So that race coming to a slightly premature end. Hopefully the cars will make their way into victory circle, and we'll be able to hear from our top, well, probably our classmen, as I've suggested in this race. Sam White, I don't think there's any doubt he's going to be classified as the winner here, as he was leading more or less throughout that race. But I think the TSL Thomas will go back a lap, and that will probably change the result that is currently on my screen. So I'm reticent to give you the top 10 at the moment, because I think it's going to change from what's on my screen, and the positions were changing so much. I can't be completely confident in which order F1 will be classified there. Sam White winning it. I'm pretty confident that Class A is going to go the way of Charlie Plain Jones. But as for top sort of 6 overall and Class D winner, not completely sure, because I'm not keeping a lap shot here, who was ahead on the lap that the results will be declared. We won't get a restart from that race because there were only 3 minutes to go, so I think the cars will head into pit lane. So I'm not sure who Yusuf will actually decide to talk to, but I'm sure he'll find some drivers to chat to just as soon as they come in. But red flag here because of an incident in the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series race, and currently the rescue crew and the medical car just on the scene of the incident just to check over the drivers involved and to give them the attention that they need. You can see also recovery trucks heading out onto track. They are going to obviously clear the cars away just as soon as the drivers have been cared for. We've still got 5 races to come this afternoon. We've got some of the quickest racing of the weekend coming up next. We've got the Disklok F1000 Championship, their third and final race of the weekend. Also the third and final race of the weekend for the 5 Club MX5 Cup. That'll be coming up shortly. We then have the longest race of the weekend. That's for the Gershocks 116 Trophy, a 90-minute race. And then we'll see the second races of the afternoon for the races that we've just seen in actual fact. The Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series will be the final race, and before that we'll have the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Reminder that we're back on the Alpha live stream again in 3 weeks' time on the 10th of May. It's a 2-day event at Silverstone on the national circuit, but we're bringing the second day's action, the Sunday action, to you on the Alpha live stream on 750 Motor Club TV, 750mc.co.uk/live, and on the Alpha Live YouTube channels as well. And we'll look forward to bringing the racing to you from the Silverstone National Circuit, which always provides such great racing because of its sort of triangular nature, 3 straights separated by a few corners. Often lots of great slipstream action to be had around the Silverstone National Circuit. So we'll be looking forward to bringing that one to you 3 weeks from now. I don't think we're going to be able to hear from any drivers at the end of the Historic 750 Formula Series race because of the red flag. I think there's some cars I can see that stopped on the circuit, there's some that have gone pretty straight back to Parc Ferme, so we've got cars and drivers everywhere. So in lieu of the interviews, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with you shortly for the Disklok F1000 Championship.
The Driver Media Program, powered by Blindscreen, with over 1.6 million followers, more than 1 billion views. Now, you get that same social media vehicle for motorsport. The Blindscreen backs Driver Media Program turns your season into a sponsor-ready content engine for drivers. Plus, you get access to the hospitality trailer at 750 Motor Club events. Join the Blindscreen Driver Media Program.
So we have a bit of clearing up to be done before the next race can get underway. The historic 750 Formula Series race, sponsored by Race Parts, was red flagged a little bit early just to make sure that all the drivers involved in an incident up at Druids were okay. Medics were called to the scene, and there's obviously cars that need to be cleared up as well. Not able to hear from Yusuf speaking to any successful drivers in that race. The cars have been sent back to the paddock. You can see them heading in that general direction now from my vantage point on the outside of the circuit here at Brands Hatch. On the top of the hospitality buildings this afternoon, having relocated since this morning. Those of you who were watching the stream this morning, apologies, we did have some technical issues, but hopefully we've largely ironed those out now, and I'm up here with a different vantage point, which also explains why you're not able to hear from Josh Barrett on the stream anymore, because he's continuing the commentary for those spectators at the circuit. But yes, a few more minutes to go before the racing can get back underway. You can see they're in the process of recovering the two cars that were involved there, those of Trevor Slatter and Tim Mile. And once that has been done, and once the rescue vehicles, etc. have moved away, we should be able to get the cars released onto the track for the next race today. I don't think there's any barrier damage or anything like that that we need to deal with, and I don't think there's any fluid been dropped onto the circuit on this occasion, so I don't think we should be having any problems like that. So this is the third weekend back-to-back for the 750 Motor Club. We've brought action from each of those events for you on the live stream, courtesy of Alpha Live. We started at Donington Park on Easter Monday, less than 2 weeks ago, where we had 6 categories racing on a single day. Then we moved to Croft the following Saturday and Sunday. That was last weekend, where I think we had 7 or 8 categories that made their seasonal debuts around the fantastic 2.1 mile Formula Airfield circuit up there in North Yorkshire. Always enjoy trips to Croft. We have 2 meetings there each season. And then this weekend to Brands Hatch, it's our second day of action here. We had 10 races yesterday, including for some categories that we're not seeing today, but we had the Radical Club Challenge Championship, where Leon Morel was in absolutely blinding form in those races yesterday. He won both of the races in the Radical PR6. His team now, LM Racing, is running several cars in that championship as well, but Leon Morel with 2 overall wins, making a great start to the season. Rob Suster won the SR1 class as well in both races, but in Class B for the production Hayabusa engined cars, the wins were split there. The first race went the way of Pedro Oliveira, and Dan Headlam won the second race in the Radical Club Challenge, so that sets Class B up nicely for their next round of the championship, which is at Silverstone in 3 weeks' time. 3 weeks yesterday. And we also saw the BMW Car Club Racing Championship yesterday. That had a fantastic field, I have to say. Yesterday, nearly 30 cars on the grid. Lots of the M1 class cars, but powerful BMW M3s mostly. It was Mike Eustace that took 2 wins there. I think it's about 2.5 years since he had last raced, but he had 2 good wins in the M1 class. The M2 class, it was Theo Millward that had a couple of victories there, and great fights as well in Class 6. That had some of the best racing in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship yesterday for the 6-cylinder cars, and the wins in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Well, in the first race in Class 6, it went the way of Max Bunting from Ben Haynes in quite a closely fought battle, and in the second race yesterday it was Bunting again that scooped the honours. David Morris, so not David Morris but Andrew Phillips. Andrew Phillips was second in Class 6 yesterday. We look forward to seeing the BMWs out. We'll see those on the Alpha live stream before too much longer this season. And we also had yesterday the sprint races for the 116 Sprint and 120 Coupe Cup as well, where Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood took the 120 wins, and Peter Keane was the best of the drivers in the 116s yesterday. The sprint races, we see the longer race for the 116s, the Disklok 116 trophy 90-minute encounter. That's going to be coming up in a little while after the F1000s that will be out on track next, and then the MX5 Cup, the Corniche 5 Club MX5 Cup, which is going to be our next race. Then we have the 90-minute race for the Disklok 116 trophy. That's underway, due to be underway around about 3:35, but I can see we are just running a few minutes behind schedule now as we look to clear the incident. But the good side there is that marshals are coming out onto the track through the gate and onto the grid, and that means they are expecting, I think, to receive cars and drivers for the final race of the day very shortly. That's going to for the final Disklok F1000 Championship race of the day, I should say, shortly, and that's going to be possibly a smaller grid, because we had 3 cars involved in an incident in the race this morning which brought out the red flags, including the man that won yesterday's race, Matt Higginson, and the reigning champion as well. So whether we're going to see Matt's car out for this final race remains to be seen. You can see now that the rescue vehicles and recovery trucks are moving away from the scene at Druids, so as soon as they're clear of the circuit, I'm sure we're going to let the F1000s out onto the grid for their race. You can see the snatch vehicle in the background came out to assist. That's heading back to its position behind the barriers at Paddock. It stays there because that's where it does usually have quite a few cars to have to deal with. And Hoik out of the goal. It's had some this weekend, but not as many as sometimes it does, he said, desperately finding some wood to touch. So I think shortly we're going to get the cars out onto the track. There's the pit lane entrance you can see there, and the cars just will appear when they go out from the right hand side of the shot, and round about where that recovery truck is coming from, quite close to there. The assembly area just out of that shot that we see. But yeah, F1000's coming up next. We've had 2 races so far this weekend. A win it was for Matt Higginson in yesterday's race from in second place Tom Westworth yesterday, and it was James Clennell that completed the podium. This morning, after those dramas on the opening lap, it's Tom Westworth that took the win by just a quarter of a second from James Clennell, and Sam Satchwell took third, his best result to date in Sports 1000, in F1000 I should say. He didn't get a podium last year, but was there or thereabouts in the championship. He finished the championship 8th last year, had 5 top 6 finishes in the course of the year, even though he didn't manage to ever get as far as the podium. There you can see Sam Satchwell in the number 19 car on the left hand of the shot that you're watching. He's going to start this race 4th on the grid, because the grid for the 3rd race of each weekend in the F1000 Championship uses the fastest lap times from race 2 to set the grid. And it was actually James Clennell, number 42, who you can see there in the sort of vaguely retro McLaren Marlboro livery that's there on the far left of shot there. He's going to take up the pole position grid slot ahead of Tom Westworth. So there you can see the cars being released out onto the circuit. There is James Clennell in the number 42 car. It should be Tom Westworth that is next to the grid. There he is, the number 3 car. Then it's Jake Simpson in his first weekend in the F1000 Championship. So some Mazda racing about a decade ago, but switching to F1000 this season, 36-year-old joiner from County Durham. Started racing 13 years ago. Cars coming up to the grid then. The cars do get a green flag lap, of course, he said, being slick shod. So you can see the 42 car on pole, which is James Clennell. Commutes over from the US, did several seasons of Formula V, but has been racing in the F1000s for about 3 or 4 seasons now. He's lining up on pole, and then you've got Tom Westworth next to him He is 23 years of age from Rainhill. Started karting in 2008, so is very much a youngster. And he switched to the Mattel Cars team for this season in his Suzuki powered Jedi Mark 6 7. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 cars on the grid, but I don't think we have Matthew Higginson, which is a shame because he was the man that won the championship last year, as I say, and won the race yesterday, but it doesn't look like the damage to his car has been able to be repaired in time. So the cars head off on the green flag lap. Let's tell you how the grid should look, and we'll see how many of those cars are actually out there. I think there's 10 of them. We'll figure out who's missing. So it's going to be 42 on pole position. That's the car of James Clunnell. He's been on the podium both of the races so far this weekend. And next to him, number 3, Tom Westworth, who's had a second and a win so far. So he's had the best weekend anyone so far. Second row of the bid, number 55, Jake Simpson, getting quick all the time. Next to him is number 19, Sam Satchwell. Had that great podium in the early race. Sorry, we didn't get to talk to him after the first race because of the tight turnaround between races. Bert Chapman, number 44 on the inside of row 3, has 24, Eric Cowell next to him. Then Wayne Pearson, 91, and David Shepard, number 29 on the 4th row. The 5th row should be 20, Anthony Gauntlet, and 98, Daniel Hunter. And then on the final row, 23, Ian Abel, and 1, Matthew Higginson. But I can't see Daniel Hunter's car, and I can't see Matthew Higginson's car. Those were the two that were the most badly damaged, I think, in the race this morning. When Hunter had a spin, he was collected by Higginson. Ian Abel also managed to get himself involved, but I think his car is fixed sufficiently to be back out there again for this final race of the weekend for the F1000. So a reduced grid size compared to what we've been used to because of a little bit of attrition during the course of the weekend, but it should still be a good race. The fastest lap in the early race was a 45.4. I think we got a little bit faster in the race yesterday. Yeah, we did a 44.985 for Tom Westworth, but I think these have been the sort of second fastest cars of the weekend behind the Radicals, because Leon Morales, say, was flying yesterday in the Radical Club Challenge. So cars coming into position for what will be a 15-minute race for the Disklok F1000 Championship. Disklok, that's the steering wheel lock. And Matt Higginson usually wears those colours proudly on his car. Lights go out, away we go. Not a great start from James Gunn on pole position. Tom Westworth has made a very rapid start from the second row of the grid. Sam Satchwell also has got away like a scalded cat. He's trying to go around the outside of the 42 car of Clunnell, has failed to do so, I think, at Paddock Hill Bend, but he's up to third place, certainly. Up towards Druids they come then. It's Clunnell second, and up on the inside there is the 44 car. That's Bert Chapman. He's up into fourth position. Can't quite displace Satchwell, so it's Westworth leading, Clunnell second, Satchwell third. Fourth is the 44 car. It was slightly out of shape, Bert Chapman there. And then it looked like it was Jake Simpson who started on the second row of the grid down to fifth position, but he's still gaining experience in the F1000 class, having switched from Mazda MX-5 racing a decade or so ago. He started racing in 2013. Up and over the line to complete the first lap then. And we might get as many as 20 laps out of this, but given the speed of these cars, and it's Westworth by 0.4 of a second, the leader, as they head up towards Druids for the second time. Clunnell made that tardy getaway, but he's still there in second, and he's got a little bit of daylight between himself and Sam Satchwell in third in the number 19 car, the driver that was fourth in the championship last year, the man from Southampton. Taking their way through clearways again on lap number 2. Chapman there looked like he was starting to be put under a bit of threat by Jake Simpson in the battle for fourth and fifth, so we'll keep an eye to that. Luke Simpson has gone through as they cross the timing line that time through. He's gone through by 1/10 of a second, so it's Simpson in fifth place, in fourth place, number 55, but Chapman number 44 now in fifth position. There's a bit of East 5-4-4-5 about that, those positions for number 55 in fourth and 44 in fifth place. We've got the number 19 car, Sam Satchwell. He's in third place. He's now got Jake Simpson right behind him in the Arctos Racing prepared car. Satchwell in number 19, who is 31 years of age, a financial advisor, started racing in 2022, only ever competed in F1000 up until now, and he's in third place and flying along. But Simpson that time did take a couple of tenths out of him. Tom Westworth in the lead did the best lap of the race, a 45.822, so he pulled out another 0.3 of a second over James Cornell in second. But look at this, the fight for third place, the last podium position, number 19 Sam Satchwell and 55 Jake Simpson. It's a south versus north battle here, Southampton versus County Durham, as they make their way through Surtees and McLaren towards Clearways once again. Up to the line, this is to complete lap number 4 already. Westworth goes quicker again, 45.4 that time. His lead over a second now over James Clennell in second, and the gap from Clennell back to Satchwell is about 1.8 seconds now. And there is Satchwell. He's just managing to hold off Jake Simpson at the moment. Simpson, I think, did try and mount an attack up there at Druids. They've dropped Bert Chapman a little bit in 5th place. It's still Eric Cowell in 6th, Ian Abel in 7th, coming back after his earlier disappointment. He's finished in 7th place in yesterday's race. In the race this morning, he was not a finisher. He didn't take the restart of the race. At 7th, Anthony Gordon 8th, Wayne Pearson 9th, and David Shepherd completing the top 10. There's Westworth go through, and Clennell has caught him, hasn't he? Because the gap was 1.3 seconds that time. It came down by, well, yeah, roughly a few hundredths of a second, but it looked like it had come down by more than that as they arrived at Druids. There's Bert Chapman, Chapman's Corner, the well-known YouTube channel where he documents all of his racing. Well worth a look. He's the software salesman from Guildford. So racing at his local circuit. He started racing in 2023, had a few podiums, still looking for his first win. He's in a Suzuki powered F1000 Jedi, prepared by Mittal Cars, sponsored by Woofs. So he's there in 5th place at the moment. Still this fight for 3rd going on. This is Satchwell against Simpson. Great fight between the two of them. That time through, yeah, there was only 0.03 of a second between their respective lap times. 45.963 for Satchwell, who did his best lap time in actual fact, and a 45.994 for Simpson. Certainly their way out of Clearways, Clark Curve, off the Bramble Straight once again. Over the line they go. And that time through, yeah, Satchwell was about a tenth of a second quicker, so they're really nip and tuck. Satchwell and Simpson in that battle for 3rd spot. 1.6 seconds now the gap between Westworth and Clennell up front. Now Simpson, I think yesterday did have some a few black and white driving standards flags for exceeding track limits. He's got to be mindful of that today. I think that he's going to get the black and white flag if he's not careful, because I think he has been caught going over the edge of the curb. Usually it's at the exit of Graham Hill Bend, the favoured spot, if you like, for exceeding track limits. We see quite a lot of that happen, and of course drivers should keep all the wheels between the white lines or indeed the edge of the curbs where they have them. There is the black and white driving standards flagged for car 55, which is Jake Simpson, so that is the driver in 4th position, so he can't really afford to do that again in this battle for 3rd place, otherwise he's going to get a 5-second penalty, which would do him the power of no good. At the moment he's just under 5 seconds clear of Bert Chapman in 5th, but that might go out to more than 5 seconds over the following laps. Dave Shepherd there being lapped in the number 29 car. He's been lapped by James Connell and indeed by the race leader Tom Westworth. Here's this fight for 3rd place though. Simpson goes to the driver's left at Paddock Hill Bend, but forced to go to the wide high line by Satchwell, and he can't make it through there. Oh, and Satchwell out of shape though as he went past Shepherd. Thought that was going to give Jake Simpson the opportunity to go through, but he couldn't quite make it. So Jake Simpson's still in 4th in the 55 car. David Shepherd going through shot, and Bert Chapman in the 44 car in 5th. There he is. 6th, Eric Cowell. Just had a brief glimpse of him in the 24 car, the 19-year-old student from Coventry, but at university, I think in Sheffield. Inspired into motorsport by his granddad, he had 70 years of racing alongside his aunts as well. Got the Enable car not too far behind him either, so that's quite a tight battle for 6th and 7th position. But Satchwell against Simpson is very close again. This for 3rd place, of course. The car's turning their way through the right-hander onto the gravel straight once again. 6.5 minutes of this race left to go. Westwood's lead over Clennell now 2.5 seconds. It's 3 seconds from Clennell back to Sam Satchwell in 4th spot, in 3rd spot. Satchwell and Simpson only covered by a quarter of a second though now. So really tight between them. They're up at Druids again, the hairpin. Quite a comfortable gap back over Bert Chapman. It has gone over 5 seconds now, so even if Simpson does pick up a 5-second penalty, he should still be okay to hold on to 4th position, but he really wants to get 3rd out of this. He's still pushing on to try and find a way past the financial advisor from Southampton, Sam Satchwell. So he was 8th in the championship last year. 7 seconds the lap record in these cars from Matt Higginson. And look at those side by side now for 3rd. This could be Jake Simpson's best chance. He's going to be alongside on the run up to Tris, but he's going to be on the outside line. Can he keep going all the way around the outside? It looks like he might be able to, but no, he's just had to back out of that again. He couldn't get all the way around the corner, needed to get turned in. And that's a big moment through Graham Hill Bend, and that doesn't cost him as much time as I thought it might do. So he's still very much there in 4th place, number 55, Jake Simpson, the 36-year-old. Altos Racing Jedi. Did a bit of rallying and some Rotax kart, senior karting as well as Jake Simpson in his motorsport career as well. Keep prototypes and Lockfield Modsports in a Radical SR8 last year. Winning top 1000 for the first time this season. And again, they are very close. They've gone past the back marking number 91 car of Wayne Pearson there. So that is put on the driver from Cleethorpes. He goes another lap down. He's in his 2nd season of racing, I think. It's Wayne Pearson, born in 1969, and returned to racing in mid-2021. He raced F100 air-cooled karts in the 1990s. So Westworth still leading by 2.5 seconds. Number 3 from number 42 James Clennell and number 19 Sam Satchwell in 3rd spot. They turn their way out of Druids once again. The battle for 3rd. Satchwell ahead of Simpson. Through Graham Hill Bend they go. I'm just keeping an eye out of my window on the situation between Eric Cowell and Ian Abel. The gap between those is relatively stable at around about a second. So they're disputing 6th and 7th. Ian Abel, the 38-year-old from Upminster, works in finance and corporate banking in Canary Wharf, and he's got a Suzuki engine Jedi that in the car that built by Fraser Corbin, and it's prepared and run by Jedi Racing Cars. He's provided lots of information to us, and he does list Brandt Hatch's favourite circuit because of the special memories watching the BTCC here at Brands Hatch, and of course BTCC will be here in just a few weeks' time. I wonder if he'll be here then. This is home track, of course, being based in Upminster in Essex. Meanwhile, Jake Simpson still trying to find a way through into 3rd position. Sam Satchwell looking to add a 2nd podium of the day after his excellent result in the earlier race. He's got 2.5 minutes or so left to keep an eye or keep at bay James Clennell. And what we're going to have, 4 more laps, I think, including the one that they've just started. They've just completed lap number 16. Tom Westworth, number 3, still ahead by 2.6 seconds from James Clennell. They're now nearly 5 seconds clear of the battle that we're watching between number 19, Sam Satchwell, and number 55, Jake Simpson. He's heading off down the Cooper Straight once again. Through the left and right complex. The speed these are doing, it really does feel like one corner surtees from McLaren. Through the tight right at Clearways and Clark Curve, that sort of catapults you back onto the Brabham Straight, the sloping Brabham Straight. Simpson again to the outside line of Satchwell this time, but still not able to get through. There was only about 0.07 of a second between them over the timing line as they completed lap number 17. And Simpson has not given up here, has he? He did another personal best lap of the race of 45.608 on that lap. Still the best lap of the race is to Westworth in the lead, 45.401. He's out in front by 2.5 seconds, very nearly. So we've not seen too much of him on the live stream, but trust me, he is still out there. I'm watching this battle for 3rd for much of the race because it's been the closest battle on track for the final podium position. They've gone on to their penultimate lap now, and this time it was Satchwell that pulled out a bit of a gap over Simpson. The gap out to only 0.4 of a second, but still healthier than it was on the previous lap. But look how much speed, or much more speed, Simpson goes into the corner, then it does compromise his exit, and they're both attacking that Druids in 2 very different ways. Hard to know which is actually the best way of doing it. I'm sure if there's data that they can peruse afterwards to try and figure out which is the optimal approach. Last lap board's just gone out then to race leader Tom Westworth. He's gone on to his final lap, James Clennell has, and so too now to Satchwell and Simpson. This time the gap's gone out again to nearly 0.9 of a second, so I'm not sure Simpson has got anything left up his sleeve. He's tried really, really hard to break the defences of Sam Satchwell for 3rd place during the course of this one. I don't think it's going to work out from there. There's Clennell, our 2nd place man, number 42. There's the fight for 3rd, which is pretty much dissipated. Meanwhile, our leader, Tom Westworth, number 3, almost up to the line now, I think. He'll be taking the checker flag for the 2nd time this weekend. He's gone through. James Clennell there takes 2nd position. 3rd place goes the way of Sam Satchwell, and 4th goes to Jake Simpson. So it is exactly the same podium as we had in the in the race this morning. Tom Westworth the winner, James Clennell 2nd, and Sam Satchwell in 3rd. So well done to all of those, and obviously a much cleaner race than we had this morning. I think we're going to have everyone making it to the checkered flag this time. All of the 10 cars that started have made it home, apart from I think Wayne Pearson so far. He is just about to come through. He does so yeah, all 10 drivers making it to the checkered flag at the end of that Disklok F1000 championship race. Tom Westworth running out as a Westworthy winner. So we'll have a look at the results if we can in just a moment of that race, and then we will head down to use for some very quick words. Hopefully we'll get all of the top 3 this time, because I know it's a bit difficult in the early race to get all of the F1000 drivers. I think we're going to have another very fast turnaround again before the MX-5s come out onto the track, because there's no clearing up to be done at the end of that race, which is a blessing. I'll give you the top 10 without having it on the screen. Number 3, Tom Westworth, the winner. But actually, let's not do that. Let's go straight down to Yusuf in the pit lane. Yusuf bin Sahel has got our top 3.
Well,
Well, Josh, I'm going to jump in quickly because we do have the Mazdas about to go out onto circuit soon. We've got our top 3 from the Disklok F1000 Championship, race number 3. We'll have a chat. I'll come around the back of Tom Westworth's car. Tom, that wasn't quite as exciting as last race.
No, just managed to get a half decent start, just get in front of James before the first corner, and then just managed to build a gap, and then just held it for the rest of the race.
Looking really, really solid here. It's your next race at Silverstone then?
Yeah, the Silverstone National.
Have you done much practice there?
I've been there twice before. I'm around the top 5, so hopefully we can just build on that next time we go.
Well, congrats on another race win, Tom, and best of luck at Silverstone.
Cheers.
And we'll make our way to James Clennell. James, how was that?
That was good, thanks. Yeah, I had some oil on my right foot though, so that made accelerating and braking a little bit hairy at times. But yeah, it was a good race. Just didn't have quite the pace to keep up with Tom.
What do you think was the difference from this race to the previous race?
Well, I finished in the same position, so probably similar. We probably had similar relative pace. I think I just had an opportunity. I had a better start in the last race to get a bit of a head start. So yeah, it's to be honest, Brands has never been my best track, so it's nice to get the podiums here, and hopefully the other circuits in the season will suit me better.
Well, a good haul of points, some podiums. Good luck at Silverstone.
That's great, thank you.
And I'll make my way over to Sam. Sam, you've gone from a first podium to a second podium.
I know, all in one weekend. Absolutely buzzing.
Not a bad start to the season. What's it looking like for Silverstone? Is that a track you're particularly fond of?
Yeah, we were there like a couple of weeks ago and we ran really well. So got a new car this year and everything's starting to come together. So feeling really positive.
You had a really good battle as well at the end for a few laps with Jake right behind you. How was it trying to defend?
Yeah, really hard work all the way. He kept me true, to be honest, for the whole race. So yeah, I was relieved to drop him with like 2 laps to go and then sort of relax a little bit. But yeah, it's been a tough couple of races.
Well, excellent second podium and best of luck at Silverstone.
Thanks very much. Cheers, mate.
Right, and with that, we've got our MX-5s almost fully gridded up, so we'll throw back to the commentary team.
Yes, thank you very much, Yusuf. Cars on the grid for the MX-5s. I can tell you, although I don't think we can get the grid up, that on pole position we have the number 3 car of Jordan Head this time, and alongside him is going to be Samuel Gormer in the 128 car. I'm not going to get through all of this grid, but Simon Cancel and Jake Pace will be on the 2nd row, Ben Short and Michael Pearce the 3rd, Matthew Highcock and Roger Chesno the 4th, Ian Tomlinson and Matthew Hallam the 5th. The earlier race was won by Ian Tomlinson. It was safety car and then red flags a little bit early because of an incident for Martin Vernon. His car was stuck in the gravel trap at Clark Curve, just coming onto the back, grabbed him straight after some contact, which meant that Matt Highcock had come through from the back of the grid from 24th, I think it was. No, maybe a bit further back on the grid than that. He came through to 3rd position. If it had gone the full distance, who knows, he could have even got past Roger Chesno and Ian Tomlinson, who were 2nd and 1st respectively. Ben Short came through to finish 5th. He was from the back as well. Jake Pace came through to finish 6th. We had drama yesterday. Ben Smiles won on the road but was excluded from being underweight, so it was Michael Pearce that got the verdict in yesterday's race win. But we're getting race 3 underway right now, and it's a good start by Ben Short. That is from the 3rd row of the grid. That's the number 71 car, the white car with the red roll cage. He's gone from 5th to 2nd. Is he going to go from 1st? He wasn't even in the race yesterday. He's joined today as a reserve, but he's gone through into the lead. Ben Short on lap 1 gets the lead. I think it's Jake Pace that has followed him through as well, or has tried to at least, but then I think he has lost out. Has he? No, he's not lost out to number 3 Jordan Head. So Jake Pace does go through. Jordan Head in 3rd place. 4th place, I think, is the car of, just trying to get a look on that, is that Simon Cancel possibly in 4th place. He started 3rd on the grid, so it may well be Simon that is in 4th place in the Eco Traders car. Yes, it is, and now the number 4 car is getting up on the inside of number 3 Jordan Head as they go through Clearways and Clark Curve and onto the start and finish straight once again. So it's Short leading, it's Jake Pace 2nd, a little bit of a gap back to 3rd, and I suspect they're all side by side going in, and yes they are. It's Simon Cancel that has gone through there at the expense of Jordan Head, and then somewhere in that battle you're going to have Matt Highcock, I suspect. He came through in 7th place at the end of lap 1, so he'll be keen to try and get through. He was disputing the lead yesterday with Jake Pace when they both literally fell over a back marker. It ended both of those races. That's Highcock in the treble 5 car coming through now. He's got past one car. I think that was the 128 of Samuel Gormer, actually, who'd made a good start, and is now up into 5th position with Michael Pearson, the number 70 car, trying to follow him through. I think Michael Pearson, his 3rd season of racing in 5 Club, but it's Ben Short leading, Jake Pace in 2nd as they turn their way through Clark Curve and onto the start and finish straight once again, coming through to complete lap 2 of the race, hoping that it goes the full 15 minutes uninterrupted this time. But it's a big old grid of Mazda MX-5s that we have to contend with today. Down to the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend they go. The top 2 certainly making a break here from the rest. Walker Hansel was a bit wide there at Paddock Hill Bend. Still Jordan Head in 4th and Matt Highcock in 5th, but Jake Pace is not letting Ben Short have this all his own way, is he? Despite Ben Short's illustrious history in the MX-5 Championship, the 5 Club MX-5 Championship. He won the first in 2015, he won in 17, 21, 22 and 24. He's a 5-time champion. Of course, he's also responsible for running many of the cars in the championship for his BS Motorsport concern. And he's got one of those cars out today. He's got 28. Jake Pace, though, just behind him. Jake, who's been successful in other Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 categories, run by other racing clubs. He's, of course, all the Mark 1 MX-5 in the late 1980s and early 1990s, 1.6-litre engines, the B6 engine. Car's capped 130 brake horsepower at the flywheel. 5-speed gearbox in these cars. But a change of lead here. Jake Pace managed to get up on the inside of Ben Short there to get the lead away, but didn't run wide on the exit of Druids. No, he managed to hold on to the lead. So Ben Short has his work cut out here because Jake Pace has got up ahead of him now. Last year's champion was Oak Richardson. He's not defending his title, at least not at this first weekend of the season. There's a car that has stopped by the side of the circuit. I think that's the 288 car of Stacey Crozier. Yes, she has pulled off onto the grass on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Matt Highcock's made it up into 3rd place now as the safety car comes out. Well, this is familiar for Matt Highcock. He got into 3rd place just as the safety car came out in this morning's race. Hopefully this time there'll be some more racing laps, because that wasn't the case early on today. I think it is just that one car that needs recovering. I've not been notified on my race log of any other incidents that might have brought about the need for a safety car, but this is good news for Matt Highcock, isn't it? Because he was probably a couple of seconds or so behind before this caution period, and now he's going to be right with the 2 leaders, Jake Pace and Ben Short, come the restart. Race order at the end of lap 4, then Jake Pace the leader, Ben Short in 2nd, 3rd place Matt Highcock, Simon Walker-Hansel, who's been successful in all kinds of categories, is 4th, Jordan Head 5th, Michael Pearce, yesterday's winner, 6th, Samuel Gormer 7th, Matt Hallam 8th, he was on the podium yesterday before he was disqualified for an infringement, 9th to Roger Chesno and 10th to Bradley Gaunt. Jack Lawrence, I can see, has been losing a bit of ground, so 2 has been Mary Barnard over recent laps. Ben Smart, just so you can see where he was, because he was the on-the-road winner yesterday, but he was found to be, or his car was found to be underweight. He's had to fight his way through from the back of this morning's race. He's up to 11th now, so he'll be hoping to get into the top 10 once racing gets back underway in this MFT and Corniche-backed 5 Club MX-5 Cup. All of these cars run control wheels and tyres on the Massimo Ottima Plus tyre that has to be purchased from an official supplier and be marked to show that it's a legitimately supplied tyre. These cars have a 960 kilogram minimum weight, and that includes the driver. So obviously if you do have a driver that is heavier or lighter than previous drivers of that car, then you do need to adjust the weight of the car, maybe add some ballast if required. Some drivers in some categories do fall foul of that. They maybe get into a new car, the car was set up for someone a bit heavier, don't change anything, and then you can find yourself with a penalty. This 3rd race of the weekend, based on the finishing order of race 2, but with the top in this case 9 drivers reversed from the result of the earlier race, which was won by Ian Tomlinson. So we had Michael Pearce and Ian Tomlinson, the 2 winners so far. Where are they in this race? Tomlinson is 14th, Pearce is 6th. So I think it's more than likely that we'll have 3 different winners from the 3 races this weekend for the MX5 Cup. There the Stacey Croce car is being towed away, so that has been done on this occasion fairly quickly into the back entrance of the paddock there, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we're able to go racing once again. Safety car lights, are they still on? Yes, they are, I think. So we'll have one more lap behind the safety car, and then we will have another 6 minutes of racing, something like that. So we'll probably get 6 more laps out of this. Now that the car is clear of the circuit, the car that's being recovered, that is, then I would think that the safety car driver will be notified by race control that you can probably get a bit of a wriggle on this lap, just to, one, allow the drivers to get some more heat into the Basso tyres, although they're treading tyres, just to help them putting a bit more into it, of course, and also to maximise the potential number of racing laps that we have in the second half of this race. No drivers that need a wave through because the safety car did pick up a lead, and of course in a sprint race we wouldn't normally expect to see that being done anyway. But now good work there to pick up Jake Pace. It's Ben Short who's done the best lap of the race so far, 58.443. About 10th faster than Jake Pace's best effort so far. Right, safety car lights are now off, so it's with Jake Pace now to, pardon the expression, control the pace. And it will be he who decides when to get the foot down and when to really go for it at the restart of this race. Car's nicely bunched up here, sitting the top 3. Highcock keen to go with it. Bit of a gap at the moment back to Summerall Cancel in 4th position. Off they go then. Jake Pace starting to accelerate away, which forces Ben Short and Matt Highcock to go with him. Looks like they've both got the signal and are getting off into the race, although it's not as good a start from Matt Highcock as he might have liked. Ben Short is going to attack with 6 minutes of the race to go, going into Paddock Hill Bend. So it's going to be touch and go whether we're going to get 6 or 7 more laps out of this one. Up towards Druids, this is lap number 8 of the race. The top 3 together. Gap back to Simon Walker-Hansel in 4th place. Jordan Head, who started on pole position, is still there in 5th spot. Michael Pearce is 6th, and then it's Samuel Gormer in the 128 car in 7th place, ahead of Matt Hallam and Roger Chesno, and then rounding out the top 10 is still Bradley Goods, although Ben Smiles on the verge of getting into the top 10. But let's have a look at the battle for the lead, because Matt Highcock now is right with Ben Short. So you've got a 5-time MX5 champion, you've got a 120 Coupe champion, and a 116 Trophy champion, and all up against the newcomer to 750 Motor Club Racing, Jake Pace, in the number 28 car, who races with his father Dell, who is a bit further back down the order, if indeed he's on the grid here. I'm just trying to see, yeah, he's there in 15th position. Let's focus on Jake for the moment though, because he's under a lot of pressure from the 2 very experienced drivers behind him. Ben Short in these cars, he's been racing for more than a decade. Mike Highcock only switched from the BMWs towards the end of last season, but he was saying to Yusuf earlier on, actually it's not that different to racing the BMWs really. Perhaps surprising on some levels and not others. They will drive, of course, so they've got that in common. 4.5 minutes to go. Really tight battle for the first 3. Gap back to Samuel Cancel of a second or so. He's there in 4th place. Just looking at my timer screen, I don't think Ben Smiles has yet made it back into the top 10 ahead of number 43, Bradley Gaunt. So the championship table, very interesting reading after this opening round. Puff of smoke there from Jake Pace in the lead of the race. Yeah, look at that gap, very useful gap of nearly 2 seconds now over Simon Walker-Hansel in 4th. He's got Head and Pearce and Hallam behind him. Smiles has made it up into the top 10 now, I can tell you, and making it up into 2nd place in the race is Matt Highcock, has got ahead of Ben Short going into Druids that time. So Ben Short, with all of his MX5 racing experience, down to 3rd place here. So Matt Highcock going second. He was disputing the win with the same driver, Jake Pace, yesterday. Looked odds on that one of the two were going to win the race, but sadly they both came across a back marker just at the wrong time at Paddock Hill Bend. It was coming together, and Highcock ended up in the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. And Jake Pace, his car did continue, but only as far as the pit lane. Ben Short right in the toe of Highcock going into Paddock Hill Bend. Then Jinx to the left-hand side of the circuit. Ben Short and Matt Highcock both run race car preparation companies. Highcock preparing cars that race in the 116 Trophy. That's out next. No, he's not on the spanners preparing those cars just at the moment, because he's out there on track. He had a really good go for the lead at Druids. It wouldn't surprise me if he made a bid as well down towards Surtees. Look at this, he's almost pushing Jake Pace along the Cooper Straight in towards Surtees once again. Sort of shows his nose to Jake Pace on the way into Surtees, but not able to do anything about him yet. Through clearways they go. Still someone cancelled there in 4th spot, with Head and Pierce just behind him. They're going to go on to their anti-penultimate lap. I think there's going to be time for 3 more laps here to make it a 15-lap race, and it's Short here taking the high, wide and handsome line into Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to then possibly get the cut back on Matt Highcock up on the inside towards Druids. Can he get second position back? Ben will have done a lot of this kind of racing over the years. He has done it. I think they're still wheel to wheel as they go through Druids. Still side by side down to Graham Hill Bend, and Highcock's got the inside line for the left-hander there, and so he does stay in second position. Out of Graham Hill Bend and towards Surtees they go. Jake Pace still leading. They've got traffic ahead, and that might well be the car that they fell over yesterday. I think it could well be the blue car of number 42, Harry Hosseini. Yeah, so he will hopefully keep out of the way this time. They all go to his left, they've cleared before they've got to Paddock, and now Ben Short has used that to try and get alongside Matt Highcock as they go on to the penultimate lap of the race, but Highcock again fends him off, but in doing so, he's slowed both of them up a little bit and given Jake Pace just a little bit of a gap to carry on up towards Druids. So they've got traffic to deal with here. All back markers to try and negotiate before the end of the race. Here's a back marker once again going to decide the outcome of a Corniche 5 Club MX5 Cup race this weekend. Past the back marker they go on the back straight. That's the treble 6 car of Nigel Holland. Not double Dutch but triple Dutch there as 3 cars all go past him. Through clearways now. Jake Pace, the gap to Highcock has evaporated, I think. You can see some battle scars there on the left-hand side of Highcock's car, where a wheel has rubbed against his bodywork. There's the last lap board. What a great race this has been. And it's not over yet. Short's the outside line of Highcock into Paddock Hill Bend. They're in the same order as they drop down to the compression and climb again up towards Druids. What can Highcock do about the race leader, if anything? What can Ben Short do about either of them? Out of Druids, onto that short squirt down towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Apexing the corner now, and out of that all smoothly. Are we going to see maybe an attack out of Clark Curve onto the start and finish straight from Matt Highcock diving out of the toe, a la Jake Wood in the classic stock catch race yesterday? We'll soon find out. Turning their way through the right-hander and on towards the Bradford Straight for the 14th and final time in this race, and it's not going to be a battle for the win, it's going to be the battle for second. We're going to get a change there. The win goes to Jake Pace, but Ben Short by 0.04 of a second gets ahead of Matt Highcock on the run to the line. He does the fastest lap of the race on the final lap as well, a 58.322. So Ben Short grabs second position there right at the end of the race. And look at that, there's at least 2 of the battles that finish with cars alongside one another. You've got Pierce against Hallam for 6th and 7th. You've got Cormac against Chesno for 10th and 11th. and others further down the order as well. Some really close racing all the way down the field in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Understandably, we majored on the lead trio, who gave us some outstanding action. So Jake Pace it was that took the win at the end of 14 laps of racing. The gap was relatively large by the end of it, 0.4 of a second by the standards of that race anyway. Ben Shaw on the drag race to the line got the head of Matthew Highcock. Simon Wilcanter was 4th, Jordan Head 5th ahead of Michael Pearce. Matt Helm 7th, Ben Smars salvages 8th place from the weekend. Bradley Gordon 9th, Samuel Gorman 10th. Our podium finisher from early on, Roger Chesno 11th ahead of Del Pace, Scott Legion, our race 2 winner, Ian Thomason, so from 1st in race 2 to 14th in race 3. Mary Barnard, Matthew Crozier, Jack Lawrence, Jack Little, James McCann and Matthew Short complete the top 20 at the end of the final MX5 Cup race of the weekend. And we'll see them out in action again at Pembrey on the 23rd and 24th of May. And of course we'll be bringing that to you on Alpha Live. Look forward to bringing you the best of the action from South Wales. Very shortly we're going to head down. In fact, we're going to do it right now to speak to Yusuf and the top 3 drivers in the MX5 Cup.
Well, another excellent MX5 race, and our top 3 have just made their way into our podium spots. Jake Pace almost getting a little bit lost, but he has found us in the end, just being congratulated by his team. We'll give him a second to get his gloves and helmet off, but late last lap drama, I should say, out of the last corner, dragged to the line for second, which Ben Short was able to use to pip Matthew Highcock. But we finally got the race that we've really wanted to see all weekend. As more congratulations in for our race winner, Jake Pace. Right, let's see if we can grab him. Jake, that was a brilliant race, wasn't it?
Yeah, a wicked race. Managed to get a good getaway, and followed Ben for a few laps after he got through. And then just before the safety car come out, managed to do him into Druids, I think. So yeah, really good end to the weekend. We had some problems yesterday. So yeah, really happy. Started from 25th this morning, so buzzing to be up here. So yeah.
First race weekend in the MX5s, already picked up a win. Silverstone next. What are your thoughts for that?
Yeah, so I've done a few years of MX5 racing, but it's the first time I did 750. So yeah, really good, really happy, and thanks to Leeward's Car Body Repairs for always looking after the car. Unfortunately, they've got some work to do, and all my family are here, my partner's family, my mate Harry, so thanks to all them for coming up as well.
Well, congrats again on the win, Jake, and best of luck at Silverstone.
Cheers, mate.
Right, let's see if we can grab our second place driver, Mr. Ben Short. Ben, first of all, talk us through that start, because that was bloody brilliant.
Yeah, I think it was the new launch control package I've borrowed from a Formula 1 team or something. I don't know, that was, I was just hooked up and went, really. Yeah, it was a hell of a start, wasn't it? So.
And then talk us through that run out of the final corner, because it looked, going into clearways, that there was a bit of distance between you two, but you just seemed to get an absolutely perfect drive.
I don't know, I felt quite strong on the brakes into clearways, and I had sort of lined. What I was trying to do was get Matt involved with the new man here from the other side that we don't speak of, but he wasn't being quite as frisky as I'd hoped he would be, so I decided to go for plan B, which was to line Matt up and stitch him at the end.
Well, you definitely stitched him up at the end. Will we see you in any more races this season?
Yeah, when when numbers are a bit low at work and the truck's not full of client cars, then yeah, I love digging the old MX-5 out, and a couple of new friends to play with now, so might be a bit interesting later in the year.
Well, we look forward to seeing you at some more events, Ben.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's have a chat with Matthew. Matthew on the podium again, and a good little scrap.
Yeah, brilliant. That was a lot of fun. That I got boxed in at the start, and then it got past everyone, and then I was quite grateful for the safety car, to be honest. Yeah.
And it definitely made things interesting at the end. What happened coming out of the final corner? Was it a mistake from you, or did Ben just get a really good drive?
No, I think he just got a very good drive, to be honest. He just, he came up like a missile and just went straight around the outside. The toe was quite good. Up the hill, obviously, as well. So, yeah, fair play to him. It was calculated, yeah.
Well, 2 podiums this weekend, a really good drive in race 2, long season up ahead. I'm guessing your eyes are on fighting for the championship.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I'm planning to do all season. I don't know just yet, but yeah, should be doing every round. So it'd be interesting if these two are doing every round as well. So yeah.
Well, we hope to see you in the rest of the season. Congrats again on your podiums.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
And with that, our BMWs have head out on to circuit. So we'll hand back over to our commentary team for the Disklok 116 trophy.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Yes, cars forming upon the grid for the longest race of the weekend. It's the Disklok 116 trophy, a 90-minute race. We saw many of these cars out yesterday for the 2 sprint races that we had, along with the 120 Coupe Cup, but here it's a 31-car grid that we have of 116s only for a 90-minute race. Separate qualifying session was held this morning. Several of the teams have 2 drivers, and there's new pit stop rules for this season, in that rather than having 1 pit window and 2 pit stops, there is 2 pit windows and 1 pit stop has to be made in each. And it's pit window 1 is between 15 and 40 minutes, pit window 2 is between 50 and 75 minutes of the race, and that stops people taking 2 quick pit stops back to back. Let's have a look at the grid though. It is going to be on pole position, the number 5 car, which is going to be started by Mac Priestwood, who was showing and I'm afraid that's not the right grid on screen. I'll carry on though. Mac Priestwood, number 5, is going to be on pole position, showing with Anthony Seton. They were racing against each other in the 120 Coupe Cup yesterday. There's the correct grid. George Healer, 187, starting next to him. Second row of the grid, a newcomer to 750 Road Club Racing is number 8, Albert Henriksen Bell. Beside him is 151, Peter Keane, who went yesterday in the sprint races. Row 3, 78, James Paul starting that car. 209 is Will Abraham. Row 4, 249, Scott Jeffson. 234, Lee Pearce. The 5th row will be James Allen in 27 and Luke Fox starting car 47. The 6th row of the grid, 117, is going to be started by Angus Goff. Treble 6 is Ben Wilshire on his own. 7th row of the grid, Jack Godden going first in the number 71 car. Jonathan Baker is alongside him on the 7th row, number 10. The 8th row is going to be Tom Sibley in the car with Lewis Tyndall. Tom Sibley goes first in the number 75 car. He's alongside the 118 car of James Hone. Looks like they're doing 2 green flag laps behind the safety car here, which is just as well, because I've still got half the grid to read. The next row of the grid, row 9, is number 73, Theo Tibbetts, and 34, Toby O'Reilly. The 10th row, 86, Pete Brand and Austin Browser in number 220. The 11th row is going to be Ryan Kefferty in 22 and Paul Offord in 64. The 12th row of the grid is going to be Freddie Taylor going solo now in car number 89. Next to him is number 33, Sean Udan. On the 13th row, it's number 84, Dexter Le Savage, the Guernseyman, and Giles Carter in number 200. The next row is going to be row 14 of the grid. That's going to be Mark McCulloch in 82 and Russ Gibson in number 11. Caroline Early goes solo in number 321 on the inside of row 15 next to Harry Darrell. And then on the back, I think we are going to get the car of Callum Davis, because the Theo Millward Christopher Carn-Hummel car was sadly rolled into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap and connected with the barriers this morning in practice, and so that's going to be hors de combat for the rest of the weekend. So yes, it's going to be a rolling start, then it's a 90-minute race. Pit window number 1 opens after 15 minutes, closes after 40, and pit window 2 is between 50 and 75 minutes. There were 2 mandatory 60-second stops to be made in total during the race, so that's the minimum 60-second stationary that they have to have. So cars coming round, 2x2 formation. Safety car has peeled in. You can hear the engine notes rising as the cars accelerate up to the line. The red lights will be on the gantry beneath us, beneath my commentary position here. And any moment now it goes out and the race gets underway, and it's 190 minutes later, an hour and 30 minutes underway. Although it's not yet started counting down on the TSL timer screen, but never mind that. Up towards Druids they go for the first time then. It looks like it is the number 5 car of Mac Priestwood then that is leading the way. as they turn their way around Druids for the first time. It's the 187 car of George Healer in second place. George Healer went well in the 120 coupe yesterday, switching back to a different car in the 116s today. Did have one race where he went into the barriers after a little bit of contact from Anthony said in the 120 coupe race earlier on, but fortunately not too much damage was done. So it's Priestwood from Healer, and then in the third place at the moment it looks like it's Will Abraham, I think, in the 209. I think that's a good start from him, but he started 6th on the grid. We'll get confirmation on that in a moment. Hopefully we will anyway, as the cars come across the line to complete lap number 1. But yes, TSL is not registering anything at the moment, which is not helpful in a 90-minute race. So hopefully TSL will connect the wires that have become disentangled in a few moments, and we'll have some timing on this to support what's going on the track. But it was the 209 car, I think, up to third position of Will Abraham. 4th looks to be Peter Keane. 5th is the car of Lee Pearce, and yes, they're slowly catching up on the timing now. So we'll be able to give you the race order next time round. I think it's Lee Pearce, though, in 5th position in the all-blue car. But look at this, hustling up the inside for second position. Up the inside of George Healer goes Will Abraham in the 209 car. And it looks like we're going to get a change there before very much longer. But no, Healer's managed to hold him off for the time being, and that's allowed Peter Keane, the cousin of Phil Keane, to go around the outside of Abraham, and he goes up to third place instead. So it's Peter Keane that goes up to third place, the champion of the 116 sprints last year. He moves up the order to third place, but at the end of lap 2 it's Priestwood that is leading, Healer that is second, and third it is Abraham again, so he's got back ahead at Druids, ahead of Peter Keane. But now Matt Priestwood is getting away. He was a front runner in the 116 trophy a few seasons ago, tried some GT racing last year, but back in 750 Motor Club Paddock at the moment, the 116s and the 120s. For this weekend at least, we'll see what his plans are for the rest of the season. There's Lee Pearce in the 234 car. You can see that on screen at the moment, but look at this, Matt Priestwood is getting away in the lead of the race. This is the only time of the race where we know for certain who's in the 2 driver cars, because they may well, well, we don't know whether there's going to be a driver change or not at both stops, or one stop, or even potentially neither stop, I guess, during the 2 pit windows. George Healer fending off Will Abraham and Peter Keane there, not far behind either is Pearce. The driver that made a bit of a slower stop, but is still going well in 6th place, is the number 8. That's Albert Henriksen Bell, the 18-year-old from Hartford. He's a student and a kart driver coach. We'll pick up on that again in a minute. We get the change for second this time because Abraham gets a better exit from Graham Hill Bend and goes up the inside of George Healer into Surtees. He goes up into second place now. So it's Abraham to second, Healer to third, Peter Keane 4th, Lee Pearce 5th, and then Albert Henriksen Bell in 6th position with dual Swedish and English nationality. Henriksen Bell, both of his mother, who's Swedish, and his English father attending here at Brands Hatch this weekend, so hopefully they've been encouraged by the performances that Albert has been putting in this weekend. Certainly up there in a very creditable top 6 at the moment, amongst a very creditable and competitive field. He's there in number 8, which is the I guess greenish blue car with the yellow doorways and the gold stripe down the middle of it. It's the number 5 car though of Matt Priestwood in the lead of the race. Matt Kersey we saw out yesterday in the 120s. The driver from Halifax. Spray Tech Road and Race Car Body Shop and Wheel Guru Alloy Straightening is his business. Being chased by George Healer in the Eatleen car, but he's under pressure again from Abraham. He got back ahead. No, he's not. He's trailing off Peter Keane now, isn't he? I beg your pardon. Abraham is ahead of him. He's got Peter Keane behind him. Then it's Pearce. Then it's Henriksen Bell. Great to see some enthusiastic photographers here at Brands Hatch as well, capturing the shot from the inside at Druids there. As the cars horseshoe past them. Here's the fight for third. Henriksen Bell at the back of that shot, but watching Healer against Keane. Healer in the 187 car. Driver from Winsford in Cheshire, not too far away from Gunton Park. Peter Keane, based not so far away from that, in Reading. Meanwhile, Matt Priest were building up a good lead here. Must be over 2 seconds now. It is 2.049 seconds over Will Abraham in second, but interestingly both Healer and Keane do personal best lap times on that lap to make up 2 seconds to the back of Will Abraham's car. And is that a challenge? It looks like Albert Henriksen's Bell has gone up into 5th place there. Just looking out of my commentary box window, yes he has. He's got ahead of Lee Pearce now. So that's a good move made by Albert Henriksen Bell. Next, Antonio Souza car being run by 4040, who have a lot of experience of preparing cars and running cars in this championship. Done a lot of karting and some sim racing as well. He plays the trombone as well. Does Albert, multi-talented young man. And now up into P5. We're watching the battle a little bit further back there, featuring the number 78 car. That is the car that was started by... Just trying to pick up who that one was started by on my list. Yeah, James Paul, who's dropped back down the order. Started on 5th on the grid, but is now running in 14th position. Just behind him is the number 86 car of Pete Brand, who normally goes a little bit better than this, but he's down in 16th. In fact, it's 15th and 16th those two cars are now for the moment. That's the treble 6 car we can see on screen there. That's Ben Wilshire running in 11th place, but we go back to the battle for third, with Healer working really hard to keep Peter Keane at bay. About 7 minutes or so away from the pit lane window opening. And when that does, I wonder if there'll be some early stops made, maybe to just try and break up this battle, try to steal an advantage to get ahead in the pit stops. As I say, it's 60 seconds stationary, but there is time to be gained and lost on the way in and out of the pit lane. And of course, you need to make sure your stop is as efficient as can be as well. Could be quite a busy pit lane at times. One other thing to note is that the pit stops can't be taken behind the safety car. We've not had a caution period as yet, but if we do get one, we can't have pit stops taken behind the safety car. There's the race leader, Matt Priestwood. He's now nearly 3 seconds clear of Will Abraham in second, but I sense that Healer and Keane have reeled him in. And Albert Henriksen Bell on the last lap has done the best lap of the race, a 59.882, 9,000ths faster than the time set by Matt Priestwood, so that's a very creditable effort indeed. And only a couple of tenths outside the time that Mac, I think it was probably Mac, that set in practice this morning for this race. Of course, the cars will have a relatively heavy fuel load at this stage of the race, heavier than they would have done during the qualifying session. 116 trophy, great place to have some longer distance races, 90-minute races that they have during the course of the season, and now for the last 3 seasons they've had these sprint races as well on the Saturday of the typical 2-day event. It happens at most of the rounds of the championship. Towards Surtees they go once again. Healer still managing to fend off Keane. There's another lap in the 59s for Henriksen Bell that time. You can see he's right there in that bluey-green car. Challenge there from Jack Gordon, number 71, on Lee Pearce in the 234 car, and also with them now is 47 Luke Fox in the car that he's sharing with Connor Anderson. I think it's Connor's car that he's joining them in this weekend. Up towards Shaw's Druids they go. Priestwood with the lead of nearly 3 seconds now, but second, third, fourth and fifth right together. Henriksen Bell has dropped that Gordon-Pierce scrap, and it was Gordon ahead of Pierce by about 500ths of a second as they crossed the timing line that time at the end of lap 10. Hour and 19 minutes of the race left to go. 4 minutes away from the first pit stops of the weekend. Peter Keane there in the 151 car. The sprint champion last year, went very well in yesterday's races with wins. Tough to beat, but he does seem to be better in the shorter races generally than in the longer distance 116 trophy races. In the 116 trophy race last year, he did have 3 wins. Saying that, one of which I think was shared with his cousin Phil. But we also had Will Abraham and Scott Jeffs. They had a win. Ethan Hall and Matt Hycock also had wins during the course of the 2025 season, which was truncated at 6 rounds, because the final round at Donington Park was abandoned due to fog. Just a whole day of racing there last October. So this is the first trophy race since last September, more than 6 months ago. That last race was won by Matthew Hycock from Luke Fox and George Healer. Of those 3, well, Matt Hycock's not on the grid, Luke Fox is 7th, George Healer at the moment is in 3rd, so looking to go for back-to-back podiums if it stays this way. But I've got a feeling there's a lot of racing to come here in this Gaz Shocks 116 trophy contest around the 1.2 mile Indy circuit here at Brands Hatch. Abraham, and that time Healer is holding on, but overlapping with him briefly was the car off Peter Keane, number 151. Henriksen Bell is with them as well now. He's very much made it a 4-car battle for second position. I wonder if he's going to be able to make any more moves there. He's also carrying the logos of the FAT Karting League for the opportunity they created for himself and many other drivers. Is Albert, lots of karting experience under his belt. Further back, you can just see going through shot the white car of Jack Godden. Now with Fox, it's Luke Fox right behind him because they've dropped Lee Pearce now. Yeah, Pearce about a second or so behind them. Up to Druids again. Probably in 2 laps time the pit window will open, I think. And again you've got Peter Keane alongside George Healer there as they went through Druids. Fantastic dice for second position. Just getting notification of an issue, I think, for Harry Darrell. He's getting a penalty. Let me just see what that is for. It's I think a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits by the looks of it. Yep, so that's not yet been applied to his time, but it will be. And there's a few drivers already that have attracted some degree of attention. Of course, in a 90-minute race, I should say, then far more opportunities to exceed track limits. Therefore, you're more likely to see penalties mount up. So they'll get a warning first with a black and white flag, and then the time penalty is a 5-second, 10-second, and then a drive-through penalty will start to mount up if drivers are in streets. The sensor pads, that part of the circuit at Graham Hill Bend, they've all avoided them this time because they all kept their wheels either on the circuit or at worst on the curbs. So that wouldn't have triggered the sensitive sensors there. And the way that works is it immediately provides footage for the clerk of the course to review and just verify that the car did go over the white lines, and perhaps not because they were pushed out wide by a fellow driver, and therefore it's appropriate to make a penalty. Battle for second continuing, and it's still Abraham, Healer, Keane and Henriksen Bell together. But Abraham has been caught again by the remaining 3 in this group. And I think because he's probably more focused on his mirrors than anything else, he's lost ground to Matt Priestwood in the lead of the race in the number 5 car. Over the curbs at the first part of the Graham Hill bend, then again respecting the green concrete on the exit of the corner. That is what you can't go over, not legitimately anyway. As I watch out of my commentary box window, I do see quite a few cars probably going a little bit too far there, triggering with the sensor pads. And into the pits, an early pit stop here for George Heeler, and is that Matt Priestwood? Yes, it is. The lead is in as well. Matt Priestwood in for a very early pit stop. It's just a bit further down the road. We'll try and see if they do a driver change there, or if they keep Mack in. That means that Will Abraham has assumed the lead on the road. Peter Keane second, and Albert Henriksen Bell up to 3rd place. Those 3 heading out of Druids. Here they are on screen now, and down to Graham Hill Bend. I don't know if we'll be able to hear from Yusuf at all during the course of these pit stops to see if we can find out what's going on down there. A bit of work being done on one of the cars. Can't quite see the number on that car though that is closest to camera. Just having a look to see who else might be in the pits. There's several. There's Scott Jack's car is in, the Tom Sibley car is in as well. And now going into the pits is Will Abraham from initially 2nd position and now the lead in the race. So that means that it's these 2 over the line that the on the road leaders at the moment. Peter Keane in the 151 car and Albert Henriksen Bell in number 8. Because they both have to make a pit stop, a 60-second pit stop between now and 40 minutes into the race. So they've got another 20 minutes or so to do that. Plenty of time, they don't need to make the pits yet. Although one thing that they will bear in mind is that because you can't make the pit stop behind the safety car, you perhaps don't want to leave it too late, because if you have a situation whereby the safety car comes out and you can't make your stop, then you might be penalised for that if you can't make your stop within the pit window. So Peter Keane now leading, 151. Albert Henriksen Bell up to 2nd. Are either of these going to peel off into the pit lane this time? No, they're not. They both continue. Just going past the pit lane entrance now. Coming up to deal with some lapped traffic there. Might have been, was that the 321 car of Caroline Early, possibly, that they were going past? The driver from Addleston. Next target for them is, I think, going to be the number 11 car, which is that of Russ Gibson, the Lothersdale man. So a fair bit of traffic to be dealt with. There's Henriksen Bell though in number 8, our driver in 2nd position. Only turned 18 a few days ago. In the number 321 car, we've got another glimpse of her there. Here's the fight for not the lead of the race, because that's the number 11 car, which is the back marking Russ Gibson car. So that's Peter Keane and Albert Henriksen Bell both getting past that back marker. But he's now running in 19th position with all of the cars behind, having made their first scheduled stop, I think. Pinning in is the number 79 car, so that's the 78 car, I think that was. Yes, it was. The Poole and Devlin machine started that one by James Poole. So Charles Devlin will be the 2nd driver in that car. As I say, once we get into this phase of the race, we don't necessarily know which driver's in the car at any given time. It's not necessarily communicated to us. I don't think we could get that information necessarily from the timing screen. Just had 20 minutes pass in the race now. It's Keane still from Henriksen Bell out in front. There they are, just heading up the hill towards Druids once again. 666 car is just into the pits now. That's the car of Ben Wilshire, the driver from Huck in Hampshire. There's the two leaders heading through Graham Hill Bend. They're just coming up to lap the number 200 car of Giles Carter, man from Huddersfield. Look at this busy piece of tarmac. We've got the 33 car there. That is the car of the Udans, Simon and Sean Udan, and it was Sean that started that car today, and they've not yet made their stop. There's a few more drivers peel into the pit lane, including Peter Keane. So that leaves Albert Henriksen Bell on his maiden race weekend, leading the race in the Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. So he's now out on his own. He's about 3.5 seconds clear of Jack Godden, who's also yet to make his stop. Jack, who shares with his father Christopher. Jack usually does the majority of the driving in that car because he is the quicker driver. Also into the pits now is the number 73 car of Theo and Matt Tibbetts. So best of the stoppers is, I think, the Seddon and Priestwood car. And their pit stop time, including the 60-second stationary, was 1:29.564. So it's about 30 seconds into and out of the pits, plus the 60-second stationary. You see there the cars have to pull in at a 45-degree angle to the pit lane, and then they have to be pushed back out. They can't reverse into their own power. They have to be pushed back out. So that they can resume their race for safety reasons. This looks like a driver change going on. Couldn't see the number on this particular car though. But yeah, this is what it's like, and of course it's quite a lot to get done in 30 seconds. Drivers get out, new drivers get in and booted up. Of course, if you've got a driver that's a different stature, maybe some other adjustments that you need to make sure that they're both comfortable and safe to go back out into the race. Team ready there to push the car back out into the pit lane just as soon as the 60 seconds have elapsed. The 82 car that we could see there, that's James Cannon, Mark McCulloch and Russell Tate. And if I find again my list of who the start drivers were, the 82 car was started, in fact it's just James Cannon and Mark McCulloch. No, it's McCulloch that started that car, so James Cannon will be getting in now. TSL time screen does theoretically tell me who's got into the cars for the next one, but I'm not actually sure that I believe what it's telling me, so I won't hold that as gospel. Albert Henriksen Bell is still out there, but he's one of what, about 6 or 7 drivers now that have yet to make their first stop, with 16 minutes left of this opening pit window. There's one car that's just kicked up some dust there through the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend, but has come out the other side without coming to a halt, fortunately. Because that would be the kind of scenario that teams don't want, is a safety car coming out necessarily at this stage. 27 full-send racing car coming into the pits, that's James Allen, drive from London, heading into pit lane. So watch now the number 10, which is Jonathan Baker, the driver from Lordswood, who's going solo this weekend. He has made his first stop and is running 15th overall. Seddon and Priestwood now back up to 8th position, having made their first stop. And a couple more drivers heading into the pits as well. The 234 car of Lee Pearce, the 27 car as well now of James Allen. 5 minutes of the race now gone, coming up to the 1/3 distance mark in this Gaz Shocks 116 trophy. Once a few more drivers have made their first stops, we'll give you a rundown on the order, but it doesn't really make sense until they've all done so. do have that small time window in the race where we do know that everyone will have made one stop, or everyone should have made one stop, but not yet their second. Of course, you can make more stops if you want outside the pit window, but they won't count as one of your mandatory pit visits. So you'll have to still make 2 mandatory 60-second stops. But if you need to do some routine maintenance, and of course you can come in at any other time, it just won't necessarily count towards the race. Henriksen, Spell, Godden, and now the 118 car up to 3rd position. That's the James Hone started car. He's sharing that car with the TCR ace Callum Newsham this weekend. Car going slowly, slower than normal on the back straight is number 11 Russ Gibson, who's yet to make his stop and therefore is running in 6th position overall. Getting a shot of Gibson there in the number 11 car. The 57-year-old from Skipton in North Yorkshire, a retired engineer, supported by his wife Jane and 2 boys, Thomas and Ryan. He's a newcomer to racing, a novice for this season in the JC Racing prepared car. So welcome along to Russ Gibson. His first race, I think this probably will be then, in the Gas Shots 116 Trophy. He's sure to make his first pit stop. But on that lap, he has been passed by drivers who have made their first pit stop, including Seddon and Priestwood, who are 5 seconds clear of George Healer and Keane are only 0.3 of a second apart. So all of those have now made their stops. Will Abraham only another second behind him. So Healer, Keane and Abraham, albeit in a slightly different order, have managed to get themselves back together quite effectively after their pit stops, but about 5 seconds away from the Seddon and Priestwood car. Which is no surprise, because they were getting away, those 2. I think Priestwood started the car in the first phase of the race before the pit window opened. Number 84 going through shot there. That is the car of Dexter Le Sauvage. And a very warm welcome to the 32-year-old scaffolder from Guernsey onto the grid. Sharing his car, the car with his father, Ian. Actually, I'm not sure whether it is Dexter or Ian in the car, but the Le Sauvage is from Guernsey. Started circuit racing in 2026. They've done some motocross and hill climbing in the past. JC Racing preparing this car as well, so they're committed, aren't they? Flying in nuggets from Guernsey for their 116 Trophy racing. So they're very welcome to join us here at the 750 Motor Club. I'm sure we've had too many Channel Islanders racing with the 750 Motor Club in the past. A very well-known Channel Islander in British motor racing circles, Andy Prio, world touring car champion of the past. Bumper dragging from one of the cars, it's the 325 car, Callum Davis, I think that is, some loose bodywork, and I think he'll see the black and orange flag because of that. See the black flag with the orange spot. You can't quite see the orange spot. There you are, you can now, being displayed, but I think that is going out to number 325 because of that dragging bodywork. As into the pits comes our race leader, number 8, Albert Henriksen Bell. He's making his first pit stop of the race. And he's done that with about 10 minutes to spare before the pit lane window closes. So it'll be interesting to see where he feeds in after all of this, because of course we've got Healer and Keane and Abraham right together still, 5 seconds or so behind Priestwood. Is he managing to get ahead of them? Is he going to fall behind them as a result of these pit stops? We'll try and pick that up in a moment. In fact, I can see that battle for what is effectively second overall going through Druids now. I can see that my commentary box window, and Healer's lost out there. George Healer has lost a position to Peter Keane, so Peter Keane has gone through to what is effectively second position. Will Abraham just behind him. There's the 325 who's had that rear bumper ripped off, which is the easiest way to deal with that. There is the car that's the de facto leader of the race, number 5, Anthony Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood. Only one more car to come, which is the 118 car, which is James Hone. He's yet to make his first stop. I think he's going to hand over to Callum Newsham at this stage, or continue on for the moment. I'm not quite sure. I guess if you want to split the race roughly evenly between two drivers now, the thing to do is stop right up toward the 40-minute mark at the end of the pit window, or as soon as you can after the 50-minute mark of the race. Or alternatively, drive anything at the third. Still the best lap of the race to Matt Priestwood from early on into the race, but that Hone car has now come in, so I think that's everyone having now made a stop. So shortly we'll be able to give you a rundown on the order. But in terms of where Henriksen Bell filtered in, he filtered in 1.1 seconds behind the Keane, Healer and Abraham battle, so more or less where he went into the pits, if you like, before the pit stop started. Just watching the cars beneath my commentary box window here, just seeing them go through now. Yeah, there's that group of cars. And Henriksen Bell, yeah, he's actually lost a bit more time than that, because I think the 1.1 seconds was when he was exiting the pits. He's been through again, yeah, and he's about 5 seconds behind the Will Abraham car. Probably makes sense to give you a bit of a rundown on the order then. You can see it on the timing tower, of course, but to confirm, it's number 5, Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood leading, 151 Peter Keane in second, 187 George Healer in third place, 209 Will Abraham fourth, 8 Albert Henriksen Bell 5th, 47 Connor Anderson and Luke Fox 6th, Jack Christopher Gordon 7th, Scott Jeffs 8th, Lee Pearce 9th, rounding out the top 10 is the 27 car, which I've not mentioned too much in the race, and that's James Allen. Black and white driving standards flag going out to somebody there. No doubt for further track limits infringements. I think Harry Darrell, who is towards the back of the field anyway, in the number 36 car, he now, well, actually 18th, which is better than he started the race, but he's now had a 10-second penalty added to his 5-second penalty, so he's certainly had a trying race so far. A few too many track limits infringements. So 6 minutes to go in the first pit window, but it's academic now because I think everybody has made their stops. The next pit window will open with 40 minutes of the race to go, so 50 minutes gone. There's the race leader going through. How big is his lead now? It was sort of 5 seconds last time I looked. Yeah, it's now 6.39, and actually on that lap, the Seddon Priestwood car, whoever's at the wheel now, has done its best lap of the race, 59.820. 59.820 is the new fastest lap of the race. That record for these cars is it was a 60.08, so it is a new lap record for either Seddon or Priestwood, whichever one it is that is in the car at the moment. I suspect it might be Matt Priestwood that has done that lap time, but a new lap record. And we've had, I think, a couple of drivers, we've had 3 drivers so far below the, 4 drivers below the 1 minute barrier: Seddon and Priestwood, Peter Keane, Albert Henriksen Bell, and also further back the 78 car as well, all below the minute barrier, and all which would have been good enough for lap records. James Paul it was that set that time in the number 58 car. There's a penalty now being applied to car 330. It's a race time penalty for, I'm guessing, exceeding track limits. Car 325 in 30th position, I should say. That's also now gone up to 15 seconds, that penalty, so that's a car that's in 30th position anyway. but now a 10-second penalty to add to the 5-second penalty that car had already served. Well spread out around this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. I think we've got 31 of them circulating. I think we had 32 qualify, so that makes sense. We've just lost the Theodore Wood Christopher Khan Hummel car, which rolled this morning, so 32 of them taking the start. I think all of them still circulating as well, which is good to see. This car's generally reasonably reliable, so if there is a retirement, it's often caused by damage rather than a mechanical woe. These cars, the E87 116i, so we're watching the George Heeler Will Abraham battle for 3rd position now, with Peter Keane just a little bit on the road of them. These cars originally manufactured between 2004 and 2006. They run the 1.6 litre N45 engine, and it's a sort of identical performance and low cost theory. No stiffening of the chassis except for the roll cage points is permitted, so no seat welding, acid dipping, anything like that. Ride height has to be at least 65 millimetres. The exterior silhouette must be as per the original manufacturer. They have to have a laminated windscreen for obviously safety reasons. They can take out the fog lights though. Mandatory 6-point roll cage. Has to be one of certain approved models. The engine, maximum permitted power is 130 brake horsepower. It's tested on the Maha dyno, which is a small tolerance range. You have to have a Paris control exhaust system. An official championship, or official trophy ECU. And various modifications of the engine, they're all prohibited really to keep the costs down. 5-speed manual Getrag transmission. They run gas shocks. 116 Trophy's suspension kit, I should expect, being sponsored by that company. They have to retain full braking assistance. They have standard sized discs, hydraulic handbrake. They run on 16-inch tyres, shod with Nankang rubber. The minimum weight of the car, 1,130 kilos. Well, on that lap, Will Abraham did get ahead of George Heeler and up into 3rd position. And there we can see him, and yeah, that's a slower car that's now got between the two of them. In the back of shot, how far behind is Henriksen Bell? He's 3 seconds adrift, but he's closing on the cars ahead of him, so we'll see if, as he did in the first part of the race, Albert Henriksen Bell can latch himself onto the battle for 2nd place. One of the best ways to go one-make long-distance racing, I would say, the Gashops 116 Trophy, because the cars, although they are humble in origin, BMW has a bit more cachet than certain other models that are used for budget one-make racing, but they make quite drivable, credible, rear-wheel drive cars, which is why they've built up such a strong following over the past few seasons. One of the biggest championships in the UK in terms of its average grid sizes. If you read the annual result summary of these things in Autosport magazine every month, as it now is. Watching here the 78 car, the James Paul and Charles Devlin car, 4040 Racing Squad. The black cross and the yellow background indicates that at least one of the drivers is a novice, and that would be Charles Devlin in this case. So if either of the drivers is a novice, then they have to display that while they get the requisite number of signatures on their race licence in order to be signed off by a clerk of the course and allowed to race without it, have their full licence upgrade. coming up towards the halfway mark. The pit window, academic though it may be, is being closed now. I can see there's a black flag going out to someone from the pit wall now. Trying to figure out who that is. There's also been some contact which involves, I think, Will Abraham and also the number 34 car, which is Toby O'Reilly at Paddock Hill Bend. So we'll see if that's impacted Will Abraham on that lap. I can tell you that there has been a change for 5th because Luke Fox and Connor Anderson have got ahead of Albert Henriksen Bell now and up into P5. The Harry Darrell car, yes, that may well have been the car that was getting the black flag, because I think it has had to come in, yeah, for a drive-through penalty now, because that's now 5 track limits infringements. The first 2 you can, quote unquote, get away with, but the penalties do start to come after that. And there's more penalty balls, I think, going out from the pit wall as well. Well, Will Abraham is still there in 3rd position, even if he was involved in some contact. He's about to come past my commentary position here. Should be very shortly. Yeah, he's still there, not too far behind Peter Keane, actually, only 0.3 of a second behind. So those two really close. There we are, just getting the shot of them on screen now as well on the live stream. The 187 car of George Healer there in 4th position. He is now, 4 seconds clear of the car that's now up to 5th. That's the Anderson and Fox number 47 car, with Albert Henriksen Bell down to 6th position. So he's still in his first race weekend in the Gas Shots 116 trophy. There's the race leading car coming through to complete lap number 41. 7.5 minutes away, so probably about 7 or 8 laps away from the pit window opening once again for the second mandatory stops. And that was another lap below 1 minute for the Seddon and Priestwood car, 59.939 that time through. Fastest of anyone on the circuit at the moment. And Abraham has got his way up into 2nd place now. Just coming up on our timing screen, just watching that out of my window here. We're watching a battle a little bit further around the track, but Abraham's got himself ahead of Phil Keane now and up into 2nd place. I said on the last lap they were pretty close, but they're dropping down to Graham Hill Bench as we're watching the Seddon and Priestwood car come up to put a lap on number 73, which is the car of Matt and Theo Tibbets. Matt, who started racing in 2024. Only a couple of seasons ago, having done some autograss racing before. The 52-year-old from Brighton, so he gets racing at his local circuit this weekend. There you can see Will Abraham now up into 2nd position, just ahead of Keane and Taylor. So they've been pretty inseparable all the way through. They've swapped and changed positions a little bit as this race has gone on. Wonder what the strategy is for the second stop. I guess again we'll probably see more stops in the early part of the pit window than we do in the later part. Again, just drivers exercising some caution about how much stall they can set in the safety car not being called, because they can't, of course, take the mandatory stop behind the safety car. Not that we've seen it come out yet. I'm just looking at it out of the commentary box window in its position. It stays there at the exit of Graham Hill Bend and is scrambled from there if it's required. But to date, it's not been needed. Well, it sounds like there's been a bit more contact between Keane and Abraham. And Abraham has gone missing, hasn't he? Well, that's possibly why. And missed that, I think, on screen. So it's Keane now 2nd, Healer 3rd, and Abraham's into the pits. Well, this is not from mandatory stop because the pit window hasn't opened yet. So Will Abraham taking a stop out of sequence here. Have a look out of the com box window. Is at the far end of the pit lane, so it's a bit difficult for me to spot what's going on there, but we'll see. Pick that up on on roaming camera in a moment, maybe. Try and figure out what's going on with Will Abraham, because there has been a couple of incidents, a couple of bits of contact I've noted during the course of this race for Will Abraham. So up to second has gone Peter Keane once again, George Healer up to third, Conor Anton and Luke Fox up to fourth, and Albert Henriksen Bell back to fifth. Scott Jeffs is the car that moves into the top six now. As a result of the stop for Will Abraham, he is still there in the pits, yet to come out once again, so it might be a terminal issue, but I wonder if it's something that's broken on the car as a result of any of the brushes that he's had during the course of this race so far. It's just heading back out into the race now, just having a look to see how long that pit stop was for the 209 car. It was a 1:25, including the time in and out of the pit lane, which is pretty just about credible for it being a sort of 60-second stationary pit stop. I wonder if, again, I couldn't see what was going on in the stop there, but I wonder if he's just got his calculations wrong as to when the pit window was opening again and thought he'd make his second stop, but he's going to need to make another one, I think. Or if he doesn't take it within the window, there will be a penalty for that. It's a one-lap penalty for taking a pit stop outside the window, so it's not something that you'd really want. It could drop you well down the classification. At the moment, we've got the top 5 separated by 19 seconds. We've got the top 7 separated by 30 seconds. We're trying to have a look at how many we've got on the leading lap of the race here still, after 45 laps of racing into the second half of the timed element of the race now. Top 8, top 9, all on the lead lap. 10, 11. Pete Brand in 12th place on the lead lap. The Goggins in 13th. Walton and Goff in 14th. Might be about it though. Yeah, it is. So 14 cars out of the 31 circulating, or the worst circulating, are still on the lead lap of this race. The Udans have managed to pick themselves up a penalty as well. That's a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's car 33, and the 325 car has been in. That is to survey drive-through. So that's another car that's picked up now 3 penalties for exceeding track limits, a 5-second, a 10-second penalty, and a drive-through as well. That costs, I would think, roughly 30 seconds. Drive-through penalty. So here we are. This is the 5-second. They're just in behind the Udans, actually, who was just mentioning a moment ago in the context of a track limits penalty. But we've got the 151 car of Peter Keane, the 187 car of George Healer. They are second and third in this race, which has got 41 minutes left to run. The race will finish around about 5:15, I think it will be. It's just a few minutes later than it would have been scheduled to finish, I think. It's the longest race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch, the Gershot's 116 Trophy. We had a 150-minute race last weekend. That was at Croft for the opening round of the Tiguan Club Enduro Championship. That went without a safety car. I wonder if this one might also go the full duration without a caution period. Certainly one affecting the pit stops. .30 seconds or so away from the second pit window opening now. That's Peter Keane. He's 13.5 seconds now behind the leading car, the Seddon and Priestwood car. Oh, and the tag I can see at Graham Hill Bend, and it's the number 27 car that's on the grass, James Allen on the grass. As a result of that, he got tangled up with 1 or 2 other cars, I think, but it looks like everyone's survived. Looking at Will Abraham, what's his situation now, having made that extra stop? He's now a couple of laps down, but he is circulating at a sort of representative lap time in the sort of 60 to 61 second bracket, but he's lost a lap or so on the leaders. So he's not going to be contending for victory here. Pit window now open for the second time. So is anyone going to take advantage of it early? Looks like Scott Jeffs might have done. So he's dived into the pit lane and is tumbling down the timing screen. So he was in, I think, 6th position before the second round of stops. So he's gone early in the number 249 car. Drive from Stratford upon Avon. Peter Keane there, just coming up to pass one of the slower cars. That's the 118 James Hone and Callum Newsham car. So I don't know if Callum Newsham is down in the car, if it's still James Hone. Callum, of course, TCR racer. But Keane has no longer got Healer behind him because Healer has come into the pits as well. So George Healer in the 187 car, he's into the pit lane. So he's dropping down. Pete Brand, number 86, is also in the pits from 11th position as well. There's the car in 4th position, number 47. That's Conor Anderson and Luke Fox. Luke, who went well yesterday in a different car in the 15-minute races for the 116 Sprint Championship. And actually that car coming into the pit lane now. Just heading down pit road. So a handful of cars making early stops there. You can see Peter Keane in as well in the 151 car. All lined up together, a lot of these cars. 99 car with the Arts car type livery on it. Freddie Tatham, who's going solo in this race now, was originally slated to be shown with Ian Bate. Meanwhile, George Healer, we can see, has gone back into the race from our commentary position. So we'll see if we have the same situation again, where the cars that were together before the stops emerge from the stops together again, because we've got both Keane and Healer have made stops on consecutive laps here, and they were right together on track. So it'll be interesting to see how they come out. Healer made a stop a lap before Keane. See the board there that showed that the pit window was open. It's now been replaced by a penalty board for some reason. That's because the 78 car is getting a 5-second time penalty. That's James Poole and Charles Devlin. So that's their first penalty that they've been notified of, a time penalty anyway. They've seen the black and the white driving standards flag before. Now, looking to see where everyone comes out of the pits. Peter Keane is just leaving the pits now. He's going to be behind. I think he might be behind George Healer here. I'm just watching as they rejoin the circuit. No, they're pretty much right together again. Absolutely remarkable. They've been racing all this time. They're making pit stops on different laps, and they're right together again. There they go, going up to Druids now. You can see them on the screen, making pit stops on consecutive laps, but they're still absolutely together on track when they come back out. So it must have been very similar times for their pit stops. I'll just see if we can have a look at that. Peter Keane's stop was a 1:29.053, and George Healer's stop was a 1:28.799, so within a second of one another. And of course, temporarily, at least Will Abraham is in the mix again now. In fact, I think he was separating them over the line. But of course, he's got another stop to make because he stopped outside of the pit window. 3-2-1 there is Caroline Early, the bookkeeper from Alston, 54 years of age. She's married to Lee with 3 children, Stephen and Ella Rose, and 1 grandchild as well. Early started racing 2 years ago in the Simple Racing 1/6 that their team built themselves. Simple Racing, I like that. It sets the sights at a relatively modest level, doesn't it? No frills attached. But anyway, Caroline Early going back into the race in the 321 car, and she is in 30th position. Now, Scott Jeffs has not gone back into the race. Said he was someone who looked like he was making a stop early. Well, it might not have been a scheduled stop, because Scott Jeffs is still in the pits, and it looks like his car may have retired. There it is, in fact. We're just seeing it on screen now. So there's a problem. They're underneath the rear of the car. It's up on the jacks. Problem with the don't know, with the suspension maybe that they're looking at there. But anyway, Scott Jeffs, who was inside the top 6, no longer in contention for a leading finish in this race. Peter Keane and George Heeler together, they are at the moment 10th and 11th overall. Abraham is 9th, just slightly ahead of them on the road actually. There he is, but he still needs to make another stop. It's showing on our screen, of course, that he has made 2 stops, but one of those was not in the pit window. It was not an official mandatory stop, so he's going to have to stop again. Albert Henriksen-Bell has managed to find his way into the lead of the race again by delaying his pit stop relative to other drivers, so the 18-year-old for the second time is in the lead of the race. Right, the 249 car for Scott Jeffs is now back out into the race, so a few months ago we saw it up on the tracks, and now they've deemed that it's in a good enough state to go back out on track. Although, having said that, it's on the grass and keeping out of the way at Paddock Hill Bend, but it is continuing up the hill, but he'll just, I guess, drive the car around and see if it's in a fit state to continue. There's the 34 car, which is Toby O'Reilly. He's making his second stop, 13th on our screens a moment ago. So there's that battle for what I think we'll find is going to be second. We have now had the second stop for Seddon and Fleetwood, and yes, they are indeed still ahead of these 2 on the road. So I think it's going to be the Seddon Fleetwood number 5 car that is effectively in the lead, and these 2 that are effectively second once the final few drivers have made their second stops. George Heeler on the podium 3 times last year. Looks like he's going to add to that collection. Oh, sorry, twice last year. Peter Keane, I say, had 3 race wins. The Seddon and Fleetwood combination is not one that we had last year, but the Seddon, Caulfield and Highcock trio had the best result of 3rd during the course of last season's racing. Other race winners last year were Ethan Hall and Abraham shared with Scott Jeffs on one occasion last year, and Mathis Highcock, as well as 3 wins for Peter Keane, one of which was with Phil Keane. I think only perhaps 5 or 6 drivers yet to make a second stop. Henriksen-Bell has just done his best lap of the race, 59.769, and that's only 13,000 slower than the fastest lap of anybody. So Henriksen-Bell certainly no slouch in this his first 116 trophy race. The young man with Swedish and English parents. And I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him over the course of the rest of this season as he is making his first steps into car racing. Peter Keane in that 151 car then. De facto second, ahead of George Heeler. Great competition this. 116 trophy attracts newcomers like Harry Dowell, who's had a few track limits penalties. He's still circulating though, is Harry, in spite of that. In spite of the dramas he's had, is at the moment shown in 10th position. I think that's actually showing he's made 2 stops, but he might not have completed his second stop yet, so he might not yet be out of it. But he's the 30-year-old mechanic from Birmingham, 3 children under 5. And only started racing the 116 trophy at the end of last season. Base it in Bartley Green. So under half an hour to go now in the race. We're still watching Peter Keane in number 151, with just behind him 187 George Healer. In terms of best lap times in the race, Peter Keane's done 59.93. George Healer has done a 60.013, so not very much to choose between them in terms of lap time. Big squeal of tyres, and that's because there's been a spin on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and it's the number 84 car of Dexter Le Sauvage and Ian Le Sauvage. And the Guernsey driver, whichever one of them it is, whether it's son Dexter or father Ian, that car has rejoined, I'm pleased to say, after a spin at Graham Hill Bend. Yeah, Keane and Healer remarkably consistent both to one another and with their own lap times as well, in spite of traffic that they have to deal with. That time through, they were both in the mid-60s, 60.6, 60.7. There's Harry Darrell, we're talking about him. Donington Park, his favourite circuit, his local circuit, says he uses it as a men's mental health day because it's the closest circuit to them. Car built by JH Racing in 2025 for Darrell. That's the car we can see there. Now they're pushing him. Bartley Green Commercials back out, and into the race. Just looking at the advantage that the leader, the man that will be the leader, has. That's the Sedman Priestwood car. It's going to be about 10 seconds over Peter Keane, so it feels like that's come down to me over time. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll see if that battle does intensify before the end of the race. There's still 27 minutes to go in this race. The Sean and Simon Eubank car, the hatchback has popped open on that car, acting as an air brake, no doubt. So I'm not sure why that's happened, sort of part way through the race. I wonder whether they opened the hatchback at one of the pit stops and it didn't close properly again. And if that's not the case, then why did it suddenly pop open an hour and 4 minutes into the race when it hadn't done previously? Slightly odd. Scott Jeffs, by the way, I think came back into the pits, having done an exploratory lap. Probably they've decided to call it a day now. There's the race leading car, or the car that will be the race leader, where it's the 3 cars ahead of it have stopped. Those 3 cars are the 8 car of Albert Henriksen Bell, the 78 car of James Paul and Charles Devlin, and the 117 car as well of Angus Goff and Mark Walton. So those 3 yet to make their stops. But there is the car that will assume the lead of the race. And what's the gap now? It's the de facto second place car. I need to do a bit of mental arithmetic here. 9.5 seconds. And the reason I need to do mental arithmetic is because Will Abraham is still out on the road in between 5 and 151, but needs to make another stop before the end of the race. Got to do it in the next 10 minutes or so, because the pit window closes with 15 minutes of the race left. So up the inside of the traffic, including the 325 car of Callum Davis, goes the number 5 car of Anthony Seddon and Mac Priestwood. Not quite sure for certain who's aboard of that car at the moment. We might find out at the end of the race if Yusuf manages to get an interview with the driver as they get out of the car. Should see, if we stay with the shot, the second place car come through. There it is, Peter Keane and George Healer coming through Clearways and Clark Curve. Just see if the gap's coming down again between them. That time through, the Seddon Priest car did a 1:01.080. Keane did a 1:00.252. He did a 1:00.211. So the gap has come down to 8.2 seconds now. So I think we could be in for a grandstand finish here. What that suggests to me is that it might be Anthony Seddon in the car now. He's perhaps not quite as quick as Matt Priestwood, and I hope I'm not doing either of them an injustice there. But that could mean that we have an exciting finish with Peter Keane and George Healer closing in on the race leading number 5 car. Anthony Seddon Racing is the team name. Whether it's Anthony Seddon Racing the car at the moment is a slight question mark. Making his way through clearways towards the end of what's going to be lap number 63 for them. So we've had 67 minutes, 63 minutes, 63 laps will have been completed. .78 cars getting a 5-second track limits penalty now, I think. If it didn't have one before, that's the Paul and Devlin car that is in third place at the moment. Oh, and now we've got a car off in the gravel, and we're going to possibly have to have an interruption here just before the end of the pit window, and that does cause a problem for those drivers that haven't made their final stop yet. So they probably want to dive into the pits as soon as they can. The car in the gallery is the number 22 car. Safety car is indeed scrambled, I think, not yet showing on our timing screen, but I can see it's about to move away from its position at the back of the Cooper straight, and they'll just wait to pick up the leader, I think, although to be fair, the leader's just gone by, so there might be a while. But it's the 22 car of Rich Roundell that was in the gravel trap there. Ryan Cafferty started that car. Whether it was Ryan or Rich Roundell in the car at the moment, I'm not quite sure. But Rich, the 50-year-old mechanic and technician from Warrington, who started racing a long time ago now, it says around 1992, done racing including the Ford XR Challenger, also raced a Vectra in the Northwest Sports and Saloons as well, but has been racing in the 116 Trophy for a few seasons now, pretty much I think since it was inaugurated. So safety car now does move out onto the circuit. It is going to pick up, I think, 4 cars between itself and the leading car, which is the number 5, Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood car. So I think before we get going again, there will be a wave through. There's 22 minutes of the race left to go. Henriksen Bell did, well, he is in the pits now. Did he make it in before the safety car was scrambled? The 78 car didn't get in, but I think of that and the 117 car, which has gone missing anyway. So is that also involved? Yes, it is. That car is also in the gravel, the 117 car. We only saw the one on the live stream images there, but a little bit further up the gravel trap is the 117 car, which is the Mark Walton and Angus Goff car. So that was one of the cars that hadn't made it stop, but it's not going to now. So I think the only team that are still circulating that have not made sufficient stops is the number 78 James Paul Charles Devlin car. And I don't think this pit window is going to be open by the time the safety car comes back in. And of course, when the safety car does come in, the cars can't follow the safety car into the pit lane then. So that's unfortunate for Team 78, I think. But it does mean we can kind of ignore them on the timing screen now. The Snatch vehicle is going to collect the 117 car first, I think. No, it's not. It's going to collect the 22 car first. It was just manoeuvring around to the front of the car to try and pick it up. Now, certainly the front bodywork was deranged, but hopefully there's no more sort of serious issues that means that car needs a lift. Which would further delay the restart of this race. So, the car that's yet to come out of the pit lane is the number 8 car. I think it is out now, actually, the Henriksen Bell car. Some words being exchanged in pit lane. So that's James Paul. So I think he was going to get possibly back into that car because he started that car. Charles Devlin was doing the middle stint, but now he's not able to get back in. He was poised to go towards the end of the pit window, but the pit window, I think, will close before the race resumes, so can't make a legitimate stop. And the penalty for stopping outside of the window is a lap penalty, so that would drop them back down the order from wherever they do complete the race. 22 cars been dragged to the edge of the gravel trap now. It's the Rich Roundell Ryan Cafferty car, Ryan the sometime Mazda MX-5 racer. So is that going to be, yeah, that's going to, under its own power, continue, no doubt, hopefully off the racing line so it's not spreading gravel everywhere. And it will probably head to the pit lane, one would think, for some checks if nothing else. Right, so order, as things stand, I'm going to take out of this the 78 car of Paul and Devlin and the 29 car of Will Abraham, because actually both of them still need to make a second stop, or a second legitimate stop. So I reckon the leader is number 5, Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood. Second now is number 151, Peter Keane. Third is number 187, George Healer. Fourth is number 47, Connor Anton and Luke Fox. Fifth, number 234, Lee Pearce. Sixth, number 8, Albert Henriksen Bell. Seventh, number 27, which is the car of James Allen. Eighth, number 10, which is Jonathan Baker. Ninth, number 86, Pete Brand. And 10th, the 75 car, which is Lewis Tyndall and Tom Sibley. Tom Sibley, who started that car. The second of the cars is now on the edge of the circuit, so I think that's going to be able to go under its own steam. So actually, having said we might not get the safety car cleared before the pit window opens, there is now a faint possibility because the 117 car is driving away. No, we've not had a wave through yet, have we? No, we've not, because there's still those 4 cars. Here they are now on the screen between the safety car and the leader, which is number 5, Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood. And it may be that they want to wave those cars past before the race restarts, and that would take probably one more lap than otherwise it would do to get the race back underway. So it's going to be touch and go with those 2 cars that need to make another stop, are going to get to do so before the pit window ends. 116 Trophy having its first race of the season. Of course, it's a 6-round calendar for this year. There's also events at Pembrey on the 24th of March, at Snetterton on the 21st of June, Silverstone International in August, Croft on the 20th of September, and Donington Park on the 18th of October to round out the year. That wave through has now happened, and those 4 cars have been raced in the safety car now as the cars run up towards Druids does indeed pick up the number 5 car, the race leader. Oh, only the problem is that the race leader has now gone past the safety car as well, which kind of defeats the object of all of this. I'm not quite sure how that has happened. But of course the problem is that's not the race leader, is it? Because the leader is the 78 car that is still out there. That is the problem. So they're not left. So yeah, they've got to find the 78 car, even though that car is not the legitimate leader, really. They're having to let all of these cars past and not let the number 5 car through. So where's the 78 car in the queue? Trying to see it. Oh yeah, it's about another 4 or 5 cars to go. So it wasn't 4 cars that they needed to wave through. It's probably about 24 that they needed to wave through in the end. And that's the oddity of this. You've got that car which has got a time penalty. It's going to make its last pit stop out of the window. It's not really the leader in that sense, but it is on the timing screens, and that's really what matters. So it's going to be, I think, another lap probably before the race gets back underway. Looking down towards the start line, and yeah, still yellow flags waving this time. There's a pit board being waved animatedly. Let someone say, come in, but they can't come in because the safety car is out, so they're not allowed to. Well, they're allowed to, but then they'll be penalised for doing so. It was being shown at the 78 car, I think, of Paul and Devlin, but yeah, I'm sure he knows he needs to come in, but the rules say that you can't make a mandatory stop behind the safety car, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles, I'm afraid, with these regulations in the 116 Trophy. Even though they've changed for this season now to make it 2 pit windows for the 2 stops, it's still the case that you can't take your stop behind the safety car. So safety car is gonna, I think, soon get everyone back in a train again, by the looks of things. And I wonder if we will therefore get a green flag at the end of this lap. But we do now have less than 15 minutes to go, so the pit window is closed. Yeah, confirmation on screens that car 78 did not stop during the window. What I've not seen is a notification that car 209 also did not stop in the window, because although it's made 2 stops, the second of those stops was before 50 minutes into the race. Safety car light's still on, so I think we're going to get another lap behind the safety car. That's another lap at which car 78, well, it might go in anyway, but it's going to be a stop that it's not going in fact, it wouldn't count anyway, so it is staying out there, having its moment of glory in the lead of the race. James Paul and Charles Devlin. There's now only 13.5 minutes to go in the race. I think surely we'll get a green flag next time, because the circuit has been clear for some time. It's just doing this wave through that has caused the problems, and the fact that it's was a different wave through than the one we expected. Car 209, yes, there is now the notification that didn't stop within the pit window as well. So I think we've got 2 cars that will end up being penalised for stopping out of sequence. Safety car's got a wriggle on this lap, the Volkswagen Golf. So that suggests to me that the light's going to be turned off imminently, and that we'll be back into racing very much in the very near future. In fact, the lights go off as it turns through Graham Hill Bend, it accelerates away, and now it's within the power of Charles Devlin in number 78 to control the pace and lead the field round. Now, what of course he also can't do is follow the safety car in, but having already missed the pit window, that's probably pretty academic if he does follow the safety car in this time. So through they go. The car behind him is the 234 car. That's the car that I think will be effectively in 5th position, that of Lee Pearce. So that soon will make progress. So safety car goes in, green flag ready at the finish line, 12 minutes of the race to go, pit lane closed, and there we go, green flag, and we're back underway. So still something to be disputed, because it does mean that the 5 car is still the de facto leader, and there's only 2.3 seconds between the Seddon Priestwood car, number 5, we'll try and pick this up in the queue, and the 151 car of Peter Keane and the 187 car of George Healer. So those are the 2 that are leading on track, but they're not going to be in contention for the victory. The leading car is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10th in the queue at the moment as they come through Graham Hill Bend, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars between the Seddon and Priestwood car and the car that really is in 2nd place, which is that of Peter Keane. So the 78 car isn't going to come in this time, but we didn't see it just cut away before we could see whether he was going to go into the pits this time, but I'm not sure he was, you know, because it's not appeared on my timing screen. Yeah, he's still out there. He's just enjoying himself too much. I think he's probably realised, well, if I'm going to get a penalty anyway, I might as well just not make the stop at all, you know. Maybe there's something in that. And he's being chased, he's enjoying himself, being challenged by the 234 car of Lee Pearce, who's probably going to get a top 5 or top 6 finish out of all of this. With although he's going to be almost lapped, I think, by the leaders. Just looking down as the car's coming down the hill out of my window, I can see that it is still the 5 car ahead, but Peter Keane, I think, is getting closer in the 151. Yeah, the gap between them now is down to less than 2 seconds, so we'll see if we can pick this up. There is the leader, number 5, and just in the background there you could see a few other cars, and then the 151 car of Peter Keane. There's Christopher Gunners, I think that probably now is in the number 71 car, the FSR Force End Racing car. But over the line and then come to complete lap number 73, and the gap from first to the real 2nd place is down to let's have a look. It actually went out a little bit that time with traffic, I think, to back out to around about 2 seconds between Seddon and Priestwood, and Keane in 3rd. Of course, the real one that's sort of in the mixing all of this up is Will Abraham as well, who made that stop a little bit too early, who genuinely is probably could be contending for the win if he hadn't stopped out of sequence, but he did stop out of sequence, and so he's going to get a penalty, so we can kind of ignore him. He's just ahead of the Peterkin car. What I don't know is if the drivers of the cars around him know what the situation with Will Abraham is, and the fact that he's therefore going to finish a lap down, and also what the situation with the 78 car is, that he's still out in front, still hasn't come into the pits, in spite of the active gesturing at him. But maybe the team have just changed their mind and thought, well, you know what, he might as well stay out now. There's only 9 minutes to go. What have we got to lose? So you've got these three. They've been joined now by, is that Albert Henriksen Bell? I think it is. Albert Henriksen Bell is going to go around the outside, if he can, of Lee Pearce to take what will effectively be 5th position away. Doesn't quite make it there, so this is the battle for 5th. The blue car 2, 3, 4, Lee Pearce, and the sort of green and gold car of number 8, the rookie Albert Henriksen Bell, fresh out of karting. That's the battle for 5th and 6th. Just behind them, Will Abraham is going to unlap himself here, a bit further back from the Seddon and Priestwood car. Now, I don't know if Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood will know that this is not the battle for the lead. Will Abraham now getting his car at the inside of him, and there's contact, and Seddon spins around. That's the leader that's been spun around after contact from Will Abraham there at Clearways. There's Seddon recovering, but that is a change of lead, I think, because I think Peter Keane will have gone through into the lead of the race now. Yes, he has. So Peter Keane up to 2nd on the timing screen behind Will Abraham, who didn't make his stop in the window. The 78 car has gone into the pit lane, so we have a new race leader, and that effectively, although it's not showing on the timing screens this way, is the 151 car of Peter Keane. There's the pit stop to hand over to James Poole from Charles Devlin in the number 78 car. Very belatedly, is going to get about 5 or 6 laps, I think, is James Poole at the end of the race. But drama there, we didn't catch it on the live stream, but we did see it out of our window. There was the contact there between Abraham and Anthony Seddon. That car has recovered. It is still circulating. I think that's going to be 4th position once times have been corrected. But yeah, that's really changed the complexion of the race. So let's see if we can pick up our leader, the de facto leader. That's the car that it's no longer there, so a few cars further ahead is 209 Will Abraham, who's leading on the road, but it's going to get a penalty. And the 151 car of Peter Keane, who's right with him now. And yeah, those two heading up Paddock Hill Bend towards Druids. We'll see if we can pick up those cars just turning their way through Druids now. Behind that battle are the two that are leading on the road, albeit well, Abraham has got a penalty, but it might be the case that Peter Keane in the 151 car doesn't know that, and he will sort of fight potentially unnecessarily. They're in that next group of cars that's just coming towards us now at Surtees. We'll watch them through. There we are, there's Peter Keane, there's Will Abraham. So those are the two, and it's just putting a lap on the 27 car there, that are sort of at the top of the timing screen, separated by 0.2 of a second as we go into the final 6 minutes of the race. But Abraham will get a penalty for an out of sequence start, I think. 6 minutes to go, then over the line they go. Abraham by 0.2 of a second from Keane on the road. Healer 3rd, he's 2 seconds behind those two, and then it's Seddon and Priestwood 4th, and 5th now actually it's Anderson and Fox, Conor Anderson and Luke Fox. So Henriksen and Bell and Pearce were battling for 7th place, but that would be 6th, won't it, once the Abraham penalty is applied, or will it? Because the Abraham penalty will be a 1 lap penalty, so we'll just have to see whether he slots in ahead of Henriksen, Bell and Pearce or not. All very confusing. So there's Peter Keane up the inside of Will Abraham. Abraham not making it easy for him, so Abraham's just sort of driving at his normal race here, not wanting to let Peter Keane through. He thinks he's battling for the lead of the race here. Keane taking a much wider line to try and go all the way around the outside of Will Abraham as they come up to the line to complete that number 78 of the race. It's Abraham in the 209 car. It's the 151 car of Peter Keane, and it was just by 0.03 of a second Peter Keane that had his nose in front over the line. but I think it's Abraham that's back ahead by the time they get through Paddock Hill Bend. But Keane having another goes up the inside here, going into Druids, turning his way through the right-hander, and he's done it that time. Decisive move from Peter Keane. He goes back through, but Will Abraham is not going to take this line down. He's going to try and get back through, but I think we'll find after the race it's all academic. Bit of a skittish moment there for Peter Keane coming through Graham Hill Bend. He's still got Abraham right behind him. George Healer is only 1.2 seconds, so these two have been battling. He's got closer to the cars in front of him, but I think there are a couple of back markers between himself and the two quote-unquote leaders. 4 minutes to go in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy. It's been a drama-filled race, particularly in the last few moments. Keane now ahead by 2 or 3 tenths of a second from Abraham. Healer there in third, and the Seddon and Priestwood car now in 4th position, 6 seconds behind the leaders. See what, if any, other penalties might be applied for any driving standards issues during the course of this race, because there has been a bit of contact as the race has gone on, involving various drivers. We've only had those 2 that ended up in the gravel trap, bringing about the safety car 20 minutes or so ago. So Keane and Abraham there. You can see the 187 car of Healy. He's just behind the 86 of Pete Brandt, who's in 11th position. Oh, and there's been some contact there. That's the 10 car that is off. That's Jonathan Baker. So I didn't quite see how he managed to get involved in all of that, but he's running in 9th position, so inside the top 10. Is he going to drop out of the top 10 potentially as a result of that? I think we're going on to the last 3 laps of the race now. There was some contact from actually the leading car of Peter Keane that put the number 10 car out wide temporarily of Jonathan Baker. I wondered what had happened there, but that's what we think happened. So Peter Keane 151. Will Abraham still sticking out this, isn't he, in the 209 car? I just wonder if he didn't realise what the pit stop rules were now in the 116 trophy. He didn't realise that the change, or hadn't quite read the regulations carefully enough. Definitely, I'm understanding that the pit stop had to be made, the second pit stop, after 50 minutes into the race, i.e. with 40 minutes or less left. He made the stop with, I think, 44 minutes of the race left. So 2 laps to go, I reckon, in this Gas Shocks 116 trophy race. And interesting, both Keane and Abraham on that lap, of course, with lighter fuel load now, doing personal best laps of the race. 59.802 for Keane, 59.776 for Abraham. Still the best lap of the race to the Seddon Priestwood car, 59.756. But just goes to show what a lighter fuel load will do. They put a lap on the number 64 car, that's Paul Offord, the driver from Dunmow in Essex. 71 car just ahead of them is Jack and Christopher Gordon. That car is in 7th place overall. What has changed? What has changed is we've lost, have we not, the Henriksen Bell car. That's had a penalty. Number 8, Albert Henriksen Bell. Just want to see what that is for. Let's drop. He's had a 2-lap penalty. I'm not quite sure why. I'll try and see if I can get some information on that. But Albert Henriksen Bell, who was threatening a top 5 finish, has had a 2-lap penalty. So that might be for a pit stop infringement. Yeah, not quite sure what that's for. We've not had the notification of the penalty for him, but not the reason why. Anyway, we're working the last lap of the race now. I think it's Peter Keane who is going to take the checkered flag first, we reckon, which is the right result. I think there'll be penalties applied to other drivers. But yeah, Henriksen Bell, bit of a mystery. I don't have a notification as to why the number 8 car has had a 2-lap penalty. Didn't stop outside the safety car period, I don't think, or anything like that. Well, outside the pit stop window. Right, up to the line with 3, 2, 1, 0 seconds comes Peter Keane. He takes the checkered flag. Won 3 times last year in the Gas Shocks 116 trophy. Was successful today in the 116 sprint challenge, and he comes across the line here to take the checkered flag to win round 1 of Gashock's 116 Trophy 2026. And he does so by 3.3 seconds from George Healer in second place, because the lap that has been docked from Will Abraham's time. So it's Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood third. Fourth place goes the way of number 47, Connor Anderson and Luke Fox. Fifth, I think, but a lap down, will be the number 2, 3, 4 car. Well, no, they might still be on the lead lap, actually. Yes, they are. They're just turning their way through the final few corners. And actually, there's a challenge on for fifth here, because the I reckon it's Jack Godden in the car for the final stint, is just closing in on Lee Pearce towards the end of the race. They're coming up to the line now, and who's got the verdict there? It is Lee Pearce, who just gets it in the 234 car from number 71, Jack Godden. Well, Abraham will be 7th, but a lap down, and then it'll be the 27 car, James Allen, 86 Pete Brand, and the 118 car of James Hone and Callum Newsham, after all the penalties have been applied, not all of which I'm immediately clear on the reasons for. But I'm sure all of that will be sorted out after the race. Already, though, Peter Keane in pit lane. So, quick look at the results. The top 10 will give you 151 Peter Keane. It was the race winner. 187 George Healer was second. The number 5 car of Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood, they were third. Priestwood having started that car. 47 Connor Anderson and Luke Fox. Luke Fox having started that car. They were fourth. Lee Pearce, number 234, was 5th. 71, Jack and Christopher Godden was 6th. Will Abraham in 209 was 7th, a lap down after his penalty. 8th went to number 27, that was the car of James Allen. 9th, number 86, Pete Brand. And 10th, the number 118 car of James Hone and Callum Newsham. And Yusuf bin Suhail hopefully has the top 3 drivers ready to talk to him. They'll be down in the pit lane, at the far end of the pit lane from where we are. And we'll hopefully be able to head down to hear from them in just a moment. We're ready to go, so let's hear from Yusuf with our top 3 in the 116 Trophy.
Definitely, that was tiring, that was. Absolute chaos at the end there, like blue flags, no one's getting out of the way. You know, they saw it coming, they were getting the blue flags, no one was moving out of the way, it was all stay on the line. You know, it was a bit ridiculous really. Got shoved into a car. Had the inside up here, got shoved into somebody. Unfortunately, it took them out. Didn't mean to, obviously, had the line, but got shoved into him. So sorry about that. Sorry to Baker for that. But yeah, tough race. That was super hard. But yeah, at the end there, it was absolute chaos. Just trying to get through everyone because of the safety car.
And a really hard-fought battle as well with Will Abraham. Yeah. Did you know that he had a penalty?
Yeah, well, I did. But obviously, he's holding me up. So I'm trying to get on the radio, telling him that obviously he's got a 2-lap penalty. He needs to pit again. So why is he racing me? But anyway, regardless of that, we got the result. Unfortunately, there was a bit of contact and stuff, which obviously we'll sort out. But yeah, I'm happy for the win, but not the way I wanted to do it.
Yeah, and well, on the plus side, a bit of a clean sweep of the weekend.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, hopefully, yeah. So 2 wins on Saturday and then today. So we had the pace in the car all weekend. It's been really good. But yeah, just not the way I wanted to end it with the sort of contact and stuff, which is a bit unfortunate. So I'll have to sort that out. Obviously, you know, I'm not happy about that. But the win obviously is great. But yeah, the Saturday was brilliant. But yeah, really happy with the results.
Well, congrats on the wins, and we'll see you next time out.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's have a chat with George, who I think I found him. Hello, George.
Hi, how are you? You okay?
I'm very well, thank you. The sun's come out for your interview. What's that on his car?
Looks like a picture of Matt Highcock, who's a previous champ, so not quite sure about that one. But
fair enough. I don't think it was on there while he was out on track.
No, definitely wasn't. Definitely wasn't. He drove really well. We had probably, I don't know, if there were 100 laps, I must have spent either 70 either on his bumper or he was on my bumper. So yeah, really, really good driving, very fair. And you can trust him, so that's also really nice when you're going around Paddock Hill Bend at like 80 miles an hour, so it's good, really good.
Yeah, and as we spoke about as well during the lunch break, no lap 1, turn 1 shenanigans.
No shenanigans, which was really good, but yeah, it was, Will Abraham was pushing quite hard the first 10 laps, so but other than that, it was fairly routine, fairly normal, so it was good.
Well, congrats on second, and we'll see you next time out.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Right, let's have a chat with our third place drivers, who I can't tell. I think they've done a bit of a runner. So they're not in their car. It was Anthony Seddon and Matt Priestwood, who I did want to have a chat about one of the incidents earlier on. But I guess with that, we're going to hand back over to the commentary box.
Yes, the cars assembling on the grid now, Yusuf, for the penultimate race of the day. It's the PPS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, their second race. And they had a race earlier on this afternoon, which was won by Lewis Barker from his brother Ryan, with Gordon McMillan third. And the Class B win going the way of Joshua Hilton, and the Class C win going the way of William Hornsey. The grid for this race set by the finishing order of race 1. So the earlier finishing result sets this one. We'll give you a run through on the grid in a moment. We had 22 cars start the race earlier, 19 made it to the checkered flag. We didn't in the end have the Lee Warren Ford car as we hoped we would. That car clearly having some issues during the course of the day. Don't think it made it. And the three that we lost were Gareth Wiltshire's Honda Civic, David Sheed in the Audi TT, and Zach Bunnell in the Honda Civic Type R, who was off at Paddock Hill Bend on the opening lap. The cars coming to the grid now for the race, getting a 1 minute ball before their green flag. We'll see if we can give you a run through of this grid now then. On pole position it is the 154 car of Lewis Barker. Besides him, his brother Ryan, number 7. On the second row, the reigning champion, number 1, Gordon McMillan, who gave a very encouraging debut to his BMW Compact earlier on today. Wouldn't be surprised to see him lead the race into the first corner, so good was that car off the line. And 14, Trevor Gregory, is on the outside of the second row. Third row on the inside is the former champions, Joshua Hilton, number 5, now into Class B. He's got 22, Tate Taffner, besides him. On the fourth row, 77, Luke Evans, and 26, Lee Rickard. The fifth row, Joshua Bavin in 300 and Matt Warren 78. Reed Robinson 75, Fiesta on the inside of row 6, next to number 87, Stuart Place in the BMW. 7th is the Clio, or row 7 is the Clio of 197, Craig Turner, and the Peugeot of the man who was emotional at winning Class C for the first time earlier, William Hornsey's first ever win with 750 Motor Club after years and years and years of trying. So that's number 3, William Hornsey on the outside of row 7. The 8th row of the grid is 48, Oliver Coles, and 55, David Measday. The 9th row, number 92, Mel Higgins, and 129, Michael McKeown. The 10th row, 66, John Davison, 301, Gareth Wiltshire. The 11th row, 68, David Sheed, and 291, Zach Bunnell, and Lee Warren, number 28 at the back, if he's managed to get his Ford car ready, which I don't think he has. Looking out of the window, no, he's not there. In fact, the last car I can see is the Clio. No, that is it's Zach Bunnell's car I can see, isn't it? I think. So he's made it out there. The car that hasn't is the Audi TT of David Sheed. It's actually Shay Kevin's car, but David Sheed was due to race it this weekend. Indeed, it did briefly early on in the afternoon. So this is the second round of the season. It's a 12-round calendar with races taking place at Pembrey, Donington Park, Alton Park, Silverstone and Castle Combe as well during the course of the season. Points scored within the individual classes, and drivers from classes A, B or C can take the overall championship title. The classes are split at power to weight, so Class A up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, Class B up to 175, and Class C up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. Cars have a minimum weight of 1,125 kilos, and they can use tyres from MSUK list 1A, 1B or 1C. So cars slotting back into their grid positions relatively sedately ahead of this 15-minute race for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Are we going to see another lightning start from Gordon McMillan in the red BMW Compact from the second row of the grid? He was like a rat up a drain pipe, as someone says, in the first race of the day. There's the 5-second board then. We're about to see the red lights go on. They go on now, they go out, the race gets underway, and it's again a good stop by Gordon McMillan, but this way he's got nowhere to go, and he sort of struggles to get the power down, and he fishtails a bit, and rather than making up ground, he's going to lose ground here. It was a good initial launch from Gordon McMillan, but the two Hondas on the front row of the grid did not leave a gap for him. How inconsiderate of them for him to go through. So it is Lewis Barker leading, Ryan Barker second, the 22 car of Tate Taverner is up into third position. Well, he finished 6th in the earlier race, and so it's the two Barkers, then it's Taverner, and McMillan has made it back through to 4th place by the time they get down to Graham Hill Bend, so that's quite something, because he was about 7th, I think, going into Paddock Hill Bend. A good comeback from him there, and he's now going to focus his attention on getting back into the top 3 ahead of Tate Taverner, I shouldn't wonder, in the number 22 car, the 25-year-old mechanical engineer from Leighton Buzzard. But up front it's the two Barker brothers, separated by 0.8 of a second. They're 1.2 seconds clear of Taverner there, and McMillan takes a very wide and deep line into Paddock Hill Bend. Seems to lose him a bit of time on the way in, but it might stand him in good stead on the way out of the corner as he climbs up the hill towards Druids once again. Luke Evans there in number 77 car, he's in the Class B leading 5th position. Overlapping with him there is Trevor Gregory in his Class A car, so it's the two Civic Type Rs, but it is the Class B car of Luke Evans that holds on for the moment. Joshua Hilton in the BMW is the next car behind them. Gregory having another go here in the number 14 car, trying to go through on the inside, and he's done it. So Trevor Gregory goes through to take 5th position overall on the track, ahead of the Class B leader Luke Evans, and that's disappointing for Luke, because he was probably quite grateful to have a car between himself and Joshua Hilton, who was the Class B winner earlier on today. So coming through to complete lap number 2 of the race, it is Lewis Barker leading by 1.2 seconds now from Ryan in 2nd place, and Tate Taverner in 3rd, Gordon McMillan in 4th, but those two right together as they climb up towards Druids, as you can see, and indeed almost attacking on the outside line for the hairpin was Gordon McMillan. We track Trevor Gregory around the hairpin at Druids. He's cleared now the Luke Evans car, and that managed to pull out quite a few car lengths. He might be up for a fight for 3rd position before much longer. Indeed, he is closing in on Gordon McMillan at quite a rate of knots in actual fact. So we'll keep an eye on that. Could be a 3-way fight for 3rd place. That colourful car with Tate Taverner, 2003 car. 2-litre engine, of course, a family built. It's been maintained by his dad, Paul, and his brother, Aaron. They've had this car for 5 years. And he's in 3rd place at the moment is Tate Taverner. And he's got Gordon McMillan right behind him, but Trevor Gregory was flying on that lap, did 54.429. Obviously his personal best, they've only done 2 flying laps, but he's got himself on terms with Gordon McMillan there. Last year Gordon was the champion from Class B, and now he's in a more modified BMW Compact, the car that he was racing in the Compact Cup 10 years ago, but now with extra aero on the back of it as well. More aero freedom the further up the classes you go. And but he's under threat here from the more modest-looking Honda Civic Type R of Trevor Gregory, number 14. He's been associated with the 750 Motor Club for a very long time, in stock hatch, in Clios, in hot hatch as well, and also supporting the team that run many of the race meetings. Trevor was helping out here yesterday, but focusing a bit more on his racing today here at Brands Hatch. Very excited he was about the day's racing as well. So top 2 well away now, Lewis Barker and Ryan Barker. I think Lewis was saying earlier on, yeah, he's here for the racing. I think he would have been quite happy to have a bit more of a race, but I'm sure he's also equally happy to have a convincing win, which, touch wood, from his point of view, it looks like he might have here. Picking up a battle a bit further down, that's the 78 car of Matt Warren, and he's just got himself ahead of Lee Rickard actually, so that's a change for 9th and 10th position. Both been passed by Zach Burnell, who's had to come through from the back of the grid in his lashed up Honda Civic Type R that was into the barriers at Paddock Hill Bend on the opening lap of the earlier race. They've had to do some running repairs on that. There we see the 78 car of Matt Warren, a Class A Honda Civic Type R. The 3 batting for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Head into Paddock Hill Bend once again with 10 minutes of the race still to go. And it's still the same order. Taverner, McMillan and Trevor Gregory. 3 of them together. McMillan virtually touching the back of Tate Taverner's Honda Civic Type R that time with his red BMW Compact. Certainly I think Tate would have felt the breath of Gorton down his neck there as they came down the hill from Druids to Graham Hill Bend, but Taverner's seen off the attack for the moment. In the background you can see the next group of cars, which was Emmons and Hilton. So Luke Emmons is still holding on in Class B, and Class C is still the domain of William Hornsey, who's about 6 seconds clear of Mel Higgins in the Saxo, who is second in that class at the moment. But leaders have gone through. The battle for third place over the line once again. That time through very similar laps ones, 55-1, 55-1, 55-0 for the three of them, so not a lot to choose between them. Further back, Joshua Hilton has just done a personal best of 54.915, so he now is right with Luke Emmons, and this is just a little bit behind the cars that we're seeing on screen, but the battle for second place, so the battle for the Class B lead, I should say, is right together now. That's going down into Graham Hill Bend, just behind these cars. We're going to pick that up now. I think there they are. Luke Emmons in the 77 car, Joshua Hilton in the number 5 car. They're disputing the lead of Class B now, and Hilton has been making up time over the last couple of laps to try and take the fight in his BMW Compact, the number 77 Honda Civic Type R of Luke Emmons. Working their way around Clearways and Clark Curve for the 7th time in this race now, already through to complete lap 7 of Lewis and Ryan Barker, and now the cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th position, where we have had a change, by the way, because Gordon McMillan has got through ahead of Tate Taverner. So we have had that change. The leader we just saw there, Lewis Barker through traffic, and so he's going to clear those. There's the Emmons versus Hilton battle for the Class B lead. Down towards Graham Hill Bend they come once again. It was Hilton that won the earlier race. What's the gap between them in race 1? Well, there was Tate Taverner between them and about 15 seconds in the earlier race. So it's a good drive this from Luke Emmons to be able to, for the moment at least, keep Josh Hilton at bay. Josh, who won the championship 2 years ago, and last season within the class won on multiple occasions. Will Bartok, though, it was that won the Class C title last year. And look at this, they're now side by side for the Class B lead. Up to the line they come, and just holding on there is the number 77 car of Luke Emmons. So Josh Hilton got his car absolutely alongside coming through Clark Curve, but had to give best to Luke Emmons there. There were 2 tenths between them as they crossed the line. No doubt he'll have another go as and when he can. Meanwhile, Trevor Gregory's found himself up into 4th position now. He's got ahead of Tate Taverner, and you can just see that in the background of shot there. There is the number 7 car of Ryan Barker. He's just trying to go past the back marking Clio of John Davis, number 66, and he's got Gordon McMillan nearly catching him now, I think, as a result of delays in the traffic there. So Gordon McMillan is nearly there. We've got David Measdow's Corsa pulling off at McLaren, so he's out of the race, but I think 2nd and 3rd, yeah, they're right together now, so see if we can pick that up. There it is on screen. We just saw it there heading through Paddock Hill Bend. There's the Measday car off at McLaren, as we thought, but heading up towards Druids, it's now number 7 Ryan Barker with number 1 Gordon McMillan right behind him. This is the battle for 2nd place here at Brands Hatch in the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. 6 minutes of the race to go, and Trevor Gregory, of course, only just behind them as well. Tate Taverner, I think, probably in a bit of strife because he has dropped back somewhat from this group. He's almost into the clutches of the Class B lead battle. 3 yellow flag zone between Surtees and Clearways because David Measday's pulled off. They can go racing once again now as they head through Clark Curve with 6 minutes of the race to go, coming towards the end of lap 10. Lewis Barker's already got to the end of lap 10. Ryan Barker about to, but with Gordon McMillan applying real pressure now. Similar lap times for them on that lap. Trevor Gregory took 2 tenths out of them to try and really grab their coattails as well. Could be a 3-way fight for 2nd place before the end of this race. At the moment it's the same top 4 order as we had earlier on, but much closer between Ryan Barker, Gordon McMillan and Trevor Gregory this time. Ryan was 6 seconds ahead of them in the earlier race. And there, look, Luke Emmons is with Tate Taverner now, but Josh Hilton getting alongside Luke Emmons now. This for the Class B lead. and it's Luke Evans on the inside, Josh Hilton in the BMW on the outside, with Taverner, who's got some damage to the rear of his Honda as well. So we'll keep an eye on that battle for second, but we're also trying to battle for the Class B lead. We're also trying to keep our eye on the battle for second as well, I should say. There is Evans in the Class B lead still, but only just if he holds on to the end of this race, he'll have done a terrific job, because he's got a lot of pressure being piled on him, as has Ryan Barker, I can tell you, who's turning into Paddock Hill Bend now in the number 7 car. He's got McMillan only 0.3 of a second behind him. There's the Class B leaders going through once again. Just checking on the situation in Class C, it's still William Hornsey that leads in that class in the Peugeot 106 Rally, the 1998 car. So Taverner there, number 22, he's in 5th position. Then you've got 6th and 7th, Emmons and Hilton, but more significantly, those two disputing the Class B lead. Points scored within the individual classes, of course. 15 for the winner, 12 for second, and 10 for third. Classes with only 6 or fewer starters only get, or fewer than 6 starters, only get 12 points for the win. But I think both of the classes, 2 top classes, have at least 5 starters or 6 starters today. So they're going to get 15 points for both of their races. Hilton again overlapping, but they're door handle to door handle, and they're rubbing. They're going to exchange paintwork there and exchange wing mirrors as they go on to the Bramham Straight once again. Emmons just about holding on, and that's Zach Bunnell now buying into this as well. He's come from the back of the grid. He's in a different class. He's in a Class A car, but he now is getting involved in that scrap. And Hilton, I can see, has he been given a penalty? So, yeah, I think Joshua Hilton has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits, so he doesn't just need to get past now the number 77 car of Luke Emmons. He needs to get 5 seconds ahead as well, but he's not going to do that with 3 minutes to go. Now Zach Bunnell is splitting them as well. So Joshua Hilton, number 5, has got a 5-second penalty to be applied to his time at the end of the race. So that throws things very much to Luke Emmons' advantage in the Class B battle. What's going on as far as the overall battle for second is concerned? That has dissipated a little bit since we last saw it, because I think now it's Ryan Barker very much more comfortable over the next 2. Gordon McMillan and Trevor Gregory than he was. I mean, I say very much more comfortable. 1.4 seconds it was at the start of the lap. Here they are on screen now, and he's coming down as we speak. So could yet have a challenge. There's 2.5 minutes to go. Probably going to be 3 laps therefore. I think we'll have Lewis Barker over the line any moment now, and he will go on to his anti-penultimate lap, I think. There's Ryan Barker in the second place car. Yeah, Lewis Barker's been through, yeah. There's time for 3 more laps in this race. Lewis Barker 6 seconds to the good in the 154 car. You see there he has his headlights on to let everybody know that he's coming through in the Europa Racing liveried car. Very well presented car, means business. It's a 154 car that it's in. It's a 2-litre car. Some of them do have the 2.4 litre in the Civics, but not in the case of the race leader Lewis Barker. Just looking out of my window, Zach Bunnell has yet to clear the 77 car of Luke Emmons, but he's about to have another go. So there you go, excuse me, into Surtees once again. Right, penultimate lap underway for Lewis Barker. Now he's still 6 seconds or so clear. There we get a glimpse of the Fiesta going through. That's Reeve Robinson, isn't it, in the number 75 car, the drive from Gravesend, so a local man to Brands Hatch. But still, we watch the leading car come through. There is that Reeve Richardson car. You could also see, I think, the 197 Clio of Craig Taylor. They're battling over 5th and 6th in Class B. And I think just behind them, you've got the number 48 car. Yes, you had. That is the Oliver Coles Honda. Last lap board goes out then to the race leader, Lewis Barker. Just checking on what's happening for 2nd and 3rd and 4th, and also the Class B situation. Well, Zach Buller's got ahead of the Class B lead battle, and of course Evans is 0.3 of a second ahead of Hilton, but Hilton has that 5-second penalty. There is Tate Taverner, who started the race brightly but has dropped back a bit as the race has gone on, and he's going to lose a position here to Zach Burnell up the inside of him, 5th place. So that's a good recovery from Zach Burnell. He started this race in 22nd. He's climbed to 5th. I think that's probably about as far as he's going to get, because there's 14 seconds to make up to Trevor Gregory, who's in 4th position. Meanwhile, Lewis Barker is shortly, I think, to come to the line. Just looking to see where he is. I think he's turning his way out of Clark Curve up to the line, and checkered flag goes out, and it is a win there for Lewis Barker. Takes the checkered flag. 2 wins from 2 in the opening round of the Hot Hats Championship. Over the line in 2nd place goes his brother Ryan. Gordon McMillan 3rd. Trevor Gregory in 4th. He'll have enjoyed his day's racing, I think, in the Hot Hats Championship. So exactly the same top 4 as we had in the earlier race. 5th place going the way of Zach Burnell this time. Great drive from him from the back of the grid. 6th place to Tate Taverner. Luke Emmons is our Class B winner in 7th place overall. Josh Hilton has had the 5-second penalty applied to his time. It doesn't actually drop him a track position though, so he finishes 8th. Matt Warren 9th, and I think it's Lee Rickard that should be the next car through in 10th position. Yes, it is. So he completes the top 10, and we're just waiting for William Hornsey. Yeah, he just crosses the line now there in his blue Peugeot. So like wins, you wait years and years and years and years for your first win, and then two come along at once. So William Hornsey, the aftermarket strategy manager at Jaguar Land Rover, 52 years old from Disklok, gets his win. He started racing in 1996, been racing in Hot Hatch since 2016. Had podiums, had poles, no wins before today, and now gets 2 of them. So very well done to him. So Lewis Barker in the 154 car it was that took the race win then. 7 seconds in the end, he was clear at the end of 17 laps of racing from Ryan Barker in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 1, that was Gordon McMillan. 4th place to number 14, Trevor Gregory. 5th was the 291 car of Zach Burnell. Tate Taverner was 6th, and Luke Evans, Joshua Hilton, Matt Warren and Lee Rickard complete the top 10. Luke Evans taking the win in Class B from Hilton and Rickard. If we just look at the next page, that's where we'll find William Hornsey. He was in 17th place overall and winning Class C from Higgins and McCowan. But we can now go down to pit lane and we'll hear from Yusuf bin Suhail.
Well, we are in... Always unmute the mic. So we are in Parc Fermé in pit lane, and we have our race winner, pardon me, Lewis.
Hello.
Getting a bit familiar, aren't we?
Yeah, isn't it? Yeah. No, once again, got a good start off and just legit head down. I wanted to try and get lap record. I don't know, I think I might have squeezed it, I don't know, but yeah, once them just banging them in one after other, pulled a good gap, and then yeah, just kept going. Yeah, I've enjoyed it today. It's been great.
Well, your fast lap was nearly a second quicker than anyone else, so it was very fast.
Right, oh yeah. To be fair, Jake, who coaches me, he's one of the nicest kids in the world, and he's so good with these cars. He knows them inside out, and all he's done is from starting track days 2 years ago, he's been at the side of me all the way from my first race. Every time we go to track, he's with us. And if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be as quick as I am, but he's helped me, guided me. And I've got a great team around me again and great support. And it's easier when you've got all the tools around you to help you just go out on the track and just do everything. And that's what I've had today. And obviously, it's shown in time. So, yeah, we obviously just keep pushing for more and more and more and see where we can get up to.
Yeah, it really has shown an absolutely excellent first race weekend, leading the championship as well. And we look forward to seeing you next time out.
Yeah, brilliant. Can't wait. Yeah, can't wait, guys. But, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah.
Right, we'll move on to our Class B winner, which is Luke Emmons. Luke?
Yes.
Hello, Luke. How are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, good. I really enjoyed that.
You've had some really good battles with Josh over this whole weekend, but you managed to beat him for this race.
Josh has been hustling my behind the whole weekend, and I don't know how I kept in front of him, to be honest with you. Yeah, I got a bit of a gap on him, and then 2 laps later he was like right on my tail again. So yeah, I really enjoyed that. It was good.
I'm guessing this is going to be a bit of a season-long battle between you two.
It might turn into that. Let's hope so, shall we? Yeah. I need to go and give him a shake of the hand, actually, because there was a couple of close calls on that one. But I think we kept it clean, just about. So all credit to Josh, and it was great to get a first win of the season.
And just very quickly, what's it like, because you're in the Honda, he's in the BMW Compact. Yes. Do you notice a big difference in the cars out on track? Yeah, absolutely. So he was quicker in some places, and then I got him in others. Maybe I'm a little bit hotter into the corners, and he's a little bit hotter out. But that's what makes for great battles, I suppose, on track, and maybe for the spectators watching. Well, excellent stuff, and a fantastic way to round out your weekend. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Cheers. Right, we'll have a quick chat then with our C-Class winner. William, hello again.
Hello, good to see you again. Yeah, so like buses, aren't they, really? No wins for 10 years and then 2 in a day. So clearly my best day's racing. My kids are at home and my wife's at home watching this because they obviously heard about me beefing earlier. So they're coming in to laugh at me on this one, but I'm going to try and keep it all composed. But yeah, no, good day's racing. The race was quite easy, really. Had enough pace to not have to worry about anybody. Just try to keep it on the black stuff and get around. And yeah, it's all good. So yeah, great day.
Well, I did ask you earlier if it was going to be the first of many, and it looks like you are starting to make that run.
Yeah, today's the day. Yeah, I know. I don't know how it happened, but it's just one of those things. It's just all gone right today. I can't ask for any more than that. I forgot to say yesterday, the starter motor went on this when I was trying to load it onto the car, so I had to fix that. And I think this is the first win for a Peugeot in the Hot Hatch Championship ever, and since Stock Hatch since 2009. So it's actually quite a rare day today with me winning and the Peugeot winning. It's all good.
Well, it's all come together. Best of luck for the rest of the season.
Yeah, thank you very much. Look forward to it.
Right, and with that, we've got cars out on the track for the final time today. It is the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula.
Yeah, here are the cars on the grid then for the final time today. Second race of the weekend for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. And the grid for this one set by the second fastest time in qualifying. We can see that. We'll quickly run through the grid because they'll get underway quite quickly. Sam Wright, number 16 and 18, Joe Zosso on the front of the grid. Row 2, 31, Greg Catton, and 6, Richard Verheyden. Trevor Slatter in 23 and Ben Bolt in 13 on the third row. The fourth row, Tim Sage in 42, Jörg Schneider 65. In the fifth row, 40, Mike Kenny and 55, Chris Martin. The sixth row, 47, Ian Elliott, 25, Timothy Bradley. Then David Rose in 3, Charlie Plain Jones in 22 on the 7th row. The 8th row, 33, Gareth Cordy in 66, Nate Cowoodcock. Then Mike Pickup and John Moss next in. Row 10 is Tim Mile and Ian Chappell, Matt Tompkins, Phil Livington and Harvey Challen round out the field in the nick of time, because we're about to go racing for the final time this weekend here at Brands Hatch. It's a 15-minute race for the Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series. 5-second board is shown. Oh, a lot of smoke coming from Sam Wright's car there, and a bit of creeping. They eventually all get underway. It's the Greg Catton Dyson that was briefly nose in front, but it's Sam Wright then that actually is going to lead into the first corner. Joe Zosso, I think it is, in second in the left-hand drive car. Yes, it looks like it is, as they make their way out of Paddock Hill Bend and up towards Druids for the first time in this race. In the earlier race we did have a red flag, so it went back to the result at the end of 7 laps. Tell you about who did what in a minute, but a spin there for the number 55 car. That's Chris Martin, I think, in his second ever race in the Centaur, so he's looking for a gap in the traffic to be able to rejoin, which he eventually finds pretty much right at the back of the field and just ahead of the number 10 car, which is Harvey Challen, also having his second ever race, having had his first at Donington Park in 2024, that in the Austin Special Hamlin Cadet. Father and son, his dad was out in the car in the earlier race. So towards the end of lap 1 comes Sam Wright, who was our race 1 winner from Greg Catton and Joe Zosso. That's how the classification was eventually resolved. The class winners were Wright, Greg Catton, Charlie Plain Jones, and I don't think we had Gareth Cordy did win Class B. He was the only driver within Class B. So Sam Wright it is that's leading on lap 2 here. Joe Zosso is second, Greg Catton third, and he's got Richard Verheyden in Miss Moneypenny, the driver that commutes from the Alsace, right behind him. And the Reliant 850cc engined race kits Merlin that he's owned for just over 12 months, ex Gordon Wilson and Ian Grant car. There it is. And he's got a gap back to 5th position. Tim Sage there with the 42 car was a bit more into the thick of the action in the earlier race, but seemingly not able to be here in this one. Rest of the cars going through. Just having a look at who's leading in the Austin 7s at the moment. It's Charlie Plain-Jones who's leading in Class A from Nick Hayward-Cock within the Class A cars at the moment. Streaming over the line goes Joe Zosso, but streaming even faster was Greg Catton in the Dyson, number 31, but he was able to get through. And he's got to be mindful as well as Greg of Richard Verheyden, the 49-year-old from the French-Swiss border, just ahead of him, and now actually ahead of him and locking up there into the corner was number 8 Joe Zosso, the Swiss, and Joe Zosso has fallen to the back of that group now, I'm afraid, as a result of that moment. So the driver from Ittigen has dropped to the back of that group, and getting to the front of it now is Richard Verheyden in car number 6. Fantastic stuff. Historic 750 Formula Series recreating the decades gone by of the 750 Motor Club, historic 750 Formula cars, and other cars of similar performance, and of course the Austin 7s as well, which was really the grounding of the 750 Motor Club's creation back in 1939. Here they put a lap already on the car of Harvey Challen, that car lapping rather more slowly than some of the Class C cars out there that have just gone through, and indeed the Class D car with Greg Catton as well. But a great mix that we have here on the grid. More than 20 cars taking the start of the second race. 22 cars we had on the grid this time. There's the number 26, that's being lapped as well. That is Phil Livingston having his first race meeting in the ex-Clive Neal Austin 7. So it's the battle for third there. Greg Catton, number 31. Number 80 is Joe Zosso. Richard Verheyden's made a bit of an escape, really. And on that last lap, he was 0.4 of a second faster than Sam Wright. So Sam can't afford to rest on his laurels here. He's had 1 win already today. He had 2 last season in the car that John Village built to recreate the car that he raced in the 1970s. Sam taking over the car from partway through last season, winning first time out at Alton Park. There's a 10-second out of position penalty there for Greg Catton, number 31. So the car in third position has a 10-second penalty for an out of position start. We are hearing, and it did look a bit raggedy, that start to the race, and that's what's been adjudicated, that Greg Catton was going to get a 10-second penalty. Well, at the moment that will drop him down to 5th, I think, but as the gaps expand as the race goes on, it might only cost him one position possibly. Keep an eye on how the times work out. There's the 55 car going through as the car spun up at Druids on the opening lap of Chris Martin. So great to have a number of either brand new or relatively new drivers and different cars on the grid in the historic 750 Formula Series this weekend, and we could see how they progress during the course of the year. It's only 3 weeks until their next race, which is on the National Circuit at Silverstone on the 10th of May. We'll look forward to bringing you those races as well on the Alpha Live streaming of the Sunday of that event. There's the race leader going through in amidst the traffic. Just coming up to lap the 55 car now is number 16 Sam Wright in the lead of the race. He's done the best lap of the race, a 1:00.65, but his last lap was a 1:02, and once you get into the traffic, of course, you have to sort of deal with the cars around you. Just lapping there the number 69 car, which is Mike Pickup in this race, having taken over from his son Hugo, the duo who are based in Suffolk, Bungay and Beccles. Hugo the quicker of the 2 family members, so that's allowing Charlie Plain-Jones a more clear run to the Class A victory this time. But certainly a good run here for Wright. Does he continue to lose ground to Verheyden though, or does Verheyden continue to catch him? No, that time through Wright extends the lead by 1/10 of a second, so it's back up over 3 seconds now for Richard Verheyden in second place in the race kits Merlin, which is a modern-ish kit car in the spirit of the 1970s 750 Formula regulations, running the Reline 850cc engine that 750 Formula ran for very many years. 750 Formula still a thriving championship within the 750 Motor Club. We saw it get underway at Donington Park a couple of weekends ago. Look forward to seeing more races from that category as well during the course of the season. Yeah, historic 750 Formula this year. They also go to Anglesey, Cadwell Park, Snetterton and Mallory. Well, they'll complete the season. Each year they have 2 handicap races as well. This year those will come at Cadwell Park and Snetterton, being the second race of each event there. Richard Verheyden in the middle of that shot in the race kit's Merlin, trying to chase after Sam Wright in the lead, but that time through the gap's got out again to 4.8 seconds as Verheyden's been delayed a bit by the back markers. So there is lots of traffic to deal with in racing like this when there is a disparity of lap times. Interesting though that Harvey Challen car has improved its lap times by about 20 seconds during the course of this race so far, so that's good that Harvey is increasing in confidence. There's our Class A lead, that's number 22, Charlie Plain Jones, and he is in quite close contact with the number 33 car, which is the Class B Soul car. That's the supercharged Austin 7 of Gareth Cordy, the sometime Mazda 7 and Caterham racer. Here's the Dyson coming through, number 31. That's Greg Catton. He, of course, has that 10-second penalty hanging over him for exceeding track limits. And the other car that we can see there is the number 3. That's the fantastic Lotus 11 of David Rose, which is a very beautiful and welcome car on this historic 750 Formula Series grid. So 6 minutes of the race left to go. There is that David Rose car that spent some time in New Zealand, if I remember correctly. Ben Bolt is he about to be lapped this time? I've got a feeling he is by the race leader. He was a bit stronger in race 1, I thought, and was certainly strong out of the blocks. Ben Bolt, who was I think the leading performer in Class C over the course of last season, as adjudicated at the 750 Motor Club Awards night last year. There is that Austin 7 of Harvey Challen, absolutely fantastic car. You can see he's sitting in a high driving position there. Yeah, that's just behind 22. Is that the 33 car of Cordy? It looks like it possibly is, or is that? Check on that. Oh, we've got one in the gravel now, and it's the race leader. Sam Wright is in the gravel trap, and he's out of the race. Oh wow, Richard Verheyden goes through into the lead of the race. We've just had a new fastest lap from Sam Wright, and he's off into the gravel trap, up at Clearways and out of the race. So Richard Verheyden takes the lead, Joe Zosso takes second position. I just wonder if we're going to get a safety car here, or if this will be managed under local yellow flags. So it's Greg Catton up to third, but with that penalty to be applied to him, Tim Sage up to fourth, Jörg Schneider into fifth, but the leader, I don't know how he's managed that. Yeah, just spun into the gravel is the notification I'm seeing. I think he's managed to do that on his own. So that's a great frustration. Looked like it was going to be 2 wins from 2 at the start of the historic 750 Formula Series season for Sam Wright, but he cannot add to the win that he had earlier on in the day. So just keeping an eye on the situation. It doesn't look like we've gone safety car yet. So the race continuing. Very slow car coming past our commentary position. There is the number 40 Jeffrey of Mike Henney, and he is dropping down the order because he was up in 7th position, but he's got some kind of mechanical issues, I think. Just seeing that car in the back of shot there, just going to pull off at the foot of Paddock Hill Bend by the looks of it, and it should be able to pull up behind the barrier if it makes it that far. So there's Richard Verheyden, number 6, and is that Joe? It is. It's Joe Zosso right with him. So we've got a new battle for the lead of the race. Then it's just coming through here. The left-hander, the 2 drivers that commute from the continent, they've just come through Graham Hill Bend. They've got 3 3/4 minutes of the race left to go. We've got Richard Verheyden in the lead. You've got Joe Zosso in second. They're about to head into the yellow flag zone, and then Richard Verheyden has spun going into the yellow flag zone. Richard Verheyden has spun the lead of the race away. Well, would you believe it? So it's Joe Zosso now that takes the lead of the race in the number 80 left-hand drive GNC Mark III, the Chris Jones car. It's the first time in the car this weekend for Joe Zosso, but he now takes the lead of the race in number 80. Now, where does Richard Verheyden manage to recover to in all of this? Just having a look out of my window, he is over the line in second position, but he's lost, well, he's now 8.5 seconds behind the leader. There's only 3 minutes of the race to go, so I don't think he's going to make that time up, but he should be able to hold on to second place here. But what a frustration that is for Richard Verheyden, who had 3 wins towards the end of last season at Croft and at Mallory Park, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to add to that tally here this weekend, as Joe Zosso, I think, has just put a lap on the number 13 car of Ben Bolt, who is nearly as fast as him and is trying to retake the place. So there's a lap between those 2 cars, but they were just going into a yellow flag zone, of course. Well, now a bit out of shape there is Joe Zosso, so I wonder if there's something down on the circuit that's maybe caused Sam Wright to spin, and for that moment for Richard Verheyden as well. 2.25 minutes to go. Ben Bolton laps himself, and there are probably 3 laps to go in this race. He doesn't unlap himself because Joe Zosso gets back ahead on the run into Paddock Hill Bend. It might only be 2 laps, judging by the lap times that they're doing now. So we've got 2 or 3 laps to go in this race. It's Joe Zosso, number 80, that's leading. Number 6, Richard Verheyden, still second. 31, Greg Catton is third. He's got a 10-second penalty, which I think is only going to cost him 1 position to Tim Sage here, because Jörg Schneider, the car that's 5th on the road, is well behind both of them. So there's the green flag waving as the cars come out of that yellow flag zone. So Ben Bolt sort of having a battle with Joe Zosso here, who... Does he get the last lap board? No, he doesn't get the last lap board, and it was, I thought he might have done actually that time, because his times have slowed. But that lap was a bit faster than the one before, 103.952. Richard Verheyden's now... What's happened to him? Because he's disappeared from the timing screen. Has he had another moment? He's eventually come through in 3rd place, but Greg Catton has now got ahead of him, so I'm not quite sure what's happened to Verheyden. Of course, Catton will have that 10-second penalty to be added to his time at the end of the race. But I'm just wondering if Richard Verheyden's actually got a problem that's means that he's not going to get to the end here, because he's now being caught by Tim Sage in the number 42 car as well. Last lap board is being prepared now to be shown to Joe Zosso, who's making his way through Clark Curve up to the line. This is to complete lap number 14. So he'll go on to his 15th and final lap with only about 2 seconds to go on the time when he did so. So it's actually going to be about a 16-minute race by the time he takes the checkered flag. Yeah, 14 minutes, 57 seconds gone when he crossed the line. So Greg Catton goes over the line second, and Richard Verheyden is there in 4th now. So he's got a problem, hasn't he? That lap of 109. So Tim Sage through to 3rd place. We're watching, though, Joe Zosso go past Mike Pickup in the number 69 Austin 7, the Ulster rep, and he is going to, I think, take his first win in historic 754. It'll be a fantastic result for him. Many congratulations to him for what's been a good drive. Obviously, Sam Wright was leading the way, but put his car in the gravel trap. Up to the line he comes then. Joe Zosso is going to be our final race winner of the weekend here at Brands Hatch in the Race Parts historic 750 Formula Series. He takes the checkered flag to grab the win in the 2nd race of the day for the historic 750 Formula cars. A great start to the season for them. 2 very entertaining races indeed that we've had for them today. Greg Catton over the line, 2nd on the road, with a 10-second penalty applied to his time. It's Tim Sage that's classified 2nd. Catton will be 3rd. Richard Verheyden, despite ailing towards the end, he's going to get 4th. Class A, I think, will be won by Charlie Plain-Jones, trying to figure out where he is on the circuit, but he's yet to come through. I think he's just heading through clearways now. So he'll be through in a moment. So it's going to be Sage Zossa that wins Class C, Sage Class D, and Class A will be the domain of Charlie Plain Jones. But he's yet to come through. I think he's just about to head out of Clark Curve, up along the Brabham Straight to take the checkered flag. Should see him appearing in straight moment. Now there he is. Charlie Plain Jones takes the checkered flag to complete our suite of class winners, with Gareth Corden winning the supercharged Austin 7 class. So let's see if we can give you the results at the end of that Race Parts Historic 750 Formula Series, our final race of the day here at Brands Hatch. The win went the way of number 80. That was Joe Zosso. 50 laps completed in the DNC, and he was 18.6 seconds clear in the end of Tim Sage in second, number 42. Third place went the way of number 31, Brent Catton, after adjusting his time to the 10-second penalty for being out of position at the start. Fourth went to number 6, Richard Verheyden, leading for a while but spun out of it. Fifth, number 65, Jörg Schneider in the Arthur. 6:47, Ian Elliott. That's a great performance from Ian in his second ever race, meeting the Jomo. 7th, number 13, Ben Bolt. 8th, 25, Timothy Bradley. Charlie Plain Jones was 9th, winning Class A, and David Rose rounded out the top 10. Gareth Cordy was Class C, or Class B I should say, winner in the Supercharged Austin 7s. Well, it's been a great day's racing here at Brands Hatch. Hope you've enjoyed it on the Alpha live stream. We've really enjoyed bringing it to you, and we'll have plenty more coverage for you throughout the course of the year, including in just 3 weeks' time at Silverstone. We'll also be at Pembrey at the end of May, so look forward to bringing you that. But we'll have one final visit to the pit lane in just a few moments, where Yusuf Bin Hale will wrap things up for us, and we've had a great day. So Yusuf is heading down in the pit lane. Well, unfortunately, we're not able to go down to Yusuf because a late drama with the tech just when we thought it was all going swimmingly. So we're not going to hear from Yusuf on the live stream. So from all of us here at Brands Hatch, Alpha Live and the 750 Motor Club, do join us again at Snetterton in 3 weeks' time. But for now, from all of us here, it's good night.